while you're in this single. It's usually for more experienced rowers, but it is a good challenge if you've been rowing for a while to try to get yourself up to that speed. There they go.
Yep, they are off.
And we're just seeing two boats in this race right now, so it very well may be that one of them has opted not to race this morning. And they will have a similar start sequence as the bigger boats, but they just may tweak it to their own race. You kind of get to make your own race plan. You're the only one, steering, the only one powering the
Right.
boats. So if you want to do a certain start sequence, you can. If you want to do a high 10 or 20, it's all up to you. We have a K-State boat in lane 1 and Wichita State in lane 2.
This is a great shot from this angle, seeing how, how they're maybe drifting a little bit left or right, or if they're staying, right on course.
Yes, yeah. So you can see the trails
Yes.
of the shell. You can see the puddles that the oars are leaving. Definitely a lot of control. It's just you, yourself, and the shell out there trying to make it as fast as possible. There is a little bit of inching closer to each other right now that you're seeing. So readjusting is going to take, some seconds off of your time always.
A little bit of a breeze today, not too bad, but there is a little bit of a breeze every once in a while.
Yeah, very doable. I think when you're working up a sweat for these rowers, they're going to be welcoming that breeze overall. I come from the coxswain breed, so I definitely still have my layers on this morning, and that's okay. It's okay.
It's acceptable, Lisa.
And some single shells you can steer with your feet as well. There's little toggles to pedal, but for the most part, you're really just relying on the pressure that you're putting on those oars to direct the boat as well as its speed. So it's accomplishing a couple different things.
Right.
It may be that the K-State boat had got their steering a little off, and you can see the Wichita State boat is inching a little bit more ahead, getting some open water. You can start to see that trail behind her too from these angles.
Nice little lead there for Wichita State as they approach the first bridge. How do you pace yourself for this specific race, Lisa?
It's probably they do have a small Cox box or a way to watch their ratings and speed, and it's actually adhered like right in front of where their feet are. They're getting some readings, maybe some strokes per minute in their split time. But they can also just use an internal like cadence for themselves of when their oars are catching to releasing to make sure they're not over pacing themselves. And overexerting them. There's a buoy interaction here, and hopefully she clears it, so that wasn't too detrimental. You never know in a single if that is going to really catch you off guard. If you hit that buoy wrong and your blade is stuck, well, now you're impacted your whole set, and your balance is off.
Yeah.
So
you want to avoid that if possible.
Definitely want to avoid it, and I'm going back to thinking of the chillier waters. Like you don't want to have to flip on a cold day.
Right.
If at all. But, yeah. We will have the men's single a little bit later in event 10 today.
We have another angle of the race, the women's single. Shocker rowing is on your left. K-State would be on your right there.
And the goose is on the far right.
Just got out of the
way. Making its way across.
Good for him.
Traffic this morning. It's crazy. I love these shots because you can see that trail behind their shells. You can see the puddles a lot better. And such a peaceful sport, just sometimes to watch just the flow of water that we're creating or the rippling is happening. It can be very calming, even though a lot of exertion is going on, especially in the legs. Rowing is much more a leg sport. And the arms are used for leveraging the oars more than exerting that strength.
Which I wouldn't have thought. I thought it would have been more upper body overall.
Right.
But you've said that, obviously, the past several years, it's all about the legs.
It's all about the legs. There's a lot of jumping off almost. If you think of like a jumpy or a squat jump, it's just on repeat. while you're maintaining your core strength, then you're getting your reach on and leveraging those arms. There's a lot going on. That's why the sport can appeal a lot of times to engineer majors or other people to kind of have that technical mindset to think through all the things at play at any given time. Rowing takes all kinds, and that's what I love about shocker rowing. You can join as a walk-on. You don't have to have prior experience. So really just all different majors tend to come out.
Right.
And rowing is what unites us in the end.
Mm-hmm. Shocker rowing is going to be celebrating 50 years next year.
Next year.
That's great.
It's so exciting. 1974-75 school year is when shocker rowing started. So if anyone listening is a past rower, be on the lookout for a lot of different events next year. There's always a chance to come out and support shocker rowing today. Again, the weather's nice. Just grab a couple layers, and there's plenty of seating here. You could bring a blanket, a chair. Some people bring their pets on a leash.
Mm-hmm.
Just a nice day to come outside and support the team.
Wichita State out to a pretty good lead now at this point, just after the 6-minute mark.
As you can imagine, the single races do last a bit longer. There's only one person powering the whole show. So you'll see race times usually, longer than 8 minutes.
And at this point, they're into a nice rate. So again, crossing the last bridge, it looks like, before the finish line.
In some of these crews, there were some recent regattas, even on April 20th, and K-State did have their 2 singles racing in that event. And I am betting this is one of the same rowers from that event, just on April 20th, and the times that day were around 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and then a 10-minute and 30-second single race. So we'll see how it looks today. Coming across the finishing strokes are in our sight now.
Mm-hmm.
We could see Wichita State getting some good length, looking pretty effortless, some good reach, and K-State's inside as well, getting in their last few strokes, trying to power it up to have a strong finish.
Just about to cross. All right, looks like about 7:53 for Wichita State here in this race. K-State rower getting close to the finish line here too. And she crosses as well. So there we go, our first race of the day, Lisa. Wichita State wins the women's single.
It's a nice finish from both of them. Good way to start off the morning.
Yeah, and again, we are here at the Plains Regional Regatta on the Arkansas River in downtown Wichita. And we've got just a full day full of great races here with several universities coming out here to enjoy the river. Again, participating today, Oklahoma State, KU. Of course, Shocker Rowing is hosting the events. University of Nebraska-Lincoln, K-State, and University of St. Thomas all here today to compete on what should be a pretty nice day for racing. So, all right, and our next race has started. You can see right there on your screen, 3 boats here in this race.
This is going to be the men's double. And we have 3 crews in this race. In lane 1 on the far left of your screen is St. Thomas. Next in the middle lane is a Wichita State crew. And on the far right is a second Wichita State crew. The men's pair. This is heat 1. We're actually going to be having 2 heats. There are so many boats for this race. There's going to be 6. So when possible, we'll just split them out. It helps cut down any impediments on other rowers and other boats connecting. I believe the boat that we're following now on the far right is a younger Wichita State boat. It's kind of falling off to the far side of the race course, and if possible, we see if they can start cutting over towards the middle and finding a shorter lane if possible for this race. This race course today is about 1,700 meters. Usually in the spring, you see around 2,000 meters. Hopefully you can get it, but oftentimes it'll be just a little bit shorter. In the spring, it's called sprint racing. So these 2,000 meters may seem like a long time to other people, but to rowers, it's a bit shorter than what they race in the fall, what they're used to. So today's course is that 1,700 meters. Should be easy enough to break up a race plan to meet those needs and have a fast time today.
Tell us about, we talked about the strategy there in the singles, Lisa. What, obviously you've got somebody you're partnering with in this race.
Yeah.
But it's still just two people. So how does this strategy, what makes it different or unique?
You again are just relying on only the people in the boat. There is no coxswain. There is no person steering. There's no person adding the weight to do that. And so that is responsibility lands on the person in the back of the boat. Basically, if you see that bow number poking up on the boat, the rower that's closest to that is called your bow seat. And they're the ones who are helping be responsible. They're the ones who are, quote unquote, allowed to look over their shoulder, watch their steering. They're also watching ahead. They can see the water marking that they're leaving, but they're allowed to just have a quick turnaround and make sure they're on course. And they can then communicate to their partner if they need more port pressure, more starboard, or maybe just keeping it even, or if they want to call up to a power 10 or something that is going to be on that bow seat in this situation to help make that race plan be executed.
Mm-hmm.
I can hear some excitement, so it's nice to see all three boats in view here. Can kind of see where the points are headed of the shells, and the middle Wichita State boat looks like it's coming straight at us, which is nice. It's a good point of view here.
Mm-hmm. It is. Look at that. So for K-State in this race, we have Derek Weens and Morgan Skinner racing. For St. Thomas, we've got William Jacobson and Jack Ranzen in that boat right there. And then the other boat is Simon Barron and Braden Littleloop. Oh, there's your goose again, Lisa. You better get out of the way here.
Ooh, some attitude a little bit. I saw that. Yeah, now he's joining the race. The goose is changing positions.
Really good shot of how just calm the lake is right now.
Men's varsity 4.
Yep.
First call, heat 2, men's varsity 4.
I don't know if it's possible to overhear on our speakers here, but they are calling several boats to the dock right now so that they can launch for the start of the next races. A lot of boats getting ready to launch. Some of the singles are returning now too.
Keep a tight ship here, so to speak, Lisa.
We have to.
Yeah, keep things rolling.
So many things can change in a regatta day, so you've got to keep a tight ship as possible and good schedule. It's such an equipment-based sport, so you have to plan for like breakages and unexpected missing things, or just anything could happen, and you're always hoping you don't have any equipment problems.
Right.
Even as a coxswain, I had equipment problems in
Is
the
that right?
past, so you have to have spares, you have to have tools, you have to know how to fix things. So here comes Wichita State crew. Actually, that is St. Thomas. They are borrowing Wichita State's shell, but they're using their own blades, and they're making a lot of headway.
They are. Wow.
from the last time that we saw them. They've really got a breakaway.
Yeah.
Look at how much they have cleared the Wichita State boat that was in second in the middle. They must have really executed the parts of their race plan that they wanted, especially this last half, probably the sprint.
They really pulled away there.
That was quite impressive.
Yeah.
Hope they beat their goal time because they really worked hard for that one.
See the shocker boat getting ready to cross right here in the middle of your screen. Getting close to the finish line.
Varsity 4. Second call, heat 1, men's varsity 4.
And there they have finished. Got one more boat to cross the finish line here. Another shocker team right there.
They're just working on their flow together too. It's good not to be discouraged even if you are in one of the final boats, because any time on the water is good time, and you can always work on perfecting your partnership together with those two people. You can work on your blade work, working on the set of the boat. So they looked like they were really rowing well together towards the end there.
That's a good point. You can always be working on your game, right?
It's true, because even if the weather's nice, you could have, lightning, you could have be torrentially raining, you could have the wind could be too high that day, and the chop could be too heavy and dangerous. So really anytime you can get on the water is good. And during the winter, shocker rowing practices inside on ergs or ergometers. So everyone's kind of lined up in a mass group of ergs, and you don't get water time for a while in Kansas. So it's got to warm up just a little bit, not
Right.
be too cold.
Nice to have that facility, though.
It is. Yes.
This is the Plains Regional Regatta on the Arkansas River in downtown Wichita. Just had our second race of the day there, the men's doubles. And we've got another men's doubles event coming up next, right?
Yes, we do. This will be Heat 2. And the top two in this race will go on to the grand final this afternoon. We're going to have K-State in lane 1, St. Thomas in lane 2, and a Wichita State crew in lane 3. There's some people just warming up, using
There they are.
the sidewalk stretch of the river to get in a good warm-up. You can bike, you can run, you can walk, you can take your pets out. It's just a really nice area to be in. It's really built up quite well.
It really has. This whole area is just a nice place to come down by the river and take a walk, go for a jog, enjoy events like this.
Exactly.
We've got Riverfest coming up here next month, and
Yeah.
there are going to be events down here as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that they have announced the concert lineup for Riverfest.
They have pretty
So,
big names.
Could be pretty fun.
So again, we're getting set here for the second heat of the men's doubles. And now you see on the bridge there, the Prairie Fire Marathon is going on this morning. So you're going to see runners all throughout the morning up there. And it's just a busy place to be down here.
Yeah, so they got started early.
Yes.
They have been running all morning.
All morning.
It's a good turnout. There was so many of them this morning running. It's really cool.
So great to see these events down here, downtown Wichita, going on together, and so many people taking part. Kudos for them for getting out and running, right?
Right. I bet they're grateful for this weather too.
I bet
They'll
they
feel a little bit
are.
of a breeze.
Yeah.
Just a little smidge of a chill in the air.
Just a little bit.
Bearable. I think the
Yeah.
athletes are grateful, and those of us sitting are like just bundled up, just a smidge.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's very fine.
So while we wait for the next race, looks like there they are, starting line, getting ready. This is a new shot we have this year for the regatta right there on the starting line. It's just a great perspective as the boats get ready to take off, and we get to see them on the first part of the course in this from this view.
And I'll pick on that middle boat. You can see some of the blades kind of popping in and out at different times.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Bowseat is trying to row them up a little bit. Ultimately, someone on the shore is trying to line up all three boats and keep the bows, the point that's furthest away from us, get them all in alignment
Okay.
so that the sprint race can be as even as possible, that they are all have the same starting point. And then you really are racing against each other as you look at each other across the river. That's how you can easily see who's in the lead in spring racing.
Final call, heat 1, men's varsity 4.
And they are trying to also sometimes just get a point. If the wind is just right, it will move your boat, and so you're making all these small adjustments. This blade got flipped upside down on the far left. He's trying to hold a point while moving the other blades. So it looks like the wind took them, and they're having to back and then reposition themselves.
Okay.
And the other two, because you're smaller, we mentioned that, like, you got to do small boats early in the morning so that less wind is coming in. But the other two just have to try to hold their point as much as possible while this boat will take that time. It's really important to make sure you don't start in a bad position, because also it's for safety.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just about if I have a good point to win or have a good go at the race, but safety is important, and this far right boat is also kind of getting close to that buoy. I'm not sure that was intentional, but I think if their first stroke can clear that, they're fine.
Okay.
Depends on what the race officials down there want and how long also it takes. So the flag is up, and they're getting ready to call them to row. And we're waiting. They're sitting at the ready. They should be. Attention, row.
All right. They are off.
If it ever looks on this, from this view, that they're actually not in a line, it's okay, because it's the person on the shore is generally accounting also for the river not being in a straight line either.
Okay.
So it can more often than not look like they're not in a straight line to the common person, but the aligner is trained and knows what points along the river they're looking for to make sure it is a fair race.
I was going to ask about that because the boat on the far right
Looked further
looked
up.
further up,
They look
yes.
smaller in our view. Yeah, it's to account for the shift of the river. It's not as it's just not a straight line or a parallel river. There's some bends to it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think about it, lane 1, which is closest to us, is going to have almost a shorter course if the river is bending towards them the
True.
whole time. So that's why that farther lane probably looked like they had a, quote, head start, if you will. Just looked like they had a few meters up on them. It's to account for all of that. So everyone should be rowing 1,700 meters by the end of this race is the
Right.
plan.
I didn't know that. Learned something today, Lisa.
Yay! After 4 years.
Yes, for 4
We've
years.
got new information coming in.
I'm
This is
still
good.
learning.
This is good.
So we've got Wichita State on the right of your screen. We've got St. Thomas right in the middle, and then K-State will be on the left. Here for another heat of the men's double.
Mentioned in that first heat, we saw University of St. Thomas men rowing in a Wichita State boat, but using their own oars, and that is not uncommon, especially for a traveling crew, to maybe borrow some equipment, maybe borrow all equipment. They're trying to race. Again, you want that water time. You're trying to get as much racing in as possible as you prepare for national championships. So if there's ever a chance to make it work, rowing is a really collaborative sport. And you can see coaches communicating and trying to make sure that the shells can be shared and used, because really the rowers are just needing to adjust the foot stretchers and maybe the seat and the oar locks, but everything else is just the same. It's a rowing show, so it's pretty easy to borrow.
And it's great they can collaborate like that and
Yeah.
share equipment. That way, you can sure you've got teams that are going to be able to come to races like this one today.
Yes. That St. Thomas boat is coming close to those buoys a couple times. I think they're trying to work themselves over and not get too close to that warm-up lane. Those boats we were seeing on the far left a minute ago, they're just trying to warm up and get to the start line.
Mm.
So this men's double was getting just a little close, not dangerously at all, but they were right on the edge, and now they're hugging the bridge, which is a good technique. They just want to row as least strokes as possible to not have to row extra and add to their time.
St. Thomas, they're clearing the first bridge.
Seeing the parents and the grandparents arrive. Everyone's bringing their chairs, getting cozy to support shocker rowing. I don't think we're going to see any rain, but I'm not a weather woman. But I think y'all are safe to come on out today.
Supposed to be in the 60s a little bit later, a little bit warmer.
Yeah.
See the Wichita State team right there. And there's a good shot of the boats. St. Thomas in the middle. The Shockers on the left. And K-State there on your right. Coming into the picture right now.
Good view to just see the blade work and see them hopefully going in together and coming out together at a minimum. But you can also sometimes watch the rockiness of the boat. That one had a big shift in the middle for a point. Sometimes you can see them just trying to keep it level during a stroke. And other times it can look really steady because that means they are maintaining that the whole time. I'm starting to see those puddles from this angle as well.
What should we be seeing with blade work, Lisa? What is like optimal things to look for here for somebody that's really doing a nice job?
Well, I will pick on this boat in the forefront here, the Wichita State oars, but it is the St. Thomas rowers. They're in their purple unitards. So I mentioned when their blades are going in together right there, that's called the catch. So you really want to have those being in sync, and as well as the release, which is when the blades come out right there, when they're popping out and finally seeing air. If you notice, the blades flip on their flat side right away as soon as they released and come out. They have a really good cadence and speed. They're doing it all at the same time. It's like a mirrored image. That means one of the blades isn't catching more air than the other. It's not really slowing them down. They're staying in sync, and they are in the lead. So it's working to their advantage, the aerodynamics of it all. They're also trying to make sure to leverage enough strength along with the technique. You also do not want to cover your blade too deep and end up scooping the blade. That takes technically too much time to bring your blade back out of the water.
Okay.
So they're trying to maximize all the things, which is why time on the water helps. It's just practice makes perfect, and you'll really only get that experience on the water. You can erg all day long, but for months, but until you get some water time in,
makes all the difference.
Really help, yeah.
You can just see, like you said, how in sync they are right now, and they've got a really good lead here in this race. They're in our view, getting close to the finish line now. St. Thomas right there.
They are. It's hard to even tell if they have chosen a sprint to finish out or any punch at the end of their race plan, because they look like they're very much just enjoying a Sunday row. But if you've got a lead like this, that's really not unheard of, like no foul, to just go ahead and enjoy your final strokes. But hopefully they're trying to get a good time and beat their past races. They have not crossed the finish line yet, but they have
stopped rowing.
Stopped. I think they thought they passed it.
Yeah, that'd have been it. There's the Shocker team.
Listening for that horn.
They're getting closer to the finish line here as well.
Just seeing them roll up towards the catch together too. They're trying to stay in sync. It's a lot of trust because the person behind you has to be in time to not, hit you in the back or anything like that. So the more people you get in a boat, the more you got to really be mindful of all that timing of the body movements. So this is K-State coming in the second place in their last and final strokes right now. We have a little rocky few strokes to finish out, but they're gonna get in a good time.
There you can see the stats on your screen. St. Thomas finishing first here in this race. Men's double, then Wichita State and K-State.
Yeah, about 30 seconds or more apart for each crew.
All right, now there you go. Gonna say they're getting ready to start the next one, which is the women's varsity.
This is another event where we have 2 heats coming up. This is a women's varsity 4. And depending on how many women come out and men come out each year is if how many novice boats they'll have. And we will have 2 heats of the women's novice later today, later this morning even still. So we're still looking for a good point across all the boats. There's going to be 2 crews in this race. Oklahoma State and Wichita State. Oklahoma State will be on the left in lane 1 with the orange blades. Wichita State with the yellow on the right. And they're off.
All right, and racing in the St. Thomas boat, we've got Libby Simpson, Bridget Conier, Claire Turnell, Olivia Kramer, Julia Rodriguez, Oklahoma State, Kalina Garletos, Lainey Kirschberger, Alexis Ray, Megan Skinner, and Megan Lyman. Part of those teams here today. What do you think about that start there, Lisa?
Yeah, it was interesting. I'm just, it's hard to say how long some crews have rowed together. I think I would have liked to see just a little bit of a sharper blade work, but ultimately was not bad. And obviously both crews are off to a decent start here. How it works in rowing is if you are a first-year rower, you are a novice, and any year after that, it's basically you're a varsity rower. So even that could mean someone maybe doesn't have a whole lot of experience all the time. Maybe you started as a novice and you just did half a semester or something. You can always row up in the varsity boat, but once you're a varsity, you can never row back down at the novice level. Depending on how many people are on the team, how many women, how many men that you need to fill certain boats. So, for example, you could have 3 varsity rowers in this race, but maybe you need to bring up a novice to fill up a boat. You can always do that. So it's hard to say sometimes what we're watching if any particular crew has raced together for a while, or was maybe sometimes a boat is thrown together to make it work for this race, to have a couple heats going, to have some competition. So. But lane 1, Oklahoma State is looking like they are inching quite farther ahead from Wichita State, but there is still time to make a move.
Now, this is the first race we've seen today with a coxswain, your former position.
Yay, coxswain.
Lisa.
And in these are coxswains in the stern of the boat, not in the bow, so they are facing their stroke seat. They do have a microphone, but we also tend to get a little yelly.
No.
It's kind of a thing. But we're helping execute the race plan, keeping everybody informed. Maybe sometimes it needs to be talked about the strokes per minute, or their speed at any given time, and just conveying that to the rowers so they feel informed and know if maybe they're not going as fast as they once were. Well, the coxswain can call attention to those things. Sometimes it's about technique. Sometimes it's just about morale and motivation for the race. Sometimes it's talking about where the other boats are and conveying that, because as you can tell, these rowers in the Wichita State boat, they can't see where Oklahoma State is. And as a coxswain, I would be mad if they could see. That means they're looking around, and that will impact the set of the boat. So it's important that the coxswain is helping to communicate all those things and make their weight in the boat value added, because they're not adding value in a physical sense, but they're helping mentally in so many ways in executing the race plan.
So would you ever mention where the other boat is at a certain time, or do you just focus
Yes.
on what your rowers are doing?
Yes, it is good to mention it.
Okay.
And as a coxswain, there's different ways like that you need to be mindful of motivation. For example, if you're in a race and maybe you're not the fast one, and maybe everyone's kind of really far ahead. Well, you have to think of what does motivation look like for our crew today, and what can I call them that's a challenge point and bring up to them. Or if they are close, if our bow is to their stern, I can start bringing that up,
Mm.
being like, you can hear their blade work, like, go get them, and just kind of use that to egg them on. And eventually, when you're getting to be side by side, like the rowers can sense or just glance a small glance over, and they can tell where someone the other crew is. So it can get really exciting
Yeah.
when they're neck and neck, and really the rowers are driven that much more
Right.
because that crew is right there. Or I like to challenge my rowers if we're so close that we can hear the other coxswain. And I just am like, get me out of here. Like, you have to row past them. I don't want to hear their coxswain. Let's go. You only
Right.
want to hear me today. So, different things you can use to motivate your crew. And at a home regatta, I always like to call out, either a power 10 or focus 10 for all our friends and family that came to see us today. Like, we have such good fans and really supportive family members. And so I always love to give them a shout out, especially when we're in a stretch coming up closer to the finish line where the families are actually more seated out.
Oh, okay.
I like to show some love and appreciation for all them and use it to motivate the rowers.
There you can see Oklahoma State there on your right with a pretty good lead at this point, and Wichita State on your left.
You can see her puddles kind of going all the way back, so they've been keeping pretty steady.
Hmm.
Kind of seeing some of theirs, but the thing about puddles is they go away, so you can't see them forever, but it does help. They're staying about the same size, at least from this angle too, so they're keeping a good pressure up.
Obviously, this is going to be a quicker time than what we've seen throughout the morning because we have more rowers in the boat.
Definitely. In this Oklahoma State boat, the coxswain is almost laying down,
yeah.
basically, so that would be a bow loader. So she is not looking at her stroke seat in the face like in this for Wichita State. There are different positions, and the strategy of the Oklahoma bow loader is that there's less wind resistance, is what that's supposed to cause. Like,
Okay.
the coxswain is already being a weight without adding physicality. So the strategy of those is to cut down also wind resistance, if anything, and distribute the weight, because you are laying. You are not like, you're doing like a half a sit up with your legs straight for all of these meters, all the
Wow.
warm up and all the row of the 1700 meters. You can hear the fans. They're getting close here.
Yep, Oklahoma State's in our view, heading down the stretch. And Wichita State boat is right there as well.
And they can hear their friends and family cheering for them from this distance. So hopefully it feels good for them to know they're supported.
Yeah.
Getting these last few strokes in, crossing that finish line. Look at those puddles from that angle. Boat curved just a smidge to miss that buoy.
Oklahoma State across the finish line there. The Shockers getting close here. And there you have it. Oklahoma State winning this heat. Wichita State taking second. Women's varsity 4.
Getting ready for Heat 2, which will have Wichita State and St. Thomas from St. Paul, Minnesota. They're from a colder climate, so unless they're able to travel early in the spring, crews that are in the north don't get as much water time typically unless you are afforded the opportunity to kind of maybe do some training in a warmer state. Wichita State, I'm not sure if they still do, but a lot of times we would go to Louisiana for spring break because it's still fairly cold here. And it allows us, pretty consistent week of calm waters and decent temperatures. So this St. Paul, Minnesota team, it's always just hard to say if they've been able to practice very early or not this year. There's our people coming out, looking pretty full. Still plenty of room for seating. We can see some spots in our eyesight too.
Yes.
You can bring your bike.
Bring
You
your pet.
can follow the boats and bike alongside them.
All right, here we go with this race, Lisa. The women's varsity 4, second heat. Wichita State will be on your left. St. Thomas on your right for this race. Good sound of the water.
Yeah. The coxswains sound a little fuzzy,
A little bit.
squirrely. It looks like they're both bow loader 4s.
Now, which did you prefer? Where did you prefer to be when you were a coxswain? Or did you?
I don't think I had a strong preference. I know when I was in the bow, I got more wet because my bow seat or whoever was splashing their blade more, and that splash range is right in your lap a bit.
Oh,
So I always had to make sure I was wearing slicky type of clothes,
right.
dry off a little better. Just sometimes hitting your face or whatever, and you're trying to see, but it can be harder on your vocal cords because you're in a reclined position and trying to be aggressive. But the steering wise, like, not much else was really a factor. Whether you're in front of, like, if there's 4 people in front of you or you're in a bow loader, like, it's not too difficult to see either way. So the steering mechanisms are a little different, but
It seems to me you'd have a better point of view. You could see better if you're on the stern rather than the bow, because the bow, you're like way down low. Is that true?
yeah, especially if these crews were closer together, you might not know how close or if the blades are close, because then you would have to be looking around yourself from the bow if you're down in the middle of the boat, down in the deck. So there are pros and cons of each, of just what you can see or your weight distribution. Sometimes being in front of that stroke seat, they can feed off of you too. So you can make facial expressions or like just something that's more aggressive, versus just the sound of your voice in a bow loader. There's all different techniques to lean in on as a coxswain.
A lot to be thinking about.
Yes.
All right, St. Thomas approaching the bridge first here. A little bit of a lead over the shocker boat.
Yeah. This could be interesting if they stay this close.
Yeah.
And they're both fighting because only one boat from this heat will go to the grand finals. So that's on their mind right now, especially being close still, but we'll see if Wichita State continues their breakaway. But that's St. Thomas. St. Thomas is in the lead.
They're looking like they're in a pretty good rhythm there, Lisa.
Yeah. You can almost hear it, the thud of the oars and the oar lock as it rotates when they get to the release. It's a photogenic sport, and when it's done right, the sounds are also very unique, unlike any other sport. And you could just tell when a crew is really flowing.
All right, they've got St. Thomas on your left, Wichita State on your right. Here in the second heat of the women's varsity 4. Like Lisa said, the winner of this goes on to the final later today. Just a little bit of a breeze every once in a while. Otherwise, pretty calm morning for the rowers.
Yeah, the water's staying pretty consistent. Doesn't look like anything to be worried about as we continue racing today. Hopefully it stays this level of calm.
Mm-hmm. Hard to tell about much of a lead at from this point of view. It looks fairly close right now.
Yeah, it does, and they'll start to inch closer together too, so we'll see. I think they skipped the middle lane, maybe intentionally, I'm not sure, but as far as when they were assigning these two boats this morning. So we'll see once they get a little bit closer. We'll hear some cheers.
Right.
Because this will be an exciting one to watch.
What do you, if you're the coxswain in these boats, what are you telling your racers at this point, Lisa?
There's still a chance. We got to break away. There's
Okay.
still time for us. Maybe calling a power 20 to try to have that breakaway. Power 20 is just 20 strokes of specifically higher rating and higher power to get the split a little bit lower. And then the risky part, if you will, is after that 20 is to also maintain a cadence of coming off of that. That's not too slow. That's not staying too aggressive where you burn out. So the 20, and it could be a power 10, a power 15, something, but to use it sparingly, but in a good part of the race. And by now they're going to be thinking about their sprint sequence and the end of the race. Generally about maybe the last 300 or more meters and what can be done in that time.
You can hear the supporters getting loud as the boats are almost within our view here. St. Thomas with a fairly good lead at this point. On the left of your screen, Wichita State on the right.
They're going to try to make a move here.
Shocker's trying to move up here.
There is still time. I know it looks like St. Thomas is in the lead, which they are, but it is still possible to have a breakaway with the right power, especially if the leading crew is getting tired. You just don't know, so you can't account that someone's in the lead. They'll stay in the lead. But in this case, we are running out of water, getting close to that finish line, and I think they've hit it now. St. Thomas is rowing through the bridge to finish
There you
out.
go. Close race, though. Closest one of the day.
Yes.
St. Thomas winning this heat of the women's varsity 4. Wichita State taking second there. That means St. Thomas will be moving on to the finals later this afternoon.
That's right.
But good showing by both teams, don't you think?
Yeah.
All right, you are watching the Plains Regional Regatta here on the Arkansas River, downtown Wichita today. Get a look at the course right there, and you can see where the boats are starting, where they're finishing, kind of the bend like Lisa talked about with the river. And you can see there on the far right the staggered start that you talked about, and that is due to the bend in the river.
And the aligner that I mentioned is on the shore side of the river that's closest to us too. So they're usually using something on the far side as their opposite means of measuring. The lane that was closest to us, in this case on the far right, I think, or the far left would be the warm-up lane. So everyone's racing down there in a single file. It's the smallest lane to get to the start line. We have really nice bridge arches here in Wichita. So if you want to come row here, that we don't have scary ones or narrow ones like some other cities have. So as a coxswain, it's quite nice that we have nice, safe arches, especially in the early morning. It's dark still.
Yeah.
So they are not lit. That would be kind of nice and cool if they were, but You get to know your arches very well in the dark as a coxswain. They're counting on you. So it's not just on race day that you need a coxswain. We're useful for a number of things.
Great shot here of the course on the Arkansas River.
Good old classy Wichita.
There it is. As it come up on the last bridge right there.
The exploration place up on the left.
Yep. River Vista Apartments right there on your left as well. Home of Shocker Rowing. And then, of course, right before that bridge right there is the finish line today.
It's a calm day when that was filmed.
It was
Some
nice and
good
calm,
rowing on
nice
that
and
day.
sunny. So we are getting ready for our next race here. It's going to be the men's varsity 4. And again, this will have 2 heats.
Yep.
Have the first one coming up here. It'll be Oklahoma State and KU racing each other today here at the Plains Regional Regatta in downtown Wichita.
We've got one boat from each of these heats will advance to the grand final.
About 53 this morning, 62 later. So far the rain's held off, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Nice morning to come down and watch some racing here on the Arkansas. Bring a couple blankets.
Yeah.
Probably have to shed them later this afternoon.
Yeah. That's the hope.
Yeah, exactly.
First call, heat 1, men's singles. First call.
So this will be the first men's varsity 4 we've seen. We obviously saw the women 2 heats right there, Lisa. What are you looking for here with the men?
Well, it's going to be typically even faster times than the women. I know that OSU raced a varsity 4 at the end of March. There was a recent regatta with a time of 8 minutes, 40 seconds. And then we've got KU also in this race. And if it's the same lineup of men, they were rowing around a 7-minute, 40-second race. So it should be interesting with that kind of gap and what the water is doing today and how the rowers are feeling. And also they may have switched up who's in what seat since then. That's the thing about rowing is you can always be changing your lineup after regattas and moving on to the next one, getting ready. There they go for the announcer. So we'll be looking for the Oklahoma State and KU varsity men's 4. Should be underway, and we'll see how that's going shortly.
In the KU boat, we'll have Joshua Pozansky, Kai Warnelli, Will Dorez, Cooper Stone, and Joshua Ryan. Oklahoma State boat, we're going to have Drew Waters, Sam Korn, Braxton Johnson, Quentin Koninger, and Carson Hensley rowing today for those 2 teams. There's a good shot of the women's 4 coming off the water over there with their boat.
What's impressive about this regatta is we are running on time right now, and I just love it when a regatta is running on time.
How often does that happen?
I don't know, but when it's off, I mean, again, it's just sometimes you do have to wait for these crews to get to the start line. Like, you can't just drop a crew off at the start line. So
Right.
there's a lot of different things at play. And if someone's ready to launch, but maybe a rower just got sick or just had to go to the bathroom, or maybe like something is broke at the dock and you're trying to get that fixed in time. So there can always be a few delays. And we're not too far behind. And in fact, the race that I heard was starting must not have been this one. So they are still getting ready at the start line and getting in position, making small adjustments with the coxswain's call. They're both bow loaders. See, they're all sitting at the
Oh,
ready. KU, well, they're trying to. Making small adjustments, waiting for the aligners flag.
Oklahoma State on the left, KU on the right. Men's varsity 4, heat number 1 here. And they're off.
They're off. And they're starting their start sequence, which is generally 4 to 5, sometimes 6 partial strokes. They're really brief. They're they're not even all the same partial strokes. There could be different measurements of almost like a baby stroke, but it's all in rapid succession. And that's to get the boat moving from a complete stop position and then work into the full strokes with power right off the bat. Usually about maybe a high 10. Sometimes they'll do a high 20, and then you work into a settle. So that's what we're seeing here is they all just kind of got that quick burst in. Then they're settling into these power strokes because this movement of the blades coming in and out is a lot faster than when you see them sometimes over here.
Right. Yeah.
So that's either because maybe they're not doing a start sequence at the finish, or maybe this is just the highest part of the whole day. They could be doing 40 strokes a minute almost. Like they just want to get a good burst in. But you've got to be able to control your breathing and come back off of that and then keep a good pace from there. And not rush your other rowers. These puddles look a lot more white-capped than some of the others we've seen.
They do.
So there's a lot of power coming through. I'm looking hungry for it. I think it's nice. Again, these two boats are close together, so could be some good feeding off of each other.
Oklahoma State with a slight lead right now, but like you said, they're pretty close. And they are really moving.
Yeah, so their coxswains are aiming for the spot of the bridge that they want to, so they may stay really, really close like this as long as there's no danger. They can stay that way. And some regattas also will make you maintain your lane throughout on a sprint course. Some are a little more flexible, but the ones that are strict will have penalties. You will get some time added on to your course if you go off. So your coxswain hopefully is keeping you in the right lane the whole time and not causing any additions like that. So we've got a red buoy coming up. So KU adjusted a little bit to make way for that, I think, is what it looked like from our angle. Now I think they'll cut back over, and now the coxswain can see the next bridge arch and the one they want to take, or should take. And just keeping a straight line at this point. The river doesn't curve too much here. So now you're just trying to get that speed out of the rowers. Like, hey, I'm not on the rudder. It's on you. Like, let's go faster. I'm not impeding you.
Right.
And then as a coxswain, I would also call them out. Like, you can see your puddles. You can see our deck. Like, you can see the stream of water that we're leaving. So make those puddles bigger. What can you do? Like, where's that power? Because they can see it better than I can at this point if I was in a bow loader.
Good shot of the puddles right here from this point of view, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Looking a lot stronger. Like I said, this is the men's varsity 4. We can keep an eye out for the 8s later today, too. The Oklahoma State is rowing a good race right now. And they do have lane 1, but it shouldn't be too much worse to have lane 2. Like, the aligner kept them all together, so really not too strong of an advantage. I think they're just rowing a better and stronger course. There is one duck that is trying to enter the race.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it left.
Oh, my gosh. As a coxswain, you can't steer for them. You have to, like, pray the wildlife will move on. You have to not impede your own race for them. I'm glad that one worked out.
Got a lot going on as a coxswain, don't you?
You do. Oh. You do.
Oklahoma State looks like they've increased their lead.
And the white shocker boat you're seeing behind them with the people standing up, and that contraption is a wakeless boat. It's the officials' boat. It's supposed to have the most minimal wake. Therefore, if another crew was back there or that they're trying to be aligned with, as an official, you don't want to be causing any more issues to the race, and the wake is supposed to be as minimal as possible. That's the officials on that boat are also the ones that will use a flag or call you out if you are entering the wrong lane you're not supposed to, if
Okay.
there's a safety issue that they can start calling attention to, and the rowers can see that. And your stroke sheet should be the one telling the coxswain, hey, if you can't hear the officials, they're waving a flag, and so
Okay.
they communicate in that way. Can hear them getting closer to that finish line.
Can hear those supporters.
Wonder if it's KU or OSU making the bigger noise right now. It's hard to say.
You can really hear the coxswain of Oklahoma State, can't you?
Yes. Yelling something new in each stroke. Let's go, boys.
He's really
Get
cheered
it.
him on, isn't he?
Trying to hear at the end.
Follow through, he said that. He said, let's go, boys. Oklahoma State's going to win this heat here. They're getting really close to the finish line.
Not sure if we have a horn this year, but
I haven't heard a
so
horn
much.
yet either.
Really looking forward to that horn.
I could do one if you want.
Thank you. Thank you for volunteering.
There's KU getting ready to cross the finish line as well here in the first heat of the men's varsity 4.
There you go. So Oklahoma State will advance to the final for the men's varsity 4.
That was a fun race to watch.
It was.
There you see the unofficial results there. Oklahoma State and KU in that heat.
So a much faster time than I
Yeah.
mentioned the recent regattas, but keep in mind, distance is relative too. So it's hard to say if those were 2,000 meter spring races. Ours again is 1,700 meters here today. Water conditions will play a part in that too. Those could have been rougher regattas that day. So.
All right, we got the second heat here of the men's varsity 4 just got underway. You've got Wichita State on your left, St. Thomas on the right. Should be very similar to our last one.
Yeah, they look like they got a good start out the gate and nice steady strokes here. Everything looks like it's going according to race plan. Pretty good there. And again, this is the varsity men's 4. They could be all 4 varsity. If you are a novice, you can always race up. So it's possible that we may have some newer rowers in the boat as well. But if it is a novice boat, you cannot race down as a varsity rower, meaning you have rowed more than 1 year.
Pretty close race so far right here on this part of the course. Just got underway. Again, fairly calm day there on the river. Little bit of a breeze.
Yeah, I've been watching this water flow, and you can see there's just more of a consistent rippling, but it's not getting worse, and that's what I've been watching, and that's really good to hear. I'm sure the rowers are watching that too. It's just a little bit of chill in the air, but nothing they can't handle. Sure, plenty of them are getting a good warm-up. On these sidewalks, you can follow the race course. It's all paved down there. You can do a run. You can do a bike. Some of the rowers will bring a bike. They can do. They are just keeping it steady. So far, we have Wichita State in the lead. On the left, coming up to that bridge first, hugging tight on lane 1. And St. Thomas is approaching in second.
Just getting to the first bridge there. And there you can see more of the pronounced white caps like you pointed out last race, Lisa. Really
It's always better to have rower-made white caps than row on a river that the wind is making
Yeah.
white caps, because I remember those, and that is a bit violent and scary.
But that's not fun.
You're not, like, look how close. I mean, we're sitting on the water basically. There's a rowing shell, but it's not the most sturdy of boats if there's a lot of wind going on. And the coaches are always monitoring that and checking it. If it is too bad, we won't row. It's important to stay safe. Again, if there's lightning, things like
Yeah.
that, we always try to be watchful of that. Which is just so nice to see Wichita State's growth over the years with this facility that we have on the Arkansas River, right near the keeper, and seeing the students still come out and get to participate in this sport. It's not an NCAA sport, it's club based, so just allowing a lot of different students to walk on and be a part of something that they might not have otherwise in college. And we're coming up on our 50th anniversary as a sport at Wichita State, and I think that's really impressive.
How exciting is that?
Yeah, and that'll be next year that we
Yeah.
can officially celebrate.
Sure, there'll be some fun activities planned as far as the 50th anniversary
Yes,
goes.
I know they have a Facebook page for Shocker Rowing, so make sure you're following that, and on Instagram. All the alumni, I'm sure, will be happy to get to see each other and reunite, which we do sometimes, but we'll have a good reason to next year for 50th anniversary.
All right, there you have Wichita State on the right of your screen in the lead. St. Thomas on the left. Just passing the 5-minute mark here in the men's varsity for the second heat today.
We saw a lot of we saw some novice boats this morning and some small boats. No one has caught a crab yet, which would be the rowing equivalent of maybe a personal foul, like just anything that you're causing to impact your own boat, causing a little bit of a break, if you will, from anybody's oar at any given time. It's never intentional, but it can be detrimental to the point in the race, to the speed you're gaining. It could be physically causing an injury to the person that caught the crab, things like that. So everything looks good so far. Everybody's been very steady on their rowing. Very consistent. Again, we got two bow loaders. You can see their heads just popping out of the deck of the boat. They're going to get excited as they
getting
approach
to
their fans and their family.
There you go. Shocker supporters getting loud as the boat gets up closer to the finish line, almost in our view. Nice steady pace there.
Yeah, I think they got to feel quite good going into the finish line. By now, all four rowers can definitely see the lead that they're making on that other team, and that helps them also determine how much energy they want to keep giving. Again, this is just the heat to get into the finals. So if you've got a good enough lead, it's highly likely that maybe you want to not exert so much energy in the finals. You just want to cross it first so that you can advance to the finals.
There you go. Wichita State is crossed. There you see St. Thomas getting ready to cross as well.
They're in a Shocker boat, but they have their purple unitards on.
So Wichita State takes the second heat this morning of the men's varsity 4 right there.
Getting ready for the men's singles are coming up next. Still pretty early to get those underway. Racing schedule is on time. We're right on time. I love it. So
They
we
are
have
rolling.
K-State in lane 1 and Wichita State in lane 2. But this would be just a warm-up single right now.
Just getting ready for the race.
It will begin any moment now, I'm sure.
This is the Plains Regional Regatta here on the Arkansas River in downtown Wichita. Nice morning for the race.
Yeah, nice morning for that dog across the way. Look, just enjoying this 54-degree weather day.
Yeah. Not much wind, 10 miles per hour. Just a little
bit
overcast.
Overcast, yeah, but this rain is not coming. I'm telling you, it's not coming.
Well, you've been right so far, Lisa.
Yeah, it's not coming today. There were sprinkles to start out the day, and sprinkles are okay, especially in different colors. But we just are going to hold off on all the rain altogether.
But the cooler weather, you're a fan of as a rower.
For the rowers, if as a coxswain and a spectator, I'm
No.
still have all my layers on. But as a rower and as the prairie fire runners, I'm sure they're grateful for this type of temperature today. So.
All right, and we are joined by a special guest here this morning, Dr. Shirley Lefevre, Executive Vice President and Provost at Wichita State. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
Now, let's talk about a little bit about what do you do at Wichita State?
All of the academic programs and student affairs. So about 75% of the university reports to me.
Okay. Now, is this the first time you've been at the regatta?
It is the first time. I've been out to the rowing club before, but this is the first time I've participated in a regatta. I don't know if you call this participating.
First time you watched in person, you spectated the
Yes,
regatta.
yes.
That's good.
So what do you think so far?
It's awesome. I
Yeah.
love all the people, and it's great to see our students out here participating. So it's fun.
What do you think the impact is on Wichita to have an event like this down here on the river?
You know, I love every opportunity that Wichita State is here immersed in the community and participating in these kinds of events. I think the more people we bring together, it's just that sense of vibrancy and community that we're very lucky here at Wichita that we can do.
Yeah, very lucky to have this facility. I know, Lisa, you love this facility.
Yeah. I'm an alumni, so we didn't have this facility for me, but it's so awesome like that we get to have it now and get to have future generations still getting to row and participate in this. So it's really amazing, and plus the community gets to enjoy it with boats and bikes. You can kayak,
Yep.
you can paddleboard, all the things. So
Walk your dogs.
There you go, yeah. Great place to walk your dogs, too.
And I understand you were a rower
I was
yourself.
a coxswain, yes.
Okay. Okay.
I have rowed. I competed as a coxswain for Wichita State and stuck around to volunteer for quite a while after. Yeah, and the
great.
Wichita Rowing Association is the other community rowing group in town too. So there's a lot of ways to get involved, and it's just nice to have people like you, like just people that can come and support, because these are student athletes, and you know we go to school, we work, and then we practice all the time. So it's good to see the support coming out and cheering them on, and they're doing so good today. Got the singles racing right now. This is going to be Heat 1 for the men's single, so K-State and Wichita State are in the men's single right now.
You got K-State on your left, Wichita State there on your right. Just getting underway, like Lisa said. And it is so important to have not just Wichita State leaders, but community leaders be a part of this, right?
Correct. Right. It's always great when we're in the same space and kind of sharing a vision for where we want Wichita to be and just working towards that.
Yeah. Great event, bringing people down here on the water. Of course, we have the marathon, Prairie Fire Marathon going on this morning too.
Yes,
a lot
lots
of
of people
activity.
out.
Yes.
Lots of people.
Yeah, one of our few home regattas, so it's nice to have the space and the river to get to support that.
It's a beautiful venue.
Yes.
All right, K-State with a pretty sizable lead here, Lisa.
Yeah, definitely making easy way through this race course. It's not that Wichita State is even looking too bad. They're looking really good on the race course, so it could just be a matter of the power coming through for that K-State boat. Could be number of years experience, hard to say, but they're both rowing a really good race, I would say, right now.
And again, you're all by yourself in this race, so.
You're all by yourself. You're
Yeah.
encouraging yourself. You're steering your boat. You're powering your boat. And it'll be quite a few more meters until they can hear their peers and their fans and friends over here supporting them. So definitely a bit of a mental sport right now.
We had the women's singles earlier. This is our first men's single heat today. K-State approaching the first bridge there.
Yep, going to be a little bit of a longer race. It's just you powering the boat, a lot more can go wrong, but I'm just glad the water is staying really pretty calm. That wind speed was about 10 miles an hour, so
Mm-hmm.
not too intimidating if you're in a single. Just nice, good strokes from those Wichita State rower right here.
We'll have the final heats coming up later on this afternoon. Several more qualifying to come this morning, though.
Have you ever gotten to join the rowing team early in the morning or row in a boat yourself or anything like that?
I have not.
Not yet.
I've been watching and participating as a fan.
Yeah.
I know some of the students on the team, so it's kind of fun to see them, and
Right.
they're obviously enjoying themselves quite a
Yeah.
bit.
Such a
So,
unique sport.
yeah,
It's a really
yeah.
fun.
Yeah. And that's what we've found at Wichita State, is that the rowing team is you don't often hear about them, and so to have opportunities like the regatta here is a really nice
Yeah.
chance to highlight those student athletes. So,
I agree. Definitely.
and I understand we have athletes from every major, and
It takes all kinds. It
that's
does.
right.
It does. Because if you're interested, you can join. It's so
That's right.
awesome. Yep.
and you don't even have to have years and years of prior
No.
experience, which I think is
Yeah.
really a nice opportunity for students who've always wanted to be a student athlete and just hadn't found their niche yet.
Right.
So,
Yeah, our crossover athletes, like we have some swimmers that maybe they're not going to be a collegiate swimmer at Wichita State, but we do have rowing. And so a lot of that tends to cross over, like taller athletes. We have a home for you at Wichita Rowing.
that's right.
And just, I was a first time athlete too, coming out for rowing. So you can come from nothing, you can come from other sports. Again, any major. It was just across the board.
Yeah. We know that one of the things that makes a student successful at any institution is getting involved. And so this is just one more example of something you might not think about as you look at going to the university, but then having this opportunity, just, you never know what kinds of
Yeah.
interests it
Right.
will spark.
That's very true.
And what a great program to be a part of, the way it's grown over the years and its status right now, too. So, yeah, absolutely. I understand that you can actually do some rowing through boats and bikes on the river, right, Lisa?
You can. You can. They have all different things that you can rent. So you can do kayaking and paddleboarding, and you can rent out a rowing show. And they can help you learn to row a little bit. And then I mentioned Wichita Rowing Association. So if you find your love and you're just not in school anymore, you're not in college, like there are plenty of places to still get involved. A lot of adults in the community are rowing on that. And there's a youth program at Wichita Rowing Association as well. So that if you do want to get some practice and then join the Wichita State rowing team when you're in college, like totally an option there. There's a lot of regattas all across the country that people are signing up for and involved with. So Wichita Rowing Association, or just even as an independent rower, if you've got a single and you want to go sign up, if you've got your squad of 4 people and you find a boat to borrow, we talked about that, you are welcome. It's just such a good community of people that, yeah, follow the same unique sport and have the same love of it.
If you're starting out, what would you choose to do? Would this race?
No.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You've got to be pretty experienced, right, to do a single.
But they do have what's called a rec single, so a recreational single, and it's not as narrow and tiny, and it's built to be more stable.
Okay, good.
You can't
That's
do
what I
those.
would need.
You can do those and feel one with the water, but not that you're gonna tip over and be scared.
I don't want to be that one with the water.
Yeah, you don't. You really don't. And then like the 4s and the 8s are more stable. Still, every oar is important in its position, so you're not tipping the boat as an 8, but this just tends to be a lot more stable. So there's a lot more things to keep the boat steady. Versus this, the blades are in motion right now. You have to be steady and use your core so that you're not flipping over. And he's just enjoying his Sunday row. It's just
Yeah.
such a calm, wonderful morning for this.
Makes it look easy, doesn't he?
He does.
So
that's
is this our first
K-State.
place person?
Yep, this will be K-State, and they are getting ready to finish or hit the finish line here in just a few seconds.
And this will be Heat 1, so he will advance to the grand finals later. He's just giving a shout out to the camera even just now. I think he made eye contact. He had a good row. I don't think he's exhausted.
He's feeling
He's
good.
ready for the next one. He could be in a 4 later today tonight. He's
Nice
ready to
warm-up.
go. So with rowing, you're not just rowing one race per day. You could be rowing in multiples, any number of races that you can fit in and are needed, but hopefully not getting too tired.
How many teams do we have participating this weekend?
We have 6 today. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have 6 in the furthest away is St. Paul, Minnesota. It's from University of St. Thomas. But we also have Oklahoma State, K-State, KU, University of St. Louis, Wichita State.
And we've got our second heat here in the men's single. Wichita State there on your left, and the University of Nebraska-Lincoln is on your right. Just got underway. Should be very similar to the last race that we saw as far as times go.
They're a bit close together, so really
Yeah, they
watching
are.
those blades because they could be detrimental in a single. So University of Nebraska is giving way to make sure that that does not happen, so that's good. And just in a moment, they've spread apart that much. That's how much power you can put as a single and really impact the direction. So it's really important, really, the levers, because do you want to move a lot? Do you just want to move a little bit? And you're the judge of that, and you're impacting that with your stroke of how much pressure is happening. This Wichita State boat staying really consistent, hasn't hardly looked back for a point. I think, one, it's home court advantage. They are pretty familiar with the curve of the river, but they can see their streak of that water they're leaving behind. They have a good judge of if they've stayed in a straight line. They're probably watching distance to those buoys of the warm-up lane. And as it gets closer, I expect them to look a little more and just make sure they're in line with the bridge. But University of Nebraska is obviously just trying to keep a bearing. They're not as familiar with this river. But you're really not looking back. You're rowing without seeing. It's just such a unique aspect to the sport. It's possible that he's wearing sunglasses with a mirror, but I can't see that from here.
Okay.
But a lot of the advanced, if you go to a bigger regatta, they will have that so that they don't have to look, because you are impacting your set. You know, like you're shifting your whole weight around a little bit. Try to be having as least impact as possible, but
Another tool they can use.
yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not considered, illegal or anything. It's just if you have an attachment, you can use it. I'm very impressed, though. Like, he's not looked back once, and there's a bridge coming, and I'm impressed. And he's going to miss. It's like he has to have a mirror because he's like staying perfectly in his lane without looking. Okay, he's going to see that buoy now when he passes it, and then he'll pivot a little bit.
Adjust a little bit, yeah.
Just a smidge. So this could be an interesting finish with the consistency of lane 1 and Wichita State versus the power that University of Nebraska is bringing. Time will tell. Slow and steady could win the race.
A lot of things to consider, Dr. Lefevre, aren't there? But they make it look easy.
Yes, there's a little look, finally, over the shoulder. It's nice to have this view this year for that boat.
Yes.
Following them at this angle. You can see the distance a little bit better of how much of a lead Nebraska has. It's to his advantage. I don't know if Wichita State can hear that other boat anymore, but that's always an auditory clue. But if the further you get away, maybe you're just like, okay, I can't tell where they are. But Nebraska can keep, pushing away. Like, I see how far the distance is. I want to make it more. They're at the advantage that they can see better. But this is just a heat. Only one team advances. So I don't know if Nebraska will want to conserve energy, seeing how much the lead is, if there will be a distance that's comfortable for him. Because from this angle, it looks like it's lessening. Like, the gap maybe got a little shorter. especially because he's covering so much more distance. Remember,
Right.
he overcorrected a little bit earlier.
Doesn't look like he's slowing down.
No.
Took a peek right there to see where he was.
His blade work, he's tilting a little bit to the right, so this blade sometimes comes out like looking like it came out too soon and it flips a little more. This one gets a full stroke in. And his is consistent and mirrored the whole time. I'm talking about Wichita State's boat. The W's are visible and covered at the same time, and they're coming out together, and he's not wobbling at all.
No,
So he's been practicing a while.
you could tell.
Doing a good job.
They should be approaching our line of sight here in a few minutes.
We just saw Heat 1 come through the return dock. So you race a whole event, and then you carry your heavy equipment out of there yourself. Lift it up out of the water. Like I said, it's an equipment-based sport, and we're fortunate at Wichita State. We have the ability to have a lot of equipment at our disposal to get to use and race this many events, and also be borrowing it out to traveling teams so they don't have to bring as many equipment pieces and shells and oars and things like that. So through the course of the day, as a reminder, if you see a W blade, that doesn't always mean it's a Wichita State crew. Pay attention to the unitards and the uniforms that people are wearing to make sure.
Definitely looks like the lead has grown now
It
for
has-
Nebraska.
Yes.
And it'll be here in front of us pretty quick.
Pretty soon. Looks glassy. The water is
It
looking
does.
so good.
Really nice.
First call, Heat 1, men's novice 4.
All right, got the men's novice 4. They're getting ready for
A launch.
the launch there, yeah. There's Nebraska coming across the third bridge.
And a rower is on the bridge, or a runner, sorry, runner's on the bridge too from Prairie Fire,
Yeah,
I think.
they're still going.
Finishing up. Plenty of things to come out and support today.
Kudos to them.
Right. I was a little worried the rain might bother us today.
Yeah,
I
Looks-
know.
Looks like we're going to be okay.
thought about that too. But yeah, it's held off so far. There's the Nebraska rower getting closer to the finish line. And now we see the shocker rower.
Still looking very consistent after all these 1,700 meters. You can tell he's picking up the speed a little bit to finish out his race plan and his race course. It won't be enough to close the gap, but it is important to, again, make sure you execute all the way. And any time on the water is practice time. So those faster strokes, you want to be practicing those as well in a single, and how your boat keeps it set and level while you do that.
And there's Wichita State. They will they're cruising past the finish line right here. Second heat there, the men's singles.
Taking a
And,
breather.
Yeah, take a breather.
Little stroll to the bridge. I always like to row my boat to the keeper a little bit, give him a little bit of a more cool down,
Okay.
because I love the keeper the best. So I was a little bit of personal reason. I was like, I'm just gonna go say hi, and then we'll turn around and then we'll dock.
Nice.
We're so close.
Yes.
That was one of the best views. Like when I was at Coxon, is just to get to go see the keeper
see
in
the
the morning
keeper?
from
Yeah.
the water. It's the best view.
I think the students practice early in the morning every day,
Yeah.
correct? Like 5 a.m., is that
Mhm.
accurate? Yeah. Is it more than one practice per day, or
You
how
know,
does that work?
I think they have changed the program a little bit. When I did it, it was only one, and it was in the morning, so it was dark, and it was useful to accommodate all of our schedules, all different majors
Right, it's
and
hard.
work schedules and things. As a club sport, where most of us are working at the same time. But now I think with the boathouse, I think they've had a lot more flexibility, especially like if you're maybe, let's say you're in a 4 in a Coxon. So if you 5 have a certain time you can row, like I think with the facility allows them a lot more flexibility to work on their schedule. But usually at least once a day you're practicing and getting out here. So could be during the day. but pretty soon it's going to get hotter, so you'll probably want those earlier morning sessions anyways. Well, got some crisscross of the
Yeah.
lanes here. So again, in this one, the stroke seat's probably making a call to that person in front of her, letting them know. Obviously, they can see that they did not go in a straight line to start out the race, but they're just trying to get some correction going here.
This is the women's double, heat number 1, K-State and Wichita State. Now, will K-State they should be on the left of our screen. They're on the right. Do they have
Correct.
to get back in their lane?
They
Or?
were assigned lane 1. It does depend on if the official is going to be strict and picky. I don't think this is a regatta where we add the penalty that I mentioned before.
Okay.
So if they did, that would be very detrimental because that's a lot more water
Right.
to course correct. The official could really just be looking out for safety overall. And so there's no safety issue. They may have just say, you're lane 3 now, go. Like, just stay here. Don't keep changing. And at this point, I would expect that to be the case. They've maintained a steady position now. But they just could have had a really rough start. Rough catches and releases not being the same time. And it really is impactful to that start. Or maybe they didn't have a good point that they thought they had. Or their blades, maybe one of the 4 was in the water slanted and you didn't realize it. And you take that first stroke, well, it just pushes you the wrong way right out the gate. So we'll see how this impacts them overall.
First time we've seen that today.
Yeah, we've had a pretty good morning. A lot of successful starts so far. But yeah, they're going very clean together now.
So we've got Wichita State with a pretty good lead there on the left, K-State on the right. As they get ready to hit the first bridge here.
Looks like we have another team getting ready to enter here.
Oh, yep, here they go. Carrying their boat out to the course.
We'll have 2 heats of the women's double. So this will be heat 1. Only 1 team will advance, but the next heat will have 3 crews racing and 2 will advance from that race.
Good point you brought up about you roll a race and then you get to carry your equipment. Seeing the Wichita State single man right now, he's got his boat out of the water. He's got to carry it by himself.
Yeah. Sometimes someone will help you with your blades, hopefully. Maybe someone can help you lift it out. It depends on who's there. Do you have spare teammates? Are they all on the warm-up lane? Like, you don't always know. So the bigger the crew, the better. That means more people are off the water and can come help you.
True.
So someone's here, they're bringing him his shoes also because you don't row with your own shoes in. You put them in the foot stretchers. So they brought him his shoes, and then you have to take your oars out. And the oars and the boat have to be carried away. And at a busier regatta, there'll be someone keeping time.
Oh, okay.
Calling people out as well. But there's plenty of room here. We're very lucky with this facility and just the length of the dock. The timing of the race, everything's going on time, so we're doing really good. And he has some help, so this is good. Just 2 people will be good. But boats have come a long way in their history, so a lot of them were made of wood. We still have some of those. These are very heavy and painful to lift and carry. And then some of them are made out of composite. A lot of different, more advanced materials that are lighter but sleeker in the water. So if you get a chance to get to tour the boathouse and just even look at some of the shells through time and what we still use or still might rent out or borrow to a visiting crew that can borrow something. So at least this single who has returned is getting some help, so he doesn't have to carry it all by himself.
He is getting some help.
So
That's
nice.
a good thing.
So nice.
So it looks like there's technique involved in putting the boat in the water.
Yes, so the coxswain is also making calls on land as well. So always listen to your coxswain. And that keeps everybody uniform and doing the same thing at the same time. No one's dropping their tip of the boat first and then someone is left kind of holding a bit of the boat. Or again, this equipment is not cheap or easy or quick to fix. So if you are entering a boat on race day, like, good luck getting that fixed. We are lucky with our coach. He's like a wizard at fixing boats. So, but even that will take time. You know, you've got to call the boat off the water. It's kind of got to go into its little hospital slings, and however, if you've got free time, then you can fix that boat. Tends to be how that happens.
All right, women's double heat number 1 here. You've got K-State on the left of the screen, Wichita State on the right with a pretty sizable lead at the 6-minute mark.
They're going a pretty consistent speed too. There's no, they can tell from Wichita State there's no need to really rush the speed. They're flowing really good, so probably going to keep that consistently. And they've got the inside lane too to help out. You can see the other crew. Keep an eye on that distance.
You mentioned the wooden boats. What would those be used for? What kind of races?
We still have wooden 4s.
Okay.
The bow loader being one of them, and the wooden handle. I clearly practice in that one a lot. I remember that one vividly. This one is that we're seeing right in front of us is not a wooden one, but definitely a lot heavier.
Right.
When you think about, like, I don't know if you saw Boys on the Boat that came out over Christmas time. It's the story of the U.S. men's 8 that, you know, in the East Coast, rowing is a little more competitive and maybe like elitist, if you will, of which Ivy Leagues maybe probably had the better team because they had more money to invest versus a scrappy team of just hardworking young men and from a non-Ivy League school and who ended up being the fastest. But I think back to those times and like they were using these wooden boats. That's just all we had.
Yeah.
The evolution of so many things, but also just rowing shells. And the oars are not wooden anymore. They're also made of composites. So there's a lot less splinters in our hands
That's a good thing.
nowadays. Just only blisters, but a lot less splinters.
There you see Wichita State getting ready to cross the finish line. K-State not too far behind right there. And there they are.
Yeah, they're having a good finish. They're rowing pretty well together. That's all you could hope for, too. Making good use of their time on the water.
Finishing up the women's double, heat number 1. You can see the times there.
Yeah, first place was 8 minutes and 7 seconds.
All right, that's the first heat there. Dr. Lefevre, thanks for being with us. And you know, we love this event and all the support that Wichita State is putting behind the rowing here.
Well, it's really my pleasure to be out here, and I appreciate both of you being here and keeping everyone informed about the race.
Yeah,
Of course.
absolutely.
Yes.
It was nice to meet both of
Nice
you.
to meet you too.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah, thank you. Looks like they're kicking off the next race here, Lisa.
Yeah, Heat 2. Again, the top 2 teams from this heat will advance to the grand finals. The women's double. So far today, we've seen a lot of doubles, races, and that is going to be when you see the rowers are sculling, which means they have a blade in each hand, would be that technique of sculling. So right now we are doing the pairs,
Okay.
or the double. And this is a double racing because they have 2 oars. Sounds so calm, but I know it's not for them in real life. But it appears really calm to watch them row.
So on your skin, we'll have, we just saw the Wichita State, a Wichita State team on your right, St. Thomas in the middle, then another Wichita State team on the left there. There's a good look at the Shocker team.
Yeah,
one of them.
if they stay close together, it's going to be, yeah, a lot more exciting with the 3 boats versus the 2. But with the smaller boats, really the speeds just can change quite a bit. It can depend on experience level. It can just depend on technique with your partner. I mentioned that you can change boats at any time, but you can also change like who your double partner is. Maybe that was changed last week for all we know. Like it's not always the same.
Okay.
It's not always consistent, and so those mornings that you do get to practice during the week are invaluable to make sure you're getting in good stroke times with your teammate, whoever that may be that week for the weekend racing.
And there's a good look at one of the Wichita State teams. In sync.
Yeah, looking really smooth. Just really in control too. Not seeing a lot of rush work today, which is good. You kind of could equate that to they're feeling stressed, feeling that
Okay.
that this other boat is, oh my gosh, they're so close or they're so far away or something. But like you kind of lose your rhythm, and not only impedes you because now your breathing is off. Maybe you're getting overexerted too soon. And maybe you don't have enough energy to actually maybe do a power 20 or something that is needed to make a move because you kind of got too stressed and overworked or too fast
Right.
rushing your stroke. So overall looking really good today.
Yeah. Coming up on the first bridge here. Second heat of the women's doubles. Still a fairly calm morning here on the Arkansas River.
Yep, plenty of room for spectators still.
Yep.
Get your coffee and come on down.
Got several people here watching in their lawn chairs.
You can bring a leashed pet if you need to take a walk today. Come on downtown
Yeah.
and enjoy it.
There's the St. Thomas boat in the middle there. Pretty good lead.
Yeah, that water looks so clean from this angle.
Does.
And crisp.
Here comes one of the shocker boats in lane 1. You can see a boat waiting in the warm-up lane.
You can notice that they stopped in the warm-up lane
Mhm.
because those racing boats were right in their window. It's a courtesy that you do stop in case there is any wake that you're contributing in a warm-up lane,
Right.
that you pause and let them go. That St. Thomas boat is using Wichita State oars, but they are the ones in purple and the ones in the lead right now in lane 1. But lane 2 looks like Wichita State is kind of crossing over. You can see
Yeah.
them
That's what
kind
it
of
looked like.
losing a point, and stroke seat just look back. Should be noticing this, and we'll see what their course correction looks like.
And then another Wichita State team there on the far left of your screen. They definitely made a correction because at one point it looked like the St. Thomas and
Yeah.
Wichita State had switched lanes.
And they, yeah,
What kind of penalty could you get for that, Lisa?
sometimes they'll give you like 15 seconds, or sometimes it's a little bit smaller. It depends also on if it's impacting safety. So if something like that happened when the boats were closer, and I mean, I've been in races where oars are clapping each other, like that's going to be
Oh,
a
wow.
safety issue.
Yeah.
So they can assign, there's usually a set kind of rules of the penalties given like before regatta. So you do have an awareness. One, you know, okay, this is a regatta where penalties apply. And 2, here's the range. Oh, sometimes if it's just a blade crosses over a buoy line, just a buoy,
Mm-hmm.
that can be a penalty for some people. They'll
Okay.
consider even if the whole boat didn't leave the lane, but maybe an oar crossed over it, then that can be considered too close and
Yep.
not staying in your lane.
There's St. Thomas. Pretty good lead at this point.
Yeah, and really nice blade work too. Just their yellows, once we're seeing the curve of the oar, they were just being very in sync together too.
It always looks so easy from a spectator's
Right?
point of view.
Well, because they've been looking so calm, right? They've just
Right.
been looking like they're, I don't know, but I'm like, this is a race, and they are making great times today.
Yeah.
So it's not that the pressure is not there, but it does look much more calm and serene
Yeah.
than exercise.
But they're really working.
Yes.
And we can now see the St. Thomas boat as they get closer to the finish line.
Moving pretty fast.
Yeah, they are.
See them picking up the speed and the rate with their blade work. And they're coming up to the catch sooner and shortening the length of that time in between. Very clean, really smooth, trying to have a really good finish. And that's what they're doing.
There's St. Thomas getting pretty close there to the finish line. It looks like they've crossed. Here we have a shot of one of the shocker boats. It's going to take second in this heat. All right, they're about to cross as well.
Have Wichita State in places 2 and 3, and only the top 2 will advance to grand finals. So that would be the Wichita State A boat, and St. Thomas will advance.
And there comes the Wichita State C boat right there. You get a picture of them as they get ready to finish the race as well.
They also rode a good race today. And they have finished in a time of 8 minutes, 23 seconds. So it's interesting to think about that a whole race could be done in under 8.5 minutes.
Yeah. All right, then coming up next here, we're going to have the men's novice 4. And they're underway. Look at that. So in this race right there, you're looking at Oklahoma State. Wichita State will be in lane number 2 in the middle, and University of Nebraska-Lincoln will be over lane 3. Oh, just warming up. We faked you out. We haven't started yet, Lisa.
Sometimes it's hard to tell, yeah, with what all is going on, but
Right.
this would be the warm-up lane. It's like Oklahoma State.
Yep.
Which they are in the next race, and so this is them turning around right before the dam, and they will be pivoting using alternating port and starboard, and they're getting in position to row across, but the wind is kind of picking them up. Not sure what they're doing.
Getting lined up, it looks like. While we wait for the next race, we want to introduce you to a couple of students that are taking part today here at the Plains Regional Regatta.
Just the feeling of being out on the water. It's like such a nice connection with the rowing shells, and you can really feel how it glides on the water. Just getting out there, feeling that glide, and kind of forgetting about everything else on shore for an hour, and there's really no better way to start your day.
Practices, we practice in the mornings every week, and so you have to have a certain level of commitment to be involved. I think it's well worth the effort that you put into it, and even though I've only been a part of it for a short time, it's definitely had an impact on me.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different to feel it than to watch it, because outside of the boat, then it always looks so put together and like everything's just running smoothly, but then once you're in it, it's like there's all these little tiny aspects that you have to focus on and understand, and it's a lot to keep track of.
I think that when you are part of the choker rowing here at Wichita State University, you not only learn about the technical things, they are pretty important for sure, but also I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. They help you to stay focused. They help you to be mindful. Also, I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life.
All right, great video there of some of the students participating today. Great point there, Lisa, about things you learn on a rowing team, not just about rowing, but about life.
Yeah, especially if Calvin Cup is your coach.
Yes.
I had a lot of, and he's still the coach now. He was my coach when I was on the team, and a lot of good memories there. He's a really great coach all around. And his family is here today too, supporting the team, and his wife is one of the people helping to feed the masses at lunch and make sure the rowers are fed, and it's always really good support there.
All right, getting lined up here for the men's novice 4. We're going to have Oklahoma State on the left of your screen in lane 1, Wichita State lane 2 in the middle, and then University of Nebraska Lincoln there, lane 3 on your right. Let's listen to the start here.
Small adjustments. You're listening to the aligner on shore. I'm tapping it, Chelsea, but not too much. To hold water at a certain point. She's lost her point a little bit, she'll have to correct.
All right, they're lining up here again.
Wichita State in the middle, looking for a point. Nebraska's tapping it forward in lane 3 on the far right. Doesn't appear there's a flag yet. It looks like they're still aiming for alignment.
Again, getting set here for the men's novice 4 heat number 1.
Okay, they are starting to sit ready. Their blades are squared and they're trying to get coverage,
Oh, yeah, okay.
but they're not all sitting, now they're sitting ready in Nebraska's boat as well.
I thought I emptied the bladder before I left.
Wichita State boat, and they have a hand up. If the coxswain has a hand, that means I absolutely do not have a point, I'm not ready. But ready or not, they can start the race.
Oh.
Even if you had a hand up, but
And they're off.
she got her point, and they're off. You can hear the excitement here.
Yeah. So the point of view is actually on the officials' boat, which is a great thing to have this year. First year we've had this kind of view.
You can hear the coxswain. At least for a little bit. But basically during this time, the coxswain is, making the call for those quick start, about 5 strokes that were the partial strokes. Then they're calling into usually like a high 10 or a high 15. High rate, really pump up the speed. And also try to just get a lead right off the bat. And then they'll kind of settle into actual race pace, which will be a little bit slower technically, but the aim is that your power stays just as strong, even if the rate has slowed down a little bit, so that you can catch your breath, fall into a better cadence, but still have strong legs. So the middle lane of Wichita State, it could be that they are scooching over a little bit more to the right.
Looks like they're trying to correct that here, at least from this point of view a little bit.
We shall see.
Oklahoma State there on your left, University of Nebraska-Lincoln on your far right. Here in the first heat of the men's novice 4. As you can see in this race, they're really moving.
They are, and even though one can seem so fast, like you've just got 3 different speeds in this one race, and someone could be looking like they're rowing really good, and it's just another boat just may have more power sometimes. But they're working on having cleaner blade work for Oklahoma and trying to improve their catches and release timing to be a little cleaner and smoother so that they can have more useful strokes and make that water kind of work for them. But their coxswain can kind of make calls to help clean that up a little bit if they're aware. This is a novice 4, so it's a lot of first-year experienced people trying to get the flow for such a difficult sport to learn.
Coxon in the bow again for this race. Good shot there of Oklahoma State as they clear the first bridge. Wichita State in the middle of your screen. You can kind of see them up there in the lead. University of Nebraska-Lincoln on the right, currently in second place.
And in contrast, just looking at the Wichita State boat and their catch timing being a lot more in sync. Maybe these are more experienced novices. It's hard to say, but I'm just watching the timing of some of the other boats and maybe not as in sync as one would like. And sometimes you can hear that too as you're in the boat.
You can kind of see it here too, a little bit, right?
Yeah. Just looking for more synchronization. The Wichita State boat is doing pretty good. If anything, their set is just a little bit off throughout the course of that stroke. There may be different seats leaning a certain way at a different time in their stroke, and so over time that can get corrected, but their blade work itself is looking pretty good and in time with each other.
Coming up on the 5-minute mark here of the men's novice 4, the first heat. There's a good shot there of where all the boats stand. Wichita State in the lead there in the middle. Second place right now is Nebraska and Lincoln. You've got Oklahoma State there on the right. Men's novice 4, first heat.
The top 2 teams from this race will advance to the grand finals.
And the shot from the screen, watch it on the screen here, Lisa, it doesn't nearly look as fast as what they're really going, because when they come by, they're going to be,
right?
It seems like a lot faster in person.
It appears in slow-mo, and it appears so relaxing. But they're being yelled at and forced to exercise on water this early in the morning.
But they love it.
They do. It's such a, I think, fun team sport. Like, you have your own individual contribution, but like the element of these 4 and 5 people in the boat can really impact so much, even just a minor adjustment. And so building that trust with your other teammates is so important, and practicing, putting in that time together to get comfortable with each other's movements and traits. They are definitely exerting some pressure and energy here. The first Wichita State
Yep.
crew is coming through, and they look just as clean as they have the rest of the race.
Really
They're doing
moving.
their finishing sequence, working on that sprint to the finish line, but it's looking so put together. And then we have University of Nebraska in second. They are in sight, putting in a lot of energy as well right here. A lot of effort going into that.
Wichita State's going to finish first here. You see them cross on the finish line. University of Nebraska and Lincoln right there, number 2. They made up quite a bit of ground.
Yeah, it looks like it. So hopefully they get some good strokes together.
And here comes Oklahoma State. There's a shot of that team right there. Cowboys finishing third in this heat. And there they are crossing the finish line. In this first heat, we'll have the second heat coming up. You'll see the times right there on the bottom of your screen.
7-minute and 30-second race for the final place there. Again, just always a little bit faster than a women's crew typically. Doesn't always have to be the case, but we're seeing that reflected here in the last couple races.
Turned out to be a nice day down here downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River for the Plains Regional Regatta, hosted by Wichita State Rowing. Also competing today, we've got Oklahoma State, KU, University of Nebraska, Lincoln. K-State is here, as is University of St. Thomas. Already had a lot of rowing going on this morning, Lisa.
Yes, I've seen a lot of different events from the varsity and novice, and we have not gotten to see the 8th race yet today, and that will be a bit later. We'll have one this morning from novice men, but we have seen the other boats coming through. I don't think we have any pair racing today, just schooling events, and we've seen some of those, and then the women's doubles will have finals this afternoon. Make sure you stick around. The final races of the day will be the men's varsity 8 and then the women's varsity 8.
All right, we're back at the starting line here for another heat of the men's novice 4. Now we'll have St. Thomas, which you're looking at right there in lane 1, and a Wichita State team will be racing against them.
There's that warm-up lane. So we're kind of on top of each other, but it's definitely a paddle, and you can even see some of the boats, only 2 rowers are going at a time. It's just part of the warm-up sequence. Even that is structured. And then they'll rotate out a pair, different people to row at different times. Then they'll work on some rates at like a high speed, just for a little burst during the warm-up. Always watching for space and make sure you have it at that time. But a lot of the crews are doing the same style of warm-up. So the slow pieces come first, and then the bursts will happen. So more room will be available as they're ready for that.
Gotcha. How important is that warm-up time?
It is very, very nice. It's very good. Again, it's a little bit chilly day, so if you can imagine just needing to race and be ready, but that you're just not warmed up. So it's really helpful, and also it gives you that flavor of what the water's doing that day with your crew. Like you get some like a head start of understanding what it's going to be like at race pace and knowing what the water's doing and how much wakes are there and the speed, the rate of flow. So very helpful.
All right, they're getting lined up. Should be starting any second now. Second heat of the men's novice 4, St. Thomas and Wichita State.
Right now they're still getting ready. The blades are not covered or in the water yet. I'm not sure what point they're working on, but they're going to get that straightened away with the coxswain. So St. Thomas in lane 1, Wichita State lane 2 on the right. You can see Wichita State has their blades squared and buried. They are sitting at the ready. That means they do have a point. Oh, and now they're working to correct that a little bit. They fixed their blades, and St. Thomas is also still picking and working for a better point, all while not advancing on the race course and not flowing, letting the current take you down either.
What are you looking for in a point, Lisa, when you're setting up?
You want to, those first partial strokes and the high speed strokes that you're doing, you want to not be on your rudder at all the whole time. So you're basically just looking for your straightest path of where you need to go that you won't need to make any adjustments for. And sometimes it might look like you're off, but it's really just the shape of the river determining that. And if coxswain has their hands up, that means I'm actively trying to get a point or I'm actively moving. It's to communicate to the race officials that I'm doing something and I know it. They don't always have to accommodate and wait for you to put your hand down when you have a point. They can start the race at any time if they need to. So it's a ready or not situation, but there they go.
All right, here we go. Underway. Men's Novice 4, heat number 2. St. Thomas on the left there, and we got Wichita State on the right. Looks like a pretty clean start.
Yeah, looks really good, and they're working to get those puddles pushed away from them. Have some good power strokes in the beginning. It's really important to make sure you catch all that water at the same time. This is a novice 4, so sometimes there's, room for error, seeing different strokes not fully catch all the water at one time. But I'm seeing some corrections made on the fly, and that's always really good too.
Is that something as a rower you just have to figure out because your coxswain's looking the other way, right?
Oh, there's a crab.
Uh-oh.
There's a crab, and they pulled it out really quickly, and now they're trying to watch the timing to get back in with their group. So that was a 3C, St. Thomas, so that can happen when the blade is not squared up all the way. Maybe it went in at an angle, and the rest of the teammates caught their full stroke. Well, the pressure of that water coming at the blade that's off pops it out of the water, and it really takes you off guard. And it can be really scary. The water is really with pushing that oar. You have no control in that moment. So it could catch you under the neck. It could go over your head. It could be out of your hands at any point.
Right.
Then you have to get the oar back under control and then find your timing with your friends, all while not having the person behind you have hit your back at this time. You hopefully weren't too in the way, so to speak, of just trying to get back in sync with everyone, and that takes time. It also could have lost them a point, their point in the river. So the coxswain's adjusting. The rest of the team is now okay, we got to go faster. We maybe lost some time, and maybe the other crew has gained some water during that. But they're looking good.
Yeah, they recovered. And
so yeah, making those adjustments on the fly,
Yeah.
to your point, sometimes the coxswain can sense it.
Okay.
There's certain movements. If you're going side to side, you can make a call for people to watch their set, which means they can also watch their handle heights too. And if you know your rowers well, you can know who's maybe typically a culprit, what their bad habits are, basically.
Okay.
Because when you're tired and rowing, you're going to fall into those bad habits, and it's kind of just known about. And so sometimes if a coxswain wants to call maybe a focus 10 for paying attention to your own your own habits that you fall into, it could be blade handle height, it could be squaring up the blade all the way, it could be not rushing, it could be your layback, just things that you do when you get tired that you fall into that pattern that they can try to work on. Because the coxswain is going to know if it's not a smooth ride.
Right. They can
So-
feel it, right?
Worst case, yeah. If they can't see it, they can feel it.
All right, then we have a shot of St. Thomas from the other angle. Coming up on the 4-minute mark here of the men's novice 4. Wichita State there on the left, St. Thomas on your right.
Yeah,
Really-
this view lets you really watch those W's and
Yeah,
kind of see timing, coverage, squaring of blades at the same time.
pretty sizable lead right now for Wichita State. It's probably just over midway here in this
Yep.
race.
Yeah, I'd say just over halfway through. The total distance of the course today is 1,700 meters. And the wind is staying calm. I bet it's not much over 10 miles an hour, and that current is not, it's not hardly like getting worse over the day.
Yeah, you can, from this angle, it really looks calm.
Looks calm. And so it's almost like I mean, your best time to practice even. I know it's race day, but it's like you have such good water to go ahead and, no excuses, just give it good focus on your strokes, and the water's not out to get you today.
I like that phrase, water's not out to get you.
Not today. I've rode through worse.
Good shot there of the coxswain. Cheering him on.
Yep. This is
And
a
really starting to
bridge
hear him
view.
now as they get closer.
Yep. You can hear the coxswain pretty clear. They're making different calls at the catch.
Wichita State going to be in our view here shortly as they get pretty close here to the finish line. There they are.
Looking very put together for their sprint to the end. Can get a sense for their speed when they're right in front of you too versus
Yes.
the camera angle view. Really pushing for a good finish here. And they're gonna get it.
Here come the Shockers crossing the finish line.
You can hear the St. Thomas boat, hear their blade work.
There they are. Coxswain is still cheering them on. Telling them to finish strong here, I'm sure.
Yep, always trying to keep that motivation up for those last few strokes. I know they're always really tired by now, obviously.
As they
but
cruise here
they're-
across the finish
yeah,
line.
they're earning that paddle now. They want to take a little breather.
There's the times on the bottom of your screen. Again, that was the men's novice 4. Heat number 2 at the Plains Regional Regatta. And we have another special guest with us, Troy Howman, the director of Wichita Parks and Recs. Thanks for being with us, Troy. Hey, good morning. Have you gotten the chance to come to a regatta before?
Oh, yes.
Okay, yeah.
I used to work for the University of Virginia,
Okay.
and so I went to several their regattas as well.
That's awesome.
Tell us who your guest is.
Yep, I brought a friend of mine. Casey, come on, up here. This is crazy, Casey.
Hi, Casey.
She's, I've had her for about a year. She came from the shelter,
Okay.
and she's just a crazy dog. She's kind of fun.
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a good day to get some fresh air. With
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
A lot to see down here.
So, how's the regatta going?
It's
I've been watching
going well.
a lot of it. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of great teams here today, 6 teams, and boy, we got pretty nice weather for it on the cooler side. And I know as a former rower, Lisa likes that.
It's good weather as long as it stays a little bit dry, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So tell us about how you think this event impacts Wichita and our community.
Well, my role as the Parks and Recreation Director, I manage the river. I have the total authority of all the events and operations of the river.
Okay.
And so what we're trying to do is activate the river, get more things going on. And when WSU had started the rental, I thought that was great. And we have some other opportunities to rent kayaks and stand-up paddle boards. And we've been slowly getting more and more activity into the river. One of the cool things that we have that's actually starting next weekend, we have a pontoon boat. This guy, he takes everybody up to the keeper during when the keeper goes up, and he does some tours and gives a little bit of history. So a little bit of what you kind of might find in San Antonio, which I used to work in San Antonio, but much smaller scale. But it's just great to get the river more activated, and especially when we have out-of-town guests, this is such a beautiful place to show off.
It is, really is.
Yeah.
And us having Shocker Rowing down here, I know, has really kind of kicked all that off.
Yes.
Today we got obviously the marathons going on too, so that and the regatta, some great events down here.
Yeah, I came down this morning, cheered on some of the runners that they're out there doing their thing, as well as just seeing all the activity going on. A little bit later on, I'll be going up to a place called Nomar, and it's on the northern part of town, and we have what's called open streets.
Yep.
And we just had open streets over at WSU a couple weekends ago. And these are just all the things that we love to see happening around Wichita, just to get people active, get things going. So when I met up with Coach, we just clicked, and we just kind of come up with really great ideas. And so I'm always really excited and very supportive of Shocker Rowing.
Yeah, it's great to see this.
Yeah.
We should point out we got the women's Novice 4 underway. We've got St. Thomas there on the left in lane 1, Wichita State and lane 2 in the middle, and then Oklahoma State there in lane 3 on the far right. Yeah, then we've got Riverfest coming up here next month as well, another big event on the river.
Yeah, that's 2.5 weeks away, and gosh, the whole summer's all planned out. We got a big 4th of July fireworks on the river. We have a couple other events that we're going to be doing, some small concerts down by the river. We're going to be excited once Exploration Place opens up their little stage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's going to be right there on the river. So lots of river activities and things going on downtown.
Yeah, that's great to see.
Yeah, and you mentioned your past at a few other cities. Were you a part of Wichita Parks and Rec when this site was, being planned and developed and kind of getting boats and bikes underway? And what was that whole process like?
Oh, well, there was actually a ton of support for boats and bikes to come in here and be a site for housing, Shocker Rowing. And we just saw it was a natural fit. And so when we were coming up where we were going to putting the docks and what this landscaping was going to look like, because from where we're standing where we're sitting towards to the river, that's all parkland.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
That's cool.
So we were part of the landscaping development and the design. So we knew that we wanted to make sure that there's opportunity for growth here as well, not just what you're seeing now, but I'm hoping 10 years from now, when I'm done, this regatta is hosting 20 teams.
Sure.
So,
yeah, it is really special. Like, it's so great to have a facility to get to do that from before. It's really good.
I can see that happening the way it's growing every year,
Yeah. And the Wichita Rowing Association, they're growing as well. Their regatta in the fall, the Frostbite Regatta, is bringing people from all over the country. That one's really kind of cool to see as well. I was really excited a couple years ago. We tried a pilot with Coach, and we brought some high school kids to learn how to row.
Yeah.
And they went through the very basics of learning how to handle the oars, and they did a lot of groundwork, dry work, before they even got a chance to get on the boats. And then at the end, they actually rowed for a few days, and it was really kind of cool to see that happen. these were kids that never even understood or saw what rowing was all about.
Yeah.
So it was
It was a local program, like local students doing
Yes,
a rowing
yeah.
camp?
Yep.
Like that? That's cool.
Yeah, we did it one year, and it was a huge success, but we didn't really necessarily get the funding to keep it going.
Sure.
But that's something that we always want to do. It just gives more exposure to the sport, gives more exposure to
Yeah.
these high school kids to do something different. Not everybody has to be a football player or a basketball player.
Right. All right, the women's novice 4, you can see right there just over the halfway mark. Got St. Thomas in lane 1 on the right of your screen. In the middle is Wichita State and Oklahoma State there on the left in lane 3.
Yeah, they're staying pretty close to each other, so we'll see if, as long as the lanes stay clear and they keep a straight line, we could see all 3 in sight towards this finish and the sprint when they're ready.
That'd be fun. Be a fun finish, wouldn't
It
it?
would be really fun. And only the top 2 teams will advance from this heat, so could get really exciting. Anything can still happen in these last few meters. They're going to be thinking towards their sprint plan. Pretty much after this last bridge arch, we'll see some speeds pick up. Lane 1 is working on finding a good point, and that'll add a little more distance to their course, so just trying to course correct a little bit.
There's the Wichita State team. They're in the lead right now. Getting closer here to the 3rd bridge.
Looks calm,
It
but it is
does.
not. They're working.
Once again, they make it look easy.
There's that last bridge, so we got a couple crews coming under at the same time, and then that 3rd St. Thomas boat. Seeing Oklahoma State pivot a little bit. Looks like they have an interesting point. I'm not sure if that's just the angle, but I think they're fixed now.
You can hear the fans now cheering them on as they cross the bridge here, getting ready for the final stretch to the finish line.
Go faster, go faster.
Is that what the coxswain's saying right now?
Just saying a few things. Should be calling them up to a faster rate, but all together. You want to make sure everyone acts in unison.
Yeah.
They're working hard. They're pulling.
They are.
Oh, yeah.
They're moving.
The 2nd place could be interesting. St. Thomas is making a move
They
for
are.
Oklahoma State, trying to close in that gap with these last few meters of water. There's still time. Wichita State's holding the lead.
You can see from that angle right there. Looks like Wichita State will finish first. And there you go. Oklahoma State, Wichita State moving on.
Wichita State moving pretty fast. It was 7:35, 2nd finish time.
Yeah. Well, Troy, thanks for being with us, and thanks for all you've done to make this happen down here on the river.
Oh, this is great. I'm glad you guys are doing this and live streaming it. It's just taking it to the next level. Just keep taking everything to the next level every
That's
year.
right,
Just
yeah.
a little bit more. So, well, hopefully Wichita Rowing keeps kicking butt.
Yep.
And
That's right.
I'll see
We
you guys
hope.
later.
All right,
Okay.
take care.
All right.
Thanks again.
Thank
All right.
you.
We'll see you, Casey. There she goes. She's been my favorite guest so far today.
Yeah.
All right, so we're underway here in the women's novice 4 heat number 2. And we've got right there in the foreground on your left is the University of Nebraska Lincoln and Wichita State there on your right in the lead right now. Great to hear how all this came together and the whole plan, how they plan for growth
Yeah.
down here on the river.
Yeah, I love to hear it. And
Yeah.
just hearing the rowing side, but also the community side and Parks and Rec side, and just,
Mm-hmm.
the all-encompassing benefit and what we're all trying to accomplish together.
Right.
And really, make something for the community, make something that can be enjoyed and something that's attractive for everyone to come and enjoy. And it will be cool when the Exploration Places stage is built up and done.
Yes.
They do some drone shows sometimes, but I think now they'll be able to do some concerts and some other events from that stage. So that'll be fun. Something to look forward to in Wichita.
Absolutely. Good shot there of University of Nebraska Lincoln.
And just hoping for a little cleaner blade work and making sure the blades are squared before they're going in, meaning instead of that red N facing us, it's facing the sky as it as the rower goes back up to the catch, and then that it's fully squared, meaning the red and the N is facing us at the catch. You don't want it to be slanted at any point when it's going into the water. And that is all in the wrist work and trying to maintain your control of that oar. That's all the way out in the water away from you. It's just one big lever that you are in control of. And just watching the blade work, the 3-seat curls her blade a little bit sooner, and the bow seat is a little bit more slower, and over time, just with practice, they'll get more in sync, and every stroke is also having to be, like, there's just so many strokes in this whole race course.
Right.
So some are going to be really more on point, and some are going to be not all winners, and it's that commitment of time and hours that you put into practice all the time. It helps you hone your craft.
Practice, practice, practice.
Yes. On the water. Fancy crews like Harvard have like these swimming pool type facilities, and you can have those like contraptions in the water.
Is that right?
That you're rowing, but you're indoors and you're in a facility.
Huh.
Yeah. So those crews get, a lot more water time than the
right.
Ones. They have a couple different boat houses as well. It's a totally different world in Boston and Cambridge, and the rowing life up there on the Charles River.
There's a shot of the Wichita State team. Pretty sizable lead at this point. Just over the halfway mark.
Pretty timely regatta today, too. The weather is really cooperating and making that possible. And a lot of that time delay can come from aligning those boats. If the wind is not cooperating and you can't get alignment at the start, it can really add minutes to the day.
So far, so good, though, today.
I think we're doing really good.
That's generally the case at this regatta, year after year. That
it's true.
They stay on time.
It's been pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll credit Calvin Cup, the coach, with that, right?
And Rachel Tuck.
And Rachel.
Yeah, a lot of planning goes into this, but it's been so successful. Like every year I know this is our 4th year getting to help out, and it's just they put on such a great program. Very well thought out. A lot of volunteers coming to help, returning volunteers who are really supportive of the program. And right in front, we've got some people who rented scooters to come out. There's places to sit. Only thing missing is you can't soak up any sun today.
Not today.
But you can soak up rowing.
There you go. Yeah, you could do that. It's a great sport to observe.
Yes, it's very photogenic, especially these wide angle and overhead shots just can be very calming and serene. So we have such a good view of the finish line and really see them get aggressive towards the end. So this is a coxswain who's in the stern, just sitting straight up and cramped knees, and you've got to squeeze into that spot. And the steering columns are on the side, versus when a bow loader, it's right in front of you. It's a stick in the middle. Right there on the side, and you can make just tiny, small adjustments. Hopefully, nothing too big, nothing too drastic.
Wichita State crossing the 3rd bridge, coming down the home stretch here to the finish line. Second heat of the women's novice 4.
When the coxswain is sitting up, there's a chance to hear them a little bit better because they're not buried in the boat, basically.
We'll see if we can hear what she's saying here coming up.
And every coxswain is different. Some are a little more yelly. Some are more calm, surprisingly. So, but this is the end of the race. So
Now she's talking to him.
counting out the final 10 power strokes so they could, I don't know if you could notice, they picked up their speed a little bit more.
Yeah.
But they do have such a big lead, and they know that this is a heat. So they may have already been taking a little bit at a nicer pace to save some energy for later in the day.
Got it. Yep.
If you can see your lead, and as a rower, you can see that far back. So it's a luxury when you get that much space. And
Wichita
Nebraska
State
coming in.
crosses, and there's Nebraska coming to their finish. You can hear their coxswain.
Yeah, and even being, a women's boat or a men's boat, the coxswain gender does not have to match those of the rowers.
Oh.
You can always mix and match, but still the rules of varsity and novice maintain that, a novice can race up or cox up, but a varsity member cannot legally, if you will, compete in a novice race or cox a novice race.
All right, there you have the results on the bottom of your screen there. Women's novice 4, second heat. As the Plains Regional Regatta continues here at the Arkansas River, downtown Wichita.
Pretty excited for the next race. For the morning, we've only got 2 more races before we break, and this next race is going to be the men's novice 8, and this is the only men's novice 8 race of the day. That just means that, not all the teams have enough members to fill an 8. We've seen them filling 4s and racing smaller boats, but it takes, enough people to make sure that you have enough for an 8, and so we have Oklahoma State and Wichita State have each brought a novice men's 8 to race, and this will be their final event.
And this will be fun because it's going to be a lot quicker than the races that we've seen.
Yeah,
Right? All that power.
Could be very exciting. It's also a testament just to see their flow together. If, as novice crew, is this the same 8 that's been practicing? What their flow is going to look like together, because the teamwork is just that much more impactful.
There's a shot of our venue today on the Arkansas River. You can see spectators out enjoying the day. Rain is held off. And of course, it takes a lot of people to have this event come together.
Absolutely.
Lisa, we want to thank our sponsors, Boats and Bikes, one of those, an equipment and venue rental company. Our aim is to bring outdoor health and fitness activities to the downtown river corridor for locals and visitors to enjoy. They provide hourly rentals, season passes, group discounts, and special events to help make every day an active one. Boats and Bikes, one of the sponsors here for today's Plains Regional Regatta. And of course, home to Wichita State Rowing as well.
Yeah, and you can definitely look them up on Google Maps, take a look at their hours, look at all the different options they have for renting, and the weather's getting to be so nice. I mean, it's just a good opportunity to come out, rent some equipment. You don't have to buy anything, and keep a kayak or carry your kayak. Just come and rent here and enjoy some time on the water.
All right. We want to also thank another one of our sponsors here today, BG Products, the recognized global leader in transportation maintenance services and related industries. They're a proud supporter of Wichita State University and the Shocker Rowing Team. Thank you to BG Products.
They are a little bit further down the river, location-wise, closer to that the start line actually is they're rowing past them,
Okay.
and they were an early supporter when I was on the team as well. Like BG was a facility that helped us before we had this wonderful boats and bikes and
Oh.
River Vista area. We were able to use some of their building to help house this equipment-based sport, so it was very nice.
I remember being in that building and seeing all the equipment
Yeah.
back in the day. Yeah.
Well,
So here we are.
so you have seen our transformation
I
in a way,
have,
and then
yes.
there was the interim where we were in a parking lot
Right.
and like a storage container and using an offsite warehouse to cart some bikes. Yeah, really. I hope Calvin, especially Coach Calvin, is proud of the program, but approaching the 50th anniversary next year, and he's been here for a lot of that. Seen it grow and build. So the men's novice 8 are getting ready.
Getting lined up, getting ready for that race. Oklahoma State will be in lane 1 on your left. Wichita State is going to be in lane 2. That shot of them right there. Soccer team getting ready to go.
Looking pretty casual. It's hard to tell how soon they're starting.
Yeah.
Can't hear the aligner so much from here, but their bow seat just got ready, so that's usually could be time. Some of the middle seats are still sitting not at the ready, so they are getting up to their point. That's good. Good, good.
Yep.
Everybody made it to the start area on time about.
So tell us a little bit about the 8 strategy here, Lisa. Obviously, they're going to have to pay more attention about staying in unison, right?
Yeah. Coxswain is always at the stern of the boat. There's no chance to be in the bow in that laying down position. So that's something that's more uniform across all the 8s. Your bow seat will have a good say over if there's any little corrections that's needed at the start sequence. And a lot of the power comes from that middle. Those middle seats are usually just called powerhouse. Not a lot of strategy other than just maybe the strongest legs, good technique. So in the 8, you can find ways to just maybe stack your boat is the right word, of just who maybe you want a certain size of person in bow that's not going to catch too much wind. And then you've got a stroke seat who's also one of the leaders in the boat out after the coxswain, sitting up front and helping maintain the ratio. And then the middle 4 tend to be the powerhouse. But they have a really good start, both of them. And you just, as a novice, like, crabs are more likely. So I just, you always wish for the best and hope they just have a good row. Like, this is your chance as the 8 to show what you got and have a good time. And hopefully get a good fast time, even if you don't win, like they've been at some other races this year, that you just want to keep improving until you get to championships, the nationals in May.
You can really tell a difference in the speed, even from this angle here,
Yeah.
than what we've seen earlier today.
Right. It definitely does make a difference. So you're seeing like the chop from the bow seat sending their puddles. Hopefully you clear it before stroke seat has to before everybody is taking another stroke. Because if the 4 puddles don't make it, then your stroke seat could be in that puddle.
Oh, okay.
And catching some rougher water, if you will.
Interesting.
But that comes with speed, and we'll have the varsity 8s later today too to watch maybe a difference in the distance covered between each stroke.
See Wichita State there on the right, they're in the lead. Currently right now, the men's novice 8 final. Oklahoma State on your left. As they approach the first bridge here on the course.
When you can see both sides of the blade, like right now for Oklahoma, we're kind of getting to see the other side as well when they pan back a little bit more. And you can get a feel for if the boat is set or if they're rocking more to starboard side. In between each stroke, that gets really exhausting and hard to get your next stroke in. If the boat keeps leaning, and then you have an 8, so you've got like all these people trying to correct and make it set. So it's a good feeling when you get to advance and you put in all that time and have a really fluid and flowing 8. It's just a really powerful thing to be a part of.
I bet. There you can see Wichita State on the left. Pretty good lead right here.
Yeah, looking pretty. That blade work. It's very nice. Oklahoma State got some pretty decent catches. They're working on their timing with all 8 members. Also, just watching the oar height. Sometimes they're not uniform.
Okay,
Too.
yeah.
You've got different people going in the water at different
Mm-hmm.
angles, and that doesn't help with the set so much.
But as
There-
novices, yeah,
There might have been a mini crab going on there. There was some
okay.
hesitation, but they got it wrapped up really soon. So hopefully they're squaring their blade all the way when they catch,
Right.
and just keeping the handle heights as even as possible because it's impacting everyone else. And there's a lot of clean blade work over here.
Yeah, it really is.
Good flow and cadence for most of the strokes for Wichita State. The majority anyways. And just keeping that in unison, and on both sides, maybe just a little bit of oar height on both could be corrected, but overall just looking really good as novice men for this final race.
Wichita State there in the lead on the left. Oklahoma State on the right. As they approach the third bridge. At the 5-minute mark. We'll start hearing the supporters cheer them on here shortly.
Yep, definitely approaching that last leg.
Yeah.
Last bridge, last stretch. Again, like looking calm from this view, and we know it's about to get a little more elevated and escalated.
Crazy.
They come through.
There's Wichita State looking good here in this race.
Oh, there's some yelling.
Yeah.
Some encouragement, I should say. Here they go. The coxswain does have, that mic in front of them, but you can sometimes still hear them outside of the mic. Here they go. They're trying to fly a little bit. They're doing
They
really
are.
good. Trying to make a good finish. They know this is their only race today, and it's a final.
Good, we'll hear the coxswain cheering them on there.
Yeah. There's the next of Oklahoma State, also looking good.
Come on, boys, let's go. That's what the coxswain's saying.
Faster.
All right, there's a shot of Oklahoma State. Wichita State finishes. Here comes Oklahoma State to the finish line as well.
Go a 6-minute, 12-second finish for Wichita State in first.
Nice.
Winning the grand final, the only final for the men's novice 8.
Oklahoma State right there, finishing as well. Yeah, that is always a fun race to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, the 8s are definitely packing more power.
Yeah. Got one more race here this morning before the break at the Plains Regional Regatta, again, downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River. Got 6 teams here competing today. Oklahoma State, KU. Of course, Shocker Rowing is hosting the event. We've got University of Nebraska-Lincoln, K-State, and University of St. Thomas as well. We're kicking off right here on your screen the women's 2 final.
This will be the pair race, so this is the only event with the women's pair today, and you'll
Okay.
notice that each rower is only holding one oar. All this morning, everyone's been holding two blades and oars in their hand. And this is another level of difficulty.
I bet. Yeah.
Each person has one, and there's a total of 2 oars affecting the set, controlled by individual people.
You really
in
got
a
to be on
small
your timing
boat.
here.
This is the event, if you will, that they, if you want to test a relationship to see how it's going, if you want to test a best friendmanship, then just you get in a pair and you see how you work together
Right.
and how you deal with stress.
You find out really quickly.
Yeah, so they are doing good so far.
That's the Wichita State team right there on your left. University of Nebraska-Lincoln there on your right with the lead right now.
So yeah, this women's pair, there's no men's pair event today, and there will not be more women's pairs events. This is it. So their one chance to see, and so a lot of commitment by these women who are been practicing and trying to excel at the next challenge. I'm still making some good puddles, just trying to power that boat, and again the bow seat, that one who's looking behind her a little bit, she's the one who can make the call about steering, if we're in a straight line or not. The front row rower, basically, stroke seat, is not looking at all.
Okay. A lot of precision here in this kind of race.
Totally. Like, I'm just watching to be like, okay, what is everyone okay? And how's your movement? And, there'll be a flow for a while.
Yeah.
And then if you get off, then you're like, okay, what habit was I doing? What was I making? And just trying to correct on the fly. And then also be going at race pace and trying to win. A lot of effort for these pair races.
Yeah. Looks like Nebraska is there at the second bridge there. Wichita State coming up. And this will be the last race of the morning. And this, too, is a final.
Yes.
Clearing that bridge. Nebraska with the lead right now. Wichita State right there on your screen. There's the other angle.
Just quite a ways to go still for them.
Yeah.
Again, from this angle, like, can look so calm, not so challenging. Just a goose and a boat out on the water. We've had a good goose day, good goose morning, I should say, so far.
So far it's gone well.
We haven't had any duckling sightings yet, though. There's still hope for the little guys.
They might come out later today.
Yeah. I will say, like, good lane assignments. They're staying true to their lane. The steering isn't as erratic as it can be sometimes. The difficulty is so much higher in these boats to maintain what you're doing.
Good shot there, Wichita State's team. In the women's pairing.
Still got some boats returning from their races and getting the equipment put away. Nothing really stays out. They've got to walk it over to their team's area on the lawn. They'll wipe down the boat. Any river sediment and stuff can really wear on a boat. So you're always taking care of your equipment, wiping it down, spraying it if you need to. tying the boat down on slings. And sometimes they're putting it right on the trailer to tie it down. And that's because wind happens on the land too. So you have to take care of these giant boats that could be caught by the wind at any time. That definitely happens.
A lot more to it than just getting on the river and rowing, isn't there?
Yeah, it's just like Regatta Day is full of a lot of hard work
Yeah.
and just a lot of fun. It's so, I mean, you just find your people when you're on the rowing team. And you get to travel to a lot of different regattas, so you spend time in the bus together. You spend all day on the weekend at your races, and in a boat, collaborating, trying to find your set together, learning this unique sport. So there's a lot of bonding opportunities and a lot of hardworking people. And they're all going to school at the same time.
At the same time.
They're just doing school, work, and a sport. It's a lot of commitment.
There's a shot of Wichita State. You can see Nebraska there in the foreground. They've just crossed the third bridge, getting ready to come down the home stretch to the finish line.
The little dogs are out.
Boy, they are. Dogs are out. We're having fun. A lot of people. Good day to be down the river.
It is. You can hear the supporters already, but the crews are not all that close to us just yet, but they're getting very, very close. But the teams are very happy for them.
Very. Here comes Nebraska, getting close to the finish line. Women's pairing final.
Finally getting to get a good look at their techniques and their strokes, and they definitely have spent a lot of time on the water together. They're looking very cohesive and flowing together really well. They're earning that first place spot. They did a really great race there.
There's Nebraska getting ready to cross the finish line. And there you see the Wichita State boat getting closer as well.
Just a few more meters left in our final stretch of this race. Trying to get in some good strokes. Finishing out strong here. And there you have it. Their race is completed.
Well, you see the results here on the bottom of your screen, the women's pairing final. Nebraska gets the win in that race right there.
It was a good finish, really strong.
Good finish here. Boy, fun morning of racing so far, Lisa, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah, really good turnout, really good strength and showing from all the teams so far.
And we'll have the finals coming up this afternoon here in a little while. Still time to come down and enjoy the racing here at the Plains Regional Regatta on the Arkansas River, downtown Wichita. Going to warm up a little bit in the 60s later on this afternoon. Rain is held off. Lisa did a little rain dance before the event got underway, and I'm sure that's what did it.
Yes, I am. I did my part to prevent a rainy regatta day.
Exactly.
And it's holding off.
Yeah, absolutely. Shocker Rowing, of course, is hosting the regatta today. They formed in 1974, Wichita Rowing Association, and Wichita State in 1975 with the establishing of Shocker Rowing. And, of course, like we mentioned earlier, it takes a lot of people to put the regatta together. We want to thank our sponsors. Captain John's Boat Bright is one of those. Bright offers a superior line of boat and yacht cleaning products, including Boat Bright and Yacht Shine boat cleaners, boat polish, and boat stain removers. Their products are eco-friendly and are guaranteed to work better than any other boat cleaners you've ever used. Again, thanks to Captain John's Boat Bright for being a sponsor of the regatta today. And we want to thank River Vista again for their support of the regatta and Shocker Rowing. Wichita's premier luxury apartment homes along the Arkansas River. The greatest value for the upscale lifestyle. You can give them a call at 262-2350 to reserve your new home today. River Vista. Beautiful place to live.
I bet.
A lot of nice amenities. And we also want to thank the Wichita State student government for their continued contribution to the Shocker rowing team, and of course their support for this regatta as well. Wichita State Student Government, SGA, making this event possible. And again, a lot of sponsors here. We want to thank the Wichita State Campus Recreation. More than just a health club, it's a comprehensive fitness and wellness department focused on providing to Wichita State students, employees, alumni, partners, and dependents a variety of leisure experiences. Some may include F45, e-gaming, varsity esports, boats and bikes, massage therapy, aquatic programs, intramurals, and sports clubs, outdoor adventures, and a whole lot more. Thanks again to the Wichita State Campus Recreation for their support of the regatta and Shocker rowing as well. So we're going to take a break here, and we're going to be back this afternoon for some more races. We're going to have a lot of finals, Lisa.
Yeah, and we've got our first race this afternoon is at 12:30.
All right, so we will take a break and talk to you about 12:30 here from the Plains Regional Regatta.
Hey, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna break it up into 2 rotations. And then we'll come back in, we'll switch. We've got 2 8s and a quad going out. Ask yourself, what is it that you should be focusing on? What is it that you can work on today to be better?
Put in, ready, in.
And build your fitness and build your rowing IQ so that the next day can be a little bit better than that.
Remember, pressure on the base of the blade to the body with the handle, and then tap it down. Don't feather it out. Tap it down on the square, then feather it away.
Make sure that you're not just trying to improve yourself, but are you elevating your teammate and making sure that they're having a quality experience.
Be patient enough, get the blade squared, and give that blade a chance to settle into the water some, and then land on the board.
How we race on race day and do we win medals, all those things matter.
Nice job staying together.
The most important things we're doing is what are we helping them learn and what are we teaching them.
And let's challenge ourselves to row well.
There we go! One more! Get on it!
So if we can help them manage, the stress and all the things that they have going on in their life, help them, manage their time and challenge themselves and gain confidence and do all that.
Come on, boys! That's it, boys!
Those things help them not only in their daily life and in class, but then what happens is we find that they race well and they're successful.
All right, let's paddle it in. Let's call it a good day.
We have this great resource in town, the river. that runs through it, but it's not a resource that had been really utilized very well. As Shocker Rowing was looking for a permanent home, we had to find something that's on the river. We got tied in with Goody Clancy when the city hired them to come in as a consulting firm, and we're able to make our case that the river needed more development and that Shocker Rowing having a permanent home would be beneficial not just to our program and the student athletes, but also for our community as a whole. So what we proposed was that there be a retail facility for rentals and events. And the expectation for us as part of our responsibility being part of the facility was that we were going to help activate the river. At the core of what we're trying to do is provide a great quality experience for our student athletes and those students that are interested in recreational activities or competitive opportunities. We have just under 9,000 square feet total. That includes the men's and women's restroom, which have showers and lockers. That includes one office for a staff member. That includes our retail space. And then also that includes the boathouse portion where Shocker Rowing spends most of its time. So having a facility here where we can do repairs, where we can store all of our equipment here, all of those are great. Plus our athletes can come here, they can do study hours here, they can have their lunch here if they need to, they can shower, and this helps create efficiencies for them. They can study here, they can eat here, they can train here. The arrangement that we have and the type of facility we have is pretty unique. There are really not many of these around. As far as I know, this is the only one that was purpose designed this way, where you have a commercial entity working with, a different entity like us through the university.
Try to get those blades off.
Just a feeling of being out on the water. It's like such a nice connection with the rowing shells, and you can really feel how it glides on the water. Just getting out there, feeling that glide and kind of forgetting about everything else on shore for an hour, and there's really no better way to start your day.
Practices, we practice in the mornings every week, and so you have to have a certain level of commitment to be involved. I think it's well worth the effort that you put into it. And even though I've only been a part of it for a short time, it's definitely had an impact on me.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different to feel it than to watch it, because outside of the boat, then it always looks so put together and like everything's just running smoothly. But then once you're in it, it's like there's all these little tiny aspects that you have to focus on and understand, and it's a lot to keep track of.
I think that when you are part of the Shocker Rowing here at Wichita State University, you not only learn about the technical things, they are pretty important for sure, but also I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. They help you to stay focused, they help you to be mindful. Also, I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. Communication and working together is pretty important when you are rowing, because you need to work together in order to achieve your goal. All of us need to be in sync.
Put that blade in and pull. Pressure creates stability.
Well, I'm a coxswain, so I have a bit of a different role. I am very shy and quiet, so it's kind of hilarious that I'm supposed to be the loudest person on the team, but it's taught me so much about just everything in life, and I can carry it into my future.
There's just a lot more than what it seems. We have to be able to suspend our weight off the handle of the oar the right way and keep it suspended all the way through the drive. We have to make sure we get the blade out of the water cleanly and keep it off the water the whole time. Keep all our handles at the same height, stay in as perfect timing as you can.
Whenever you are racing and you're just going as hard as you possibly can. You feel the water's rushing beside you, and you have to be able to see this chaotic environment. You're rowing as fast as you can, but also be very sensitive to what's going on around you. It's not just about communication with your mouth, but it's communication with your body and people's body language. You have to be able to read them. You have to be able to make good friendships and connect with the people around you, not just for rowing, but in any part of life, to have it really be successful and enjoyable. As soon as I joined the team, it was like, oh yeah, these are my people.
Hey, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna break it up into 2 rotations. And then we'll come back in, we'll switch. We've got 2 8s and a quad going out. Ask yourself, what is it that you should be focusing on? What is it that you can work on today to be better?
Put in, ready, in.
And build your fitness and build your rowing IQ so that the next day can be a little bit better than that.
Remember, pressure on the base of the blade to the body with the handle, and then tap it down. Don't feather it out. Tap it down on the square, then feather it away.
Make sure that you're not just trying to improve yourself, but are you elevating your teammate and making sure that they're having a quality experience.
Be patient enough, get the blade squared, and give that blade a chance to settle into the water some, and then land on the board.
How we race on race day and do we win medals, all those things matter.
Nice job staying together.
The most important things we're doing is what are we helping them learn and what are we teaching them.
And let's challenge ourselves to row well.
Here we go. One more. Get on it.
So if we can help them manage, the stress and all the things that they have going on in their life, help them, manage their time and challenge themselves and gain confidence and do all that.
Come on, boys. That's it, boys.
Those things help them not only in their daily life and in class, but then what happens is we find that they race well and they're successful.
All right, let's paddle it in. Let's call it a good day.
We have this great resource in town, the river that runs through it, but it's not a resource that had been really utilized very well. As Shaka Rowing was looking for a permanent home, we had to find something that's on the river. We got tied in with Goody Clancy when the city hired them to come in as a consulting firm, and we're able to make our case that the river needed more development and that Shaka Rowing having a permanent home would be beneficial not just to our program and the student athletes, but also for our community as a whole. So what we proposed was that there be a retail facility for rentals and events. And the expectation for us as part of our responsibility being part of the facility was that we were going to help activate the river. At the core of what we're trying to do is provide a great quality experience for our student athletes and those students that are interested in recreational activities or competitive opportunities. We have just under 9,000 square feet total. That includes the men's and women's restroom, which have showers and lockers. That includes one office for a staff member. That includes our retail space. And then also that includes the boathouse portion where Shaka Rowing spends most of its time. So having a facility here where we can do repairs, where we can store all of our equipment here, all of those are great. Plus our athletes can come here, they can do study hours here, they can have their lunch here if they need to, they can shower, and this helps create efficiencies for them. They can study here, they can eat here, they can train here. The arrangement that we have and the type of facility we have is pretty unique. There are really not many of these around. As far as I know, this is the only one that was purpose designed this way, where you have a commercial entity working with, you know, a different entity like us through the university.
Gotta get those blades off.
Just the feeling of being out on the water. It's like such a nice connection with the rowing shells, and you can really feel how it glides on the water. Just getting out there, feeling that glide and kind of forgetting about everything else on shore for an hour, and there's really no better way to start your day.
Practices, you know, we practice in the mornings every week, and so you have to have a certain level of commitment to be involved. I think it's well worth the effort that you put into it. And even though I've only been a part of it for a short time, it's definitely had an impact on me.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different to feel it than to watch it, because outside of the boat, then it always looks so put together and like everything's just running smoothly. But then once you're in it, it's like there's all these little tiny aspects that you have to focus on and understand, and it's a lot to keep track of.
I think that when you are part of the choker rowing here at Wichita State University, you not only learn about the technical things, they are pretty important for sure, but also I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. They help you to stay focused, they help you to be mindful. Also, I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. Communication and working together is pretty important when you are rowing, because you need to work together in order to achieve your goal. All of us need to be in sync.
Put that blade in and pull. Pressure creates stability.
Well, I'm a coxswain, so I have a bit of a different role. I am very shy and quiet, so it's kind of hilarious that I'm supposed to be the loudest person on the team, but it's taught me so much about just everything in life, and I can carry it into my future.
There's just a lot more than what it seems. We have to be able to suspend our weight off the handle of the oar the right way and keep it suspended all the way through the drive. We have to make sure we get the blade out of the water cleanly and keep it off the water the whole time. Keep all our handles at the same height, stay in as perfect timing as you can.
Whenever you are racing and you're just going as hard as you possibly can, you feel the water's rushing beside you, and you have to be able to see this chaotic environment. You're rowing as fast as you can, but also be very sensitive to what's going on around you. It's not just about communication with your mouth, but it's communication with your body and people's body language. You have to be able to read them. You have to be able to make good friendships and connect with the people around you, not just for rowing, but in any part of life to have it really be successful and enjoyable. As soon as I joined the team, it was like, oh yeah, these are my people.
Hey, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna break it up into 2 rotations. And then we'll come back in, we'll switch. We've got 2 8s and a quad going out. Ask yourself, what is it that you should be focusing on? What is it that you can work on today to be better?
Put in, ready, in.
And build your fitness and build your rowing IQ so that the next day can be a little bit better than that.
Remember, pressure on the face of the blade to the body with the handle, and then tap it down. Don't feather it out. Tap it down on the square, then feather it away.
Make sure that you're not just trying to improve yourself, but are you elevating your teammate and making sure that they're having a quality experience.
Be patient enough, get the blade squared, and give that blade a chance to settle into the water some, and then land on the board.
How we race on race day and do we win medals, all those things matter.
Nice job staying together.
The most important things we're doing is what are we helping them learn and what are we teaching them.
And let's challenge ourselves to row well.
Here we go. One more. Get on it.
So if we can help them manage, the stress and all the things that they have going on in their life, help them, manage their time and challenge themselves and gain confidence and do all that.
Come on, boys. That's it, boys.
Those things help them not only in their daily life and in class, but then what happens is we find that they race well and they're successful.
All right, let's paddle it in. Let's call it a good day.
We have this great resource in town, the river that runs through it, but it's not a resource that had been really utilized very well. As Shocker Rowing was looking for a permanent home, we had to find something that's on the river. We got tied in with Goody Clancy when the city hired them to come in as a consulting firm, and we're able to make our case that the river needed more development and that Shocker Rowing having a permanent home would be beneficial not just to our program and the student athletes, but also for our community as a whole. So what we proposed was that there be a retail facility for rentals and events. And the expectation for us as part of our responsibility being part of the facility was that we were going to help activate the river. At the core of what we're trying to do is provide a great quality experience for our student athletes and those students that are interested in recreational activities or competitive opportunities. We have just under 9,000 square feet total. That includes the men's and women's restroom, which have showers and lockers. That includes one office for a staff member. That includes our retail space. And then also that includes the boathouse portion where Shocker Rowing spends most of its time. So having a facility here where we can do repairs, where we can store all of our equipment here, all of those are great. Plus our athletes can come here, they can do study hours here, they can have their lunch here if they need to, they can shower, and this helps create efficiencies for them. They can study here, they can eat here, they can train here. The arrangement that we have and the type of facility we have is pretty unique. There are really not many of these around. As far as I know, this is the only one that was purpose designed this way, where you have a commercial entity working with, a different entity like us through the university.
Try to get those blades off.
Just the feeling of being out on the water. It's like such a nice connection with the rowing shells, and you can really feel how it glides on the water. Just getting out there, feeling that glide and kind of forgetting about everything else on shore for an hour, and there's really no better way to start your day.
Practices, we practice in the mornings every week, and so you have to have a certain level of commitment to be involved. I think it's well worth the effort that you put into it. And even though I've only been a part of it for a short time, it's definitely had an impact on me.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different to feel it than to watch it, because outside of the boat, then it always looks so put together and like everything's just running smoothly. But then once you're in it, it's like there's all these little tiny aspects that you have to focus on and understand, and it's a lot to keep track of.
I think that when you are part of the choker rowing here at Wichita State University, you not only learn about the technical things, they are pretty important for sure, but also I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. They help you to stay focused, they help you to be mindful. Also, I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. Communication and working together is pretty important when you are rowing because you need to work together in order to achieve your goal. All of us need to be in sync.
Put that blade in and pull. Pressure creates stability.
Well, I'm a coxswain, so I have a bit of a different role. I am very shy and quiet, so it's kind of hilarious that I'm supposed to be the loudest person on the team, but it's taught me so much about just everything in life, and I can carry it into my future.
There's just a lot more than what it seems. We have to be able to suspend our weight off the handle of the oar the right way and keep it suspended all the way through the drive. We have to make sure we get the blade out of the water cleanly and keep it off the water the whole time. Keep all our handles at the same height, stay in as perfect timing as you can.
Whenever you are racing and you're just going as hard as you possibly can, you feel the water's rushing beside you, and you have to be able to see this chaotic environment. You're rowing as fast as you can, but also be very sensitive to what's going on around you. It's not just about communication with your mouth, but it's communication with your body and people's body language. You have to be able to read them. You have to be able to make good friendships and connect with the people around you, not just for rowing, but in any part of life, to have it really be successful and enjoyable. As soon as I joined the team, it was like, oh yeah, these are my people.
Hey, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna break it up into 2 rotations. And then we'll come back in, we'll switch. We've got 2 8s and a quad going out. Ask yourself, what is it that you should be focusing on? What is it that you can work on today to be better?
Put in, ready, in.
And build your fitness and build your rowing IQ so that the next day can be a little bit better than that.
Remember, pressure on the face of the blade to the body with the handle, and then tap it down. Don't feather it out. Tap it down on the square, then feather it away.
Make sure that you're not just trying to improve yourself, but are you elevating your teammate and making sure that they're having a quality experience.
Be patient enough, get the blade squared, and give that blade a chance to settle into the water some, and then land on the board.
How we race on race day and do we win medals, all those things matter.
Nice job staying together.
The most important things we're doing is what are we helping them learn and what are we teaching them.
And let's challenge ourselves to row well.
Here we go. One more. Get on it.
So if we can help them manage, the stress and all the things that they have going on in their life, help them, manage their time and challenge themselves and gain confidence and do all that.
Come on, boys. That's it, boys.
Those things help them not only in their daily life and in class, but then what happens is we find that they race well and they're successful.
All right, let's paddle it in. Let's call it a good day.
We have this great resource in town, the river that runs through it, but it's not a resource that had been really utilized very well. As Shocker Rowing was looking for a permanent home, we had to find something that's on the river. We got tied in with Goody Clancy when the city hired them to come in as a consulting firm, and we're able to make our case that the river needed more development and that Shocker Rowing having a permanent home would be beneficial not just to our program and the student athletes, but also for our community as a whole. So what we proposed was that there be a retail facility for rentals and events. And the expectation for us as part of our responsibility being part of the facility was that we were going to help activate the river. At the core of what we're trying to do is provide a great quality experience for our student athletes and those students that are interested in recreational activities or competitive opportunities. We have just under 9,000 square feet total. That includes the men's and women's restroom, which have showers and lockers. That includes one office for a staff member. That includes our retail space. And then also that includes the boathouse portion where Shocker Rowing spends most of its time. So having a facility here where we can do repairs, where we can store all of our equipment here, all of those are great. Plus our athletes can come here, they can do study hours here, they can have their lunch here if they need to, they can shower, and this helps create efficiencies for them. They can study here, they can eat here, they can train here. The arrangement that we have and the type of facility we have is pretty unique. There are really not many of these around. As far as I know, this is the only one that was purpose designed this way, where you have a commercial entity working with, you know, a different entity like us through the university.
Try to get those blades off.
Just the feeling of being out on the water. It's like such a nice connection with the rowing shells, and you can really feel how it glides on the water. Just getting out there, feeling that glide and kind of forgetting about everything else on shore for an hour, and there's really no better way to start your day.
Practices, we practice in the mornings every week, and so you have to have a certain level of commitment to be involved. I think it's well worth the effort that you put into it, and even though I've only been a part of it for a short time, it's definitely had an impact on me.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot different to feel it than to watch it, because outside of the boat, then it always looks so put together and like everything's just running smoothly, but then once you're in it, it's like there's all these little tiny aspects that you have to focus on and understand, and it's a lot to keep track of.
I think that when you are part of the Shocker Rowing here at Wichita State University, you not only learn about the technical things, they are pretty important for sure, but also I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. They help you to stay focused, they help you to be mindful. Also, I think they give you the tools to face different situations in life. Communication and working together is pretty important when you are rowing, because you need to work together in order to achieve your goal. All of us need to be in sync.
Put that blade in and pull. Pressure creates stability.
Well, I'm a coxswain, so I have a bit of a different role. I am very shy and quiet, so it's kind of hilarious that I'm supposed to be the loudest person on the team, but it's taught me so much about just everything in life, and I can carry it into my future.
There's just a lot more than what it seems. We have to be able to suspend our weight off the handle of the oar the right way and keep it suspended all the way through the drive. We have to make sure we get the blade out of the water cleanly and keep it off the water the whole time. Keep all our handles at the same height, stay in as perfect timing as you can.
Whenever you are racing and you're just going as hard as you possibly can, you feel the water's rushing beside you, and You have to be able to see this chaotic environment. You're rowing as fast as you can, but also be very sensitive to what's going on around you. It's not just about communication with your mouth, but it's communication with your body and people's body language. You have to be able to read them. You have to be able to make good friendships and connect with the people around you, not just for rowing, but in any part of life to have it really be successful and enjoyable. As soon as I joined the team, it was like, oh yeah, these are my people.
Hey, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna break it up into 2 rotations. And then we'll come back in, we'll switch. We've got 2 eights and a quad going out. Ask yourself, what is it that you should be focusing on? What is it that you can work on today to be better?
Put in, ready, in.
And build your fitness and build your rowing IQ so that the next day can be a little bit better than that.
Remember, pressure on the face of the blade to the body with the handle, and then tap it down. Don't feather it out. Tap it down on the square, then feather it away.
Make sure that you're not just trying to improve yourself, but are you elevating your teammate and making sure that they're having a quality experience.
Be patient enough, get the blade squared, and give that blade a chance to settle into the water some, and then land on the board.
How we race on race day and do we win medals, all those things matter.
Nice job staying together.
The most important things we're doing is what are we helping them learn and what are we teaching them.
And let's challenge ourselves to row well.
Here we go. One more. Get on it.
So if we can help them manage, the stress and all the things that they have going on in their life, help them, manage their time and challenge themselves and gain confidence and do all that.
Come on, boys. That's it, boys.
Those things help them not only in their daily life and in class, but then what happens is we find that they race well and they're successful.
All right, let's paddle it in. Let's call it a good day.
the rhythm take control. We're gonna dance like we don't care. Keep on popping bottles like we're millionaires. Yeah, we're just getting started, living for the weekend. Shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. I don't wanna stop right now. All I need is a drum with a heavy beat. Hit me with that future sound. It's time to let go. We're not going home. This feeling I can't live without. So shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. This is our party, and this is where the beat goes down. This is where the beat goes Let's make this night unforgettable. Oh. Making memories we won't recall. One more song is never enough. We ain't gonna stop when the sun comes up. Put the night on replay, 'cause we never wanna lose this rush. Oh no. Shame on me, I'm a fool for the melody. I don't wanna stop right now. All I need is a drum with a heavy beat. Hit me with that future sound. It's time to let go. We're not going
All right, we're back here with the Plains Regional Regatta on the Arkansas River, downtown Wichita. Dave Wilson, Lisa Burns, former shocker rower with us, and a couple more special guests. We've got Mayor Lily Wu and Dalton Glasscock here. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thank you, Dave and Lisa. We're excited to be out here. We're both shockers,
Nice.
alums, so we're glad to be out here.
It's a perfect day to be along the river.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day. Have you guys been to a regatta before?
No, I have not.
Okay.
So this is my first time. I also got to see the rowing team's new home, and I really appreciate all the efforts that have been made to take a look at the legacy, the history, and then just see how they're moving forward with the entire team.
I'm a first timer too, but I'm glad that the river's being utilized, and this is an incredible opportunity that I hope more Wichitans can come out to in the future as well.
Yeah. Maybe talk about what we think the impact is on having shocker rowing down here on the river and this regatta, which has grown over the last few years.
You know, just this morning, we had over 1,700 people here in downtown Wichita for the Prairie Fire Half Marathon, and activating not just the downtown corridor, but really the river is so critical. I know that when people think about Wichita, they do think about the Arkansas River, and to have not just the regatta, but we also have the Prairie Fire, and then up north of here, we also have Open Streets, ICT, Nomar. Activating all of these spaces are critical to making sure that Wichitans feel proud to live in Wichita, but also it's a welcome sign to all these visitors that are coming into Wichita, including the athletes who are here from 5 different universities besides WSU.
Yeah.
There's no organization that utilizes the river to its full capacity more than shocker rowing as well. And so just here, the boats and bikes that people can get along the river as well. So it's not just shocker rowing, it's everything that's happening in this facility that's getting people on the river and giving people healthy living opportunities in the city as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All sorts of stuff you can do on the river now, which is great. And there's a little event coming up next month with the River Fest.
Yeah. That's right. We're
Big
excited
deal.
about Wichita River Fest.
Yeah.
I hope that you guys will be out here. They will also have a river run. So also another opportunity to activate this space in particular. The Arkansas River is the lifeblood of not just the economy, but also of our communities. I think it represents a lot of the healthiness that we want to portray in our community and encourage others to also activate that space and be healthy individuals as well.
Yep.
Absolutely.
We also see people taking care of it. Last week or 2 weeks
Yeah.
ago was the Ark River cleanup, where they cleaned
Right.
9 tons of trash out of the river, which was, I think, the second most ever. And so just people that participated in that made this event possible and made sure that we were putting our best step forward for those coming into our community as well.
Yeah, people taking part on the river, coming down here, cleaning it up, making it look nice. Now we have to mention, you guys look like you just ran. So how did it go this morning?
Well, I did the friendly 5K, which is another way that the community can get involved. I am not a runner myself, but I did a little bit of jogging, a little bit of walking, and I think that that encourages people to also, hey, I can also do that. But I have to give it up to Councilmember Dalton Glasscock because he actually did the half marathon.
Nice.
I'm doing the half to prepare for the full this fall.
In October.
So it was a lot. I realized I wasn't as prepared as I thought I was.
A lot of running.
But I'm ready for the fall and being back on the river again and running. This one's a great opportunity because it runs through Delano, runs through Riverside, and the full runs through College Hill. And so you get a different highlight of the community when you're running through it as well.
Right, very good.
I have to say something because I forgot to mention that Councilmember Brandon Johnson also participated in the 5K.
Nice.
So you have both Councilmember Glasscock, who represents part of this area, and then you have Councilmember Johnson, who the next time the marathon will go through his area.
fun.
So it's going to be encouraging our council members also to get active and participate in the next one, October 13th.
Yes, just encourage healthy living in the community. And that's what we're here celebrating today, too.
Yeah.
Right, absolutely. You should put a city team together. There's a whole team of runners.
Hey, we will try to get everybody there in the fall and get everybody at the regatta as well.
Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for being with us today and for coming down and supporting this event and shocker rowing, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank
so
you
much
very
for the support.
Yeah.
All right. We're getting ready here for the finals this afternoon, Lisa. What do we have coming up first?
Yeah, we're going to have the petite finals of the men's. Double is coming up at 12:30 once we get racing underway. There's going to be 2 boats in that race from the heats this morning. And then we're going to have the grand final of the men's double right after that, which will have up to 4 boats in that race. So it's going to be a little more lively for the second race this afternoon. But again, just the petite final is coming up shortly for the men's double.
Yeah, and we saw the women's petite, the last race of the morning, and we talked about how unique that is with just 2 people doing it, and each have a row and a different
Yeah.
oar in a different hand, right?
Yes, but yeah, the women are the only ones that did that today.
Yeah.
The men will have 2 oars. They'll be sculling, basically, an oar in each hand, and the women were doing sweep rowing with just the 2 of them. So see a little bit the men who are racing this afternoon just had their heats earlier today, pretty early this morning. So they were basically our second and third event this morning, and then they'll pick back up. So they've had time to recover. They might have been in a 4-boat earlier this morning too. It's hard to say who all is crossing over in different events. Then we had a break for lunch, so I'm sure they're getting warmed up and trying to get limber again, not too tired from the lunch break or anything like that. Still quite a few races ahead.
Yeah. There you can see a shot of some of the rowers getting ready to get their boats ready to go as we do the afternoon portion here of the Plains Regional Regatta on the Arkansas River, downtown Wichita. Going to be, I think, around low 60s for the high. Today, 62, I believe, is what I saw for the high this afternoon. Get a little bit of sun kind of peeking through. The rain has held off, which
Definitely
we've
was
been
brighter than it was.
Yes, definitely brighter. Rain has held off for us here today to do this great event. 4th year, Lisa and I have been a part of it here downtown on the Arkansas River. And, of course, it's hosted by Shocker Rowing. Rowing in Wichita made possible by the members of the Wichita Yale Alumni Club. And the program, Wichita State, is an independent varsity sports. It's been successful on a national level, including victories over Yale in '76, 1981 Dad Vale National Championship, various other regional and national placings, too. This is something that I know that we're excited about for next year. Shocker Rowing is going to be celebrating their 50th anniversary in 2024 and 2025 during that academic year. And they've got banners up down here on the river celebrating that, Lisa.
I know. I love it. Every time we go through that final bridge, the camera picks up those wonderful banners that are lining the river today.
The 2025 Plains National Regional date, rather, is April 27th of next year. And that's just a little bit about Shocker Rowing. Now, you obviously were a part of that history, Lisa. Tell us about when did you row here at Wichita State?
I was on the team from 2008 to 2011. I was a transfer student, so just only, unfortunately, got to do 3 years, actually 2.5 years on the rowing team here as a transfer student. But it was a lot of fun, and started out, got a taste of rowing with the team and understanding the difficulty and the technique involved with that, and just movement early in the morning and trying to keep up on a brand new sport that you can do as a walk-on athlete. And then my size aided in converting over to the coxswain role, and so getting to, I guess, flex my mental muscles in the morning instead of my physical ones, and just found my niche being a coxswain and helping be the coach in the boat and steering and motivating and calling the race plans and watching for different techniques and trying to make us go as fast as possible in all the different ways that are impacted during a row. And then I got to stick around and volunteer for a long time since 2011, including up until now, and just getting to volunteer in a lot of different capacities. It's such a community-backed and family-backed sport, Wichita State rowing is, and so it's just makes it it's very homey and nostalgic to just come back and be around your people and help out and support the future students, the current ones who are doing the same thing I did. It's just doing that hustle of being in school and going to work, doing all the things and trying to make the most of life. It's really fun to be a part of.
It takes a lot of sacrifice.
A lot of time, a lot of sacrifice. Yeah, it was a lot of memorable times though.
And our updated weather conditions here for this afternoon, you'll see right there on your screen. 56 right now, not much of a wind, 8 miles per hour. Overcast, but again, every once in a while the sun will peek through just a little bit. So pretty nice conditions, all in all.
All in all, I cannot complain if we were rowing today. The water has been really calm and not too swift, not really pushing people. We've seen them at the start trying to get alignment and things. It's not really throwing them off too bad. If you have a crosswind, that's always just kind of frustrating. But it's been really accommodating today, even with the overcast, and just needing a few extra layers is really not a big deal.
Not at all, and you got to think the rowers love this kind of day.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh.
I am glad we didn't run this morning in that
Yes, I am
marathon.
too. That's
I'm okay with that. I'm proud of all the, like, so many people came out. I could see the hordes of
yes.
them this morning too, and it was just really kind of encouraging and seeing everybody come out and participate in that. So, but
Yeah,
I was not one of them, but I am proud of them.
that marathon always attracts so many runners
Yeah,
from around the area.
for sure. Yeah.
So we're lucky to have that here. And again, it'll be back. The mayor said it'll be back in the fall.
Yeah.
So we're always excited to that and
What do you
to
look
add to
forward
another
to?
activity to downtown.
Yeah. It's fun to just cheer them on. I've done that before too.
Yeah.
Just going to support the people that did decide to run for
Right.
many hours in a day and just cheer them on instead.
Yeah, walking over here, I saw several runners run by, and people that were just waiting to cross the street were all
Yeah.
cheering them on.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Right? It's a good time to have a cowbell, I think.
that's right. You need more
Just keep,
cowbell for
keep
that.
one in your car for random marathons you
I
come
like that,
across.
Lisa. You just keep a cowbell in your car. You never know when you're going to need it, right? To cheer somebody on.
You
We
know,
need a cowbell here at the finish line
we
for the
do. For the
regatta.
buzzer because we've been wanting to know
Right.
when they cross.
Don't have a horn today, so we could use a cowbell, I guess.
Yeah.
There you go. Some runners staying, like you said, staying
Warmed up.
warmed
limber.
up and loose.
Yeah. It's important.
Coming off the lunch break, they'll be hitting
Yeah.
the water here in a little bit.
Yep. And this regatta has been going on since 2019. We took 1 year off in 2020, and that was the COVID year for everyone. But just the fact that this regatta is still going strong, and we started out with 8 teams that first year from 5 different states, and getting to still have that regatta today. We have 6 schools, and a lot of that's due to just finals scheduling and things that impact college students and not always knowing when that's going on. But we are, like you said, we're looking forward to next year also because of it being the 50th anniversary of shocker rowing. And not all colleges get to have a rowing team. It's just so
Nope.
special. And then that we've made it 50 years and this program has grown and had support. And now we have this beautiful facility to get to enjoy together.
And just getting the word out about shocker rowing is so important, too, because there might be some people in town don't know that Wichita State has a rowing team. They've got a great rowing team.
As I lived through that, I would tell people I was on the rowing team, and they heard one of 2 things. One was, oh, you're on the throwing team. And I don't know what that is.
What is that?
Or when they look at me, why they thought I was throwing something
Right.
heavy at all. And then you say no rowing, and they still think surely this person's not saying rowing, it's Wichita. And they say, oh, bowling.
Bowling.
I'm
Well, I
like,
mean, there's a really good
there
shocker
is,
bowling team.
And there is. And
Yes.
I'm like, no shade, but please know, I'm actually on the rowing team. And then, it's a chance to educate, let them
Right.
know. And then they'll say, oh, yeah, I have seen you guys in the morning on the river. I'm like, that is us. That is true.
Yep.
So just getting people more aware is always important and doing our part to that.
Absolutely. There you see some rowers getting warmed up. And we're getting ready to. Race is underway. Here we are, men's pairing.
This would be the men's double competing from this morning's heat. And if anyone is looking to know the race results and any progression details from today's regatta, it's all available on crewtimer.com. And crewtimer.com is also where we are live streaming today. So if you're already hearing us on the website, just know that the results are also on crewtimer.com.
All right. Here are the first race of the afternoon, men's doubles.
At this distance, it is a little harder to see which color of uniforms are wearing and who is racing, but this is from the heat, from heat 2 and heat 1. The third place finishers from those heats.
Okay. Again, we've got a new camera angle this year from the officials' boat right there, which was really nice to have. Get you up close and personal to the action at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, just trying to look at the blade work. I believe that's St. Thomas in lane 1. Again, it's important to not trust the blade so much. We have different crews from all over, and it's very common to make sure that you're renting from maybe an existing crew or a closer crew to not bring all of your equipment with you. So mostly looking at the uniforms to try to have a better gauge of the competing teams.
Maybe let's talk about the parts of the rowing stroke here, Lisa. You talk about the catch. What are you talking about?
The catch would be the part of the stroke when the blade is fully squared. Basically, it's perpendicular with the water, and it's also going in the water.
Okay.
And being fully covered is the best catch. Otherwise, you do run a few risks of just not catching enough water, having the strongest stroke that you could have. So the catch is the point of your stroke when your blade is fully squared and perpendicular and dropping into the water. Then your drive is followed right after that, where you're pulling that handle towards you. Because your legs are straightening out, you're basically jumping off your foot stretchers, pulling that oar handle towards you. That's all part of the drive. And when that blade comes out of the water, at the end of the drive, that's called the release. And it is also perpendicular to the water just long enough before they feather their blade, meaning it is now horizontal with the water, to cut down on wind resistance. As they recover, instead of the drive, it's now called the recover. You're coming back up to the catch, drop your blade in the water, drive, release the blade, recover, catch.
Nice.
And there's a nice stream behind them, good flow of that boat in the foreground there. Seem to be moving really swiftly.
What about the layback? What's the layback?
Yeah.
I've heard that before too, Lisa.
The layback is going to be the part when they are releasing the oar from the water. It's the very last part of the drive, and they're literally leaning back from their waist. That back is the most leaned back position of the whole entire stroke. And it's basically half of a sit-up every time.
Okay.
So you're getting yourself a little bit back, and then you're bringing yourself forward. It's usually a good call out by the coxswain that you need to improve your layback or get more layback, because when you're racing, you can get really fatigued and tired, and you might shorten it. You might start hunching a little bit. Anything to help call the rowers to the fact that they need to keep getting a full stroke in, and that includes getting a little bit of layback so that the blade can stay in the water that much longer.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
All right, looks like that the Wichita State boat has a pretty nice lead here. St. Thomas on your right. Just past coming up on the 5.5 minute mark here. Men's doubles.
And these are the coxswainless boats. It's just the 2 rowers per boat. The rower in the stern is the one needing to watch the steering, call out for minor increments, and that'll be done with just different pressures from port or starboard to help make sure they get the right point with the right amount of pressure and not overpowering the correction that's needed. I think if a rower's favorite call by a coxswain is to weigh enough, which it means go ahead and stop. Basically, feather your blade and stop rowing and just chill there. It's called weigh enough.
Weigh enough?
Weigh enough.
Wow. Looks like the Wichita State team is getting closer to the third bridge here. That'll put them in the home stretch. Here to the finish line. We'll see them shortly from our vantage point. I'm sure we'll hear the fans start cheering too. Man, this is one of those races where you really got to be in sync with your partner, right? You really got to know them.
Absolutely. More time on that water and more practice makes perfect. Just really, there's no other way. It's so unique about this sport. You can't really execute as well as you can unless you've had that water time.
Mm. There's Wichita State in the home stretch. Looks like they're going to win this one.
And St.
Really nice,
Thomas.
steady pace going.
St. Thomas is in lane 1 coming up. They're making it look pretty easy.
Yeah, they do.
Very consistent, which is hard to do. There's that horn.
Yeah, we got the horn now.
Yay.
Wichita State finishing the race right there, and here comes St. Thomas.
Putting in a strong finish.
Working their way to the finish line here.
You can see they are using their purple blades for this race. They may have brought small boats all the way from St. Paul,
Yeah.
Minnesota.
There it is. They cross the finish line here, and that wraps up men's double here, the first race of the afternoon at the Plains Regional Regatta on the Arkansas River, downtown Wichita. And as you can see right there on your screen, we're getting our next one underway. Another men's double race here, right?
Yeah, this would be the grand final of the men's double. So this would be the winners from the heats that we had this morning, both the first place and second place winners from each heat. This is the first race today. We've actually had all 4 lanes filled.
Yeah.
So this could be rather exciting. The crews are getting to see and hear each other so close to each other. And you really feed off of that energy and those sounds, and it only just kind of drives you a little bit further. And the start sequence, about a minute in, where they're basically settling into race pace. They've all kind of executed that first initial start and those strokes. And so it helps you kind of see the stagger of who had the most powerful, good return on that start sequence. And it looks like lane 2 and lane 4 had the strongest. But that is not a determining factor because lane 1 has got some power. You can see them really gunning for some more meters, inching in on lane 2.
They really are.
Really like to see it get so aggressive and see it executed so well and get them what they're going after, really. To actually see it be rewarded like that.
Looks like we have Wichita State team in lane 1 and lane 3. Right there closest to you. Getting ready to hit the first bridge right here.
And I would say they are approaching the first bridge. We hope no one hits a bridge because that is going to be quite unideal if we have any injuries. I know in years past, I think we had only one close call of a novice boat. And so far this year, we've seen a lot of experienced coxswains, experienced small boats. So not really a lot of risk for any injuries or equipment breakdowns that we've seen today. It's a really good, successful regatta so far.
Now, have you been a part of a boat that hit a bridge or came close? Yeah.
Not a bridge.
Okay.
I want to talk about me, but some people do hit bridges. And honestly, there's also the possibility of, so we are in a body of water, whether it's a lake or a river, and just keep in mind that the depth is not uniform throughout.
Mm-hmm.
And so you may be approaching a sandbank you don't know is there. And a lot of rudders have been lost due to not giving enough way to either a known sandbank area or an unknown. Maybe you're traveling and you went and visited and you're warming up for a regatta, but maybe you don't know all their hidden spots. Or on your home court, your home court and home river that maybe you didn't swing wide enough on a known area, and so that tends to be more common.
Okay.
Usually for a bridge, it's, the blades are hitting, or you just can get too close though if if your coxswain isn't steering fully straight. We are looking to see a few more people bringing dogs out. Go ahead. I see one bicyclist. Trying to fill up my bingo card of pets today. And make sure you come out and support Shocker Rowing.
We've seen scooters too, people on scooters.
Scooters, bikes.
Yeah.
Runners and walkers and dogs.
Turned out to be a nice day to be down here.
Absolutely.
There's a good look at 3 of the boats. Well, 4 of the boats.
Yeah, they are.
As we come up on the 5-minute mark here of the men's doubles. And again, this is the first race we've had today with all 4 lanes being filled.
Lane 1 should be St. Thomas, and lane 2. I think we've got 2 crews from St. Thomas at least in lane 1 and 2 for this. And this, again, it's just based on the heats from this morning. Only race of the day that will have all 4 lanes.
You can see one of the St. Thomas boats right there in lane 1.
They've got a really good flow together and very in sync. Good flow.
Looks like the 3rd bridge, they're just passing through right there.
There's the layback. You can see as they get to the release, that little last oomph is the layback part of the stroke.
One of the Wichita State teams right there. And there we go, St. Thomas passing us here, getting close to the finish line.
Wichita State coming in second and in view.
There we go with the end of the first boat anyway, St. Thomas. Wichita State is going to come in second, it looks like there.
See that second St. Thomas boat.
There they are on your screen right there. Third place, and we should have one more boat coming up here. Wichita State team, I believe. There they are. In lane 3. To wrap up the men's double. Making it look easy.
Yep.
Anything but.
Just a Sunday row.
Right. There we have it. You can see the results there on your screen.
If there's any races you're wanting to see the additional scores for, make sure you can go to racetimer or crewtimer.com. Is where we're keeping track of all those.
We're going to be coming up next with the women's varsity 4.
We have the petite final first. And then the grand final will be second. So the women that raced earlier this morning. And it will actually be 2 Wichita State boats in the petite final.
All right, before we get to that race here, we're waiting for them to line up. We're going to show you a video about all about the Shocker rowing facilities here downtown.
We have this great resource in town, the river that runs through it, but it's not a resource that had been really utilized very well. As Shocker Rowing was looking for a permanent home, we had to find something that's on the river. We got tied in with Goody Clancy when the city hired them to come in as a consulting firm, and we're able to make our case that the river needed more development and that Shocker Rowing having a permanent home would be beneficial not just to our program and the student athletes, but also for our community as a whole. So what we proposed was that there be a retail facility for rentals and events. And the expectation for us as part of our responsibility being part of the facility was that we were going to help activate the river. At the core of what we're trying to do is provide a great quality experience for our student athletes and those students that are interested in recreational activities or competitive opportunities. We have just under 9,000 square feet total. That includes the men's and women's restroom, which have showers and lockers. That includes one office for a staff member. That includes our retail space. And then also that includes the boathouse portion where Shocker Rowing spends most of its time. So having a facility here where we can do repairs, where we can store all of our equipment here, all of those are great. Plus our athletes can come here, they can do study hours here, they can have their lunch here if they need to, they can shower, and this helps create efficiencies for them. They can study here, they can eat here, they can train here. The arrangement that we have and the type of facility we have is pretty unique. There are really not many of these around. As far as I know, this is the only one that was purpose designed this way, where you have a commercial entity working with, you know, a different entity like us through the university.
Try to get those blades off.
Yeah, just a unique relationship here between Shocker Rowing and the city, and all that's gone into bringing this facility, you know, to happen and to provide this great facility for Shocker Rowing right here on the river downtown. Just you just can't beat it.
No, I agree. And just getting to travel so much with the team, and then, you know, the times I've volunteered for rowing events outside of being on the team, it really is so unique to have that business and community pieces of this whole facility, and that it's still very student centric. It's not exclusionary. You know, the rowers are still able to use it. You know, it's you don't have to feel like you have to drive all over the place. You know, if you're going to row, but maybe you want to stay and study, clean up a little bit, we now have that option for the students. Since previous life of just rowing and going straight to school and just living out of your trunk or your car, maybe that's what I did all day. It's just a really nice facility, and then just going to campus for class and things.
Yeah, it's top notch. It's right here in Wichita. Plains Regional Regatta, again, downtown Wichita today on the Arkansas River, getting set here for the women's varsity 4.
Yeah,
A couple of Shocker teams.
2 WSU women's varsity 4. This will be the petite finals, and these are the second placers from this morning's heat. And they are all getting alignment, and again, just trying to make, oh, they're sitting at the ready. No coxswain's hands are up. Watching for that start. There they go.
And they're off.
These are their partial strokes. Building up to a full stroke. Usually hitting about a power 20 to really ramp up the rate, ramp up the speed before they reach their settle.
Looks like a pretty clean start. So we've got a race here with coxswains now. Lisa, so I'm going to ask you some coxswain terms.
Okay.
Here we go. How about hold water? What does that mean?
Hold water means like break.
Okay.
Stop. You've got to square your blades, everyone square them, and usually, you know, like drop them all at the same time if you can. And it's basically is how you stop on a dime in the water if
Uh-huh.
possible. Maybe something's right in front of you, or maybe it's just time to stop. But yeah, hold water is a good one.
What about back it down?
Back it down. It depends on the usually it just means like settle, like, hey, we're just paddling now. We're just chilling. Yeah, back it down.
Oh, okay.
No need to be so quick.
Got it. And you can see the how in sync they are. Looking at those paddles right now in this race. Again, this is 2 Wichita State teams competing in this women's varsity 4.
We've seen a lot of different sizes of boats today, with the pair and the double and the 4s and the 8s. But no matter what size of shell you're in, few terminology is still constant no matter what. There's the bow of the boat and the stern of the boat. So the bow is the part of the boat that is what I'm going to say, like, in front of us. It's the part that's cutting the water first.
Okay.
The stern would be the part at the back of the boat. And so the bow will be crossing the finish line first is another way to think of it. You also have port and starboard, which is also how a rower tends to identify themselves. If you approach another rower, common question, what do you row? I row port. I row starboard. So if the oar that you are rowing with is coming out on the left side of the boat, as long as the boat is facing forward, that'll be called port.
Okay.
So on the screen, we're watching the stroke seat, who's the one right in front of the coxswain. They're rowing port. And the rowers whose oar is going out on the right, those would be your starboard rowers. And it's spelled starboard, but we pronounce it starboard.
Starboard.
Coxswain, way enough, all the things that are said differently than they're spelled.
Way enough. I know what that means. Stop rowing.
Let it run.
All right. Looks like this boat is crossing the first bridge. The other Wichita State boat has a pretty good lead right now in lane 2. Again, pretty nice day on the river. 56. Overcast. Winds about 8 miles per hour. We get a good shot there of the Wichita State boat in lane 1 in the women's 4 varsity. There's a reverse angle. You can see the substantial lead for Wichita State boat in lane 2.
It's one of my favorite views is the aerial puddles and streak from stern. When it's done right, when it's symmetrical and photogenic.
Which those were, to me anyway.
Yeah, they look good. It's calming. The only thing better than that is an 8.
Yeah. Which we'll get to see later.
Yes. Looking forward to it. And we've got 2 official launches. You notice one gets them to about the halfway point and turns back around.
Yep.
So that they can be ready at the start. They're watching for safety. Also, the boats who are warming up and lining up also need safety and someone out there watching them too. So that's why you see one turn around and get back in position for that. Running a pretty tight schedule today, but it's going so well. These 6 teams have seen a lot of water time already today.
Right on time. Just beyond the halfway mark here. Women's varsity 4.
2 shocker boats competing.
What about the term power 10? What does that mean, Lisa?
Basically a very strong sequence of 10 strokes altogether.
Okay.
The focus is definitely on the power, the pressure, and hopefully your speed is going faster, but it doesn't always mean that the rate of your oars is increasing. That's only if the coxswain wants you to. So again, important to listen to your coxswain and the race plan, what the call is actually for, so you're not rushing the other people in front of you and impacting the set when you do that. But sometimes you really just need, maybe the boat's feeling sluggish and they're not really reacting. And for example, just hypothetical, maybe this first place boat is getting a little too lackadaisical, and for some reason the coxswain's like, no, I feel that we're slowing down and you guys need to be focused and like, I need a little more from you right now. A coxswain can call for a power 10 and count them through it and motivate them through it and coach them and tell them how they're performing through it. Like, okay, you did go a little faster. Good job. Like, now try to maintain that and try to hold it.
Kind of a motivational thing sometimes.
Yeah. I think we can almost hear a coxswain. Can definitely hear the blade work.
Yeah. Be crossing the third bridge, and there right now in view is the Wichita State team in lane 2. They've got the lead.
They have really good swing together. That thunk noise that you're hearing is all at the release position. And when you hear that all together, that's very powerful, and that's what you want, is everyone to be together anyways. But it's really gratifying when you can hear it coming from your own vessel.
I bet. There you go. They first Wichita State team crosses. And we've got the team in lane 1 right here. They're getting close to the finish line as well. Wrapping up the women's varsity 4.
Putting in a lot of good effort. Again, this is not anyone's first race of the day.
There we go.
It's at least their second, if not more, depending on what other boats they were in. So, a lot of exhaustion today with everything. Oh, it's good the sun isn't also exhausting them, but
Yeah, exactly.
the overcast is good.
Here we go with the start of the next race. Another women's varsity 4. Now, what's the difference between this one and the one we just saw, Lisa?
The other one is the petite finals, and the one we're currently watching is the grand finals. So the petite finals is basically when you have enough crews that are racing that you are able to have 2 rounds of finals.
Okay.
The petite finals would be those that placed lower in the initial heats, and then the grand finals would be all the first and second place. Generally, people from the first heats, if they scored high enough and placed high enough is the word I'm looking for, then they will be in the grand final. So a lot of bigger regattas use that really, really commonly. Basically, in the heats, if you got 7th place or more, then that's the petite finals.
Okay.
6th place or less would be the grand finals, and commonly the reason for that is a lot of these bigger venues do have enough room for 6 lanes to race and a warm-up lane or lanes. So, our river is definitely not bad or too small, but there's definitely some wider venues, and they can race so many more across at a time.
Right. So we've got Oklahoma State and St. Thomas in this race right here, women's varsity 4 grand final. And again, they qualified earlier this morning. So they kind of know the lay of the land today, how the river feels.
Yeah.
How the weather is.
Yeah, and it's just staying so consistent.
Yeah.
Like that what you were used to this morning will be the same. It's pretty nice.
It's Oklahoma State on your left, St. Thomas on your right. As they approach the first bridge. And again, you can see the orange on the oars of Oklahoma State. St. Thomas using a Wichita State boat, it looks like, with the, you can see the yellow
Yeah.
oars.
Makes you wonder. I think we did see some St. Thomas equipment, and sometimes when that happens, they're coming from St. Paul, Minnesota, that sometimes the crew itself, they may fly to a venue, they may bus, but the boats will always have to drive, and that's if
Right.
you're bringing any at all. And so I did not get to go and scope out all the cruise areas, but it would be interesting to see just how many they were able to bring themselves. And yeah, if they bust, how long that would have taken them.
Yeah. We're seeing one of the boats from the previous race, women's varsity 4, come out of the water. I'm always surprised, Lisa, how big these boats look when they're out of the water.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Measurement I remember for an 8 is average of 60 feet.
Wow.
For an 8. And that's why I tell people I'm a good driver, because I have experience
Yeah, that's right.
parking other bigger things. So I'm pretty good.
I could see that.
I can park big trucks better than truck owners can park them because I know my spacing. And there's no wind involved with a car, at least. And here you have to, when you're docking a boat, you have to be mindful of like, okay, well, is the wind going to push us on the line? Should I have someone row right now? Should I point a different angle? Like, you're never really done. And then the coxswain's holding onto the boat while they get the oars out, and then we're still coxing it out of the water and going to put it away and making sure people aren't in the way.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. There's no doubt.
A lot to it. We try to, as a coxswain, try to be as value added as absolutely possible.
Yeah. And once again, we've got Oklahoma State in lane 1 on the right of your screen, and St. Thomas is there in lane 2 on the left. Just over the halfway mark here. Women's varsity 4, grand final. And we had a shot just a minute ago of the first official boat turning around to go back to the starting line, like you pointed out, Lisa. Now this is the second one that'll follow them to the finish line.
Yeah. And we're speaking of an 8, again, averages 60 feet. The blade, the oar is also generally around 12. Oh my goodness. Well, I thought I knew. Thought I remembered correctly.
I bet they're going to take up a lot of space.
They do, and now and when I recall it, I will definitely tell you. But it's definitely like quite a big thing to make sure that you are leveraging correctly and.
Yeah. Crossing the third bridge here, you can hear the crowd getting loud to cheer them on to the finish line. St. Thomas in the lead at the current point. Oklahoma State there in lane 1, looks like gaining.
So much excitement
Man,
for this
sounds
finish
like
line. I love it.
Fans are going crazy here as they come down the home stretch.
For Oklahoma State and St. Thomas, the fans are
Look
happening.
at that. Oklahoma State's made some ground. They're making a push.
Pretty hungry for it
Yeah.
to do that in the last stretch like that. You can hear the coxswains really fighting for it. Oh. St. Thomas is holding on.
I think so.
Nice and steady. Man, Oklahoma State wants it. They're so close.
Yes.
Such a good race.
Wow, that was a great race. St. Thomas wins that. Women's varsity 4 grand final. Good race by both teams right there. Right,
Yeah.
the closest one we've had today.
Probably, I think so.
Yeah. All right, we're getting set for our next one here. It'll be the men's varsity 4 petite final. right, so right now we're going to introduce you to some more of the students participating today at the Plains Regional Regatta with this video.
Communication and working together is pretty important when you are rowing because you need to work together in order to achieve your goal. All of us need to be in sync.
Put that blade in and pull. Pressure creates stability.
Well, I'm a coxswain, so I have a bit of a different role. I am very shy and quiet, so it's kind of hilarious that I'm supposed to be the loudest person on the team, but it's taught me so much about just everything in life, and I can carry it into my future.
There's just a lot more than what it seems. We have to be able to suspend our weight off the handle of the oar the right way and keep it suspended all the way through the drive. We have to make sure we get the blade out of the water cleanly and keep it off the water the whole time. Keep all our handles at the same height, stay in as perfect timing as you can.
Whenever you are racing and you're just going as hard as you possibly can, you feel the water's rushing beside you, and you have to be able to see this chaotic environment. You're rowing as fast as you can, but also be very sensitive to what's going on around you. It's not just about communication with your mouth, but it's communication with your body and people's body language. You have to be able to read them. You have to be able to make good friendships and connect with the people around you, not just for rowing, but in any part of life to have it really be successful and enjoyable. As soon as I joined the team, it was like, oh yeah, these are my people.
All right, there we go. That great video there again of the students talking about their experience with rowing, and had a coxswain chime in there, Lisa, about what that involves as well. You can hear Coach Calvin Cup there a little bit, giving them some instruction during practice. Well done video. Kind of gives you an idea of what it takes.
It's nice to hear from the current students too, because I can relate to actually a lot of the same sentiments still, and it's just nice to know that that value is still being created. And that last student that was speaking about, you know, just finding your people, and you land with a team, but it's also, you know, your own mini family. And the unique thing about rowing from other sports, among other things, but it's pretty much an all-year sport. We don't have seasons. We race in the fall, we race in the summer or spring, and we're practicing through the winter. So you are with these people all the time. If you're not in school with them, like we said, it brings people from all different majors come out. So it lets you interact with all sorts of different students and different walks of life, but you're with them all the time, and so they do become your family. And my strongest friendships from college are, you know, my rower friends, and more than anyone that I had classes with. Just getting to develop that, and it's really cool. It's still the case for all these other students.
And right now we're going to bring you an interview with Coach Calvin Cup with Shocker Rowing, and he'll give you a behind-the-scenes look here of what they do at Shocker Rowing.
Hey, good morning. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. What we're gonna do today, we're gonna break it up into 2 rotations. And then we'll come back in, we'll switch. We've got 2 8s and a quad going out. Ask yourself, what is it that you should be focusing on? What is it that you can work on today to be better?
Put in, ready, in.
And build your fitness and build your rowing IQ so that the next day can be a little bit better than that.
Remember, pressure on the face of the blade to the body with the handle, and then tap it down. Don't feather it out. Tap it down on the square, then feather it away.
Make sure that you're not just trying to improve yourself, but are you elevating your teammate and making sure that they're having a quality experience.
Be patient enough, get the blade squared, and give that blade a chance to settle into the water some, and then land on the board.
How we race on race day and do we win medals, all those things matter.
Nice job staying together.
The most important things we're doing is what are we helping them learn and what are we teaching them.
And let's challenge ourselves to row well.
Here we go. One more. Get on it.
So if we can help them manage, the stress and all the things that they have going on in their life, help them, manage their time and challenge themselves and gain confidence and do all that.
Come on, boys. That's it, boys.
Those things help them not only in their daily life and in class, but then what happens is we find that they race well and they're successful.
All right, let's paddle it in. Let's call it a good day.
There you go, behind the scenes look at what it takes to be a rower, and a look at Coach Calvin Cupp in action here with Wichita State Rowing. He says, let's call it a good day.
I think we need to interview him someday. I'd like to ask him a few things. He's just been the head coach for so many years now, you know, and seen so much, but very consistent presence.
And helped make so much happen here and move the program forward.
Yeah.
Including this new facility that we get to enjoy today here on the river.
Yeah, this view is not bad.
Not at all. All right, we're getting ready for the men's varsity 4 petite final. You can see they're lining up right there. I believe we have St. Thomas and KU in this one.
Yep, St. Thomas should be in lane 1 with KU in lane 2. Just getting alignment, making sure one of the crews isn't too far up from where the start line is. The coxswains are all watching for a point. Getting their blades covered. It looks like KU has a point and they're ready at any moment. St. Thomas, I believe, is backing because they advanced too far. Once their coxswain has a point, they'll make the call that all the rowers in their boat should cover their blades and sit ready. But we're not seeing that just yet from St. Thomas, so she is still working on that. KU is ready. Go.
And we're off.
Good, strong puddles from the outset. KU looks pretty hungry for it. Right from the get-go. Look at them fly out.
Got out to a great start.
Yeah. Can't fight that. It's pretty awesome. Just good. Must feel good. Then they can see also, you know, right from the beginning, those rowers in the KU boat can see how far away they are from their competition, and just feeds into even making that gap bigger sometimes. It just really internally motivates them. Apart from anything the coxswain could say, like, they're just feeling awesome about that, I'm sure.
Right. Such a good start.
Yeah.
Got KU there on the right of your screen, and St. Thomas is on the left. The boat closest to us right there. Getting a great perspective this afternoon. Looks like KU is maybe making the lead a little bit bigger.
Yeah, it looks like that as well. I know we'll get a different aerial shot coming up later in the race, and that'll help give some perspective. St. Thomas is doing well. I would imagine the biggest issue was with getting a point at the start line and kind of muddying their own waters just to start and needing to back.
Really good shot there of St. Thomas team. Throw another term at you here, Lisa, about equipment. What's the stretcher? What is that?
It's
for the feet, right?
Yeah, it's commonly called the foot stretcher. And that's a contraption where your feet are going. As I had mentioned, you know, the rowers are not wearing shoes, but they are wearing socks. That's very important. And you're actually wearing the rowing shoes in the foot stretcher, of which you can change the size if you need to. Very important. Hopefully, the more developed the program, that you can have the option of different sizes. There are stories of people having forced to wear too small of shoes, and then you're also racing. It's a little painful.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Or if you have too big of shoes and your feet can slip out of them.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not, crazy specific sizing. It's just more general and making sure your feet can fit, and you Velcro yourself in to those shoes, and then the foot stretchers can be adjusted also based on your height to the seat.
Okay.
And if you need to make it longer or a shorter distance from the rowing seat, which is gliding and moving. But they're in, your feet are Velcroed in. Look at that lead by KU.
Yeah, nice lead.
Looking good. So that if the boat ever does, capsize or there's another issue going on where the boat is tipping, you can get out of your shoes quickly. You're not restrained in the boat because they're Velcroed in, and you should be able to quickly escape. There's a dog. We got another dog. I'm going to fill up my bingo card.
Makes Lisa happy when she sees a dog.
I'm just so grateful to see all the people come out and support, and the scooters and the bikers and the family and the grandparents, the wagons. It's just so encouraging.
It's all here on what's turned out to be a nice afternoon. You can see KU there on the left of your screen with a good lead. St. Thomas on the right in the men's varsity 4 petite final. Again, just past the midway point of this race. Hard to tell from this angle how fast they are moving, but once they come by you, if you're watching in person, it's really unbelievable how quickly they're moving.
It's true, and I would venture a guess that KU is operating at a higher race pace than the other crews we've been seeing today. They do look a little more expedited, and it's if that's the case, it's impressive. They've been maintaining it for 5 minutes. But like to your point, when they're live and in front of us, it does help us have much better gauge of how fast they're going in real time. Maybe that was the Power 10, what I just saw, like with that rapid fire, and now it's just kind of settling into a different pressure, different rate.
Okay, going under the third bridge on the race course, heading toward the home stretch here.
Trying to listen for their fans, see how big a crowd they brought.
There's a shot of St. Thomas right there.
Starting to hear that coxswain. It means we're getting so close to the finish.
And the oars too, right? You can hear those.
Yeah. Looking for one noise. One uniform clunk.
There it is.
Yes. One coxswain and one uniform noise. That's what we hear. That's it. They had a great run and a great finish. It's KU coming in first in the petite final for the men's varsity 4.
Looks like 6:37. Wow.
Pretty fast. We'll have to keep an eye out for the grand final times.
Here comes St. Thomas towards the finish line as well. And there's their horn, about 7:07. Impressive run there by KU. Men's varsity 4 petite final.
Good finishes.
All right, so that's going to set up our men's varsity 4 grand final. Wichita State and Oklahoma State will be racing in this one. The Plains Regional Regatta, downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River. Hosted by Shocker Rowing. 6 teams here this year. Oklahoma State, KU, Of course, Wichita State, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, K-State, and the University of St. Thomas.
I'm looking for alignment here for the men's varsity 4. We'll have Wichita State in lane 1 on the left, Oklahoma State on the right. You can see those overcast clouds kind of rolling through the landscape.
Yep.
But we have held off on the precipitation today. There they go. I'm wondering about the point that Oklahoma State had. Like a little.
I hear the coxswain a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Even out. Nice. 135. 146. Good.
I don't know why it sounds like that, but that is the coxswain. I
Sounds
will
like they're on
confirm.
helium.
Yeah. That's not accurate, but entertaining still.
Very entertaining.
I'll go with that.
Oklahoma State off to a little bit of a lead here as they kick off. Men's varsity 4 grand final.
So that does remind me that there is a specific race that Shaka Rowing will do just with their own squad. It's not really open to other schools. It's just they'll do class races. So instead of novice and varsity, they'll do the freshmen versus the sophomore versus the juniors and seniors.
Okay.
So you have a class boat, and ideally you fill in 8. You get your 8.
Oh.
And then you all have a theme and you all dress up.
Oh, that's fun.
So the coxswain voice just now made me think of if someone were really getting into the theme and could change their voice for that. But you do want to win. You want to win the class races because you want the bragging right.
Right.
So
Don't
that's a fun one. It's held at the same place at River Vista. You just look at Shaka Rowing's website for their calendar of events and what different regattas they're at throughout the year. And anyone's welcome to come attend, cheer them on, take pics, see what costumes they all created and thought of for that year that's on theme. Some will do like, superheroes or somehow like Ninja Turtle themed, or like everyone has a different outfit. One year it was all different colors of the rainbow, and then the coxswain was a cloud. It was really cute. I think one year they were all ninjas.
Oh.
The whole boat of ninjas. And Western, like flannels and hats and stuff.
Oh, my.
It's a fun event.
Sounds like a good bonding event.
Yeah.
Coach Calvin ever dress up any of that?
No.
Oh.
But I wish he would. I want to see him lean into the 80s theme. I think.
Oh, that would be great.
That's what I would root for.
The mullet.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm thinking neon fanny pack.
There you
and
go.
the mullet.
Gotta have the fanny pack. Members only jacket, maybe.
Something.
Yeah.
I think that would help. Yeah.
I think you're onto something.
We can dream.
I'll let you suggest that to him.
I will. Post haste. I will do that as soon as I'm done here. Or he could always rewind us and follow on crewtimer.com.
There you go.
There's our aerial shot that we love. Just really, the puddles are kind of lasting as long until that gap of second place boat coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a really nice big clearance there.
Oklahoma State in the lead on the left of your screen, and Wichita State there on the right. Men's varsity grand final right here. Varsity 4, I should say. You can see the Oklahoma State boat, how precise they are with their oars coming out of the water.
Yeah. Good uniformity. That's just what makes the sport so photogenic
Mm.
to me is you can see if they're doing, if they're so crisp and
Right.
synchronized. You can hear it, you can see it, you can see the puddles and the stream behind them. Like, it's just exciting. And it's an Olympic year.
Yep.
So, by all means, watch Olympic rowing this summer in Paris. Some really impressive athletes.
You're not excited about that, are you?
Uh-huh. I am a big Olympic fan in general. Very excited about the Olympics.
Always a lot of fun, especially the Summer Olympics, I think.
Yeah. Mostly because of gymnastics.
All right, Oklahoma State there approaching the third bridge. You can already hear the coxswain where we're sitting.
Yeah, the booming.
Yeah.
Coming under that bridge. Oh. The crowd for Oklahoma State is just really laying into them, really
are.
encouraging, trying to see what they can do to increase that quick finish time. They're staying in the lead here.
Good shot of them right there as they come down the home stretch.
Yeah, definitely. The coxswain 147 is their split right now.
He was yelling out their individual names.
Oh yeah?
Bring it, so and so. Bring it, so and so.
There you go.
All right, Oklahoma State there, crossing the finish line. Finishing
Really
first here.
Good strong finish.
Yeah.
Wichita State also putting in a good finish here.
They're coming on to the finish line right now too. And there you have it.
And in true fashion, the grand final times are faster than the petite the petite final times, but it was only by a 4-second difference.
Wow.
So really tight group of crews for that one.
All right, up next we're going to have the men's singles petite final.
Yeah.
And they're lined up right there.
Nice.
Looks like 2 Wichita State boats, I believe, for this one.
Yep, just finishing up alignment. It should be any second now.
And they are off. Again, this is the men's singles 14 petite final. A couple Wichita State teams here. Lisa, when we're talking about equipment, what's a collar?
The collar is a part of the oar lock. Well, it's the part of the oar that is against the oar lock.
Okay. The collar. All right.
Quite a few pieces surrounding all of that.
Yeah.
Because you have the oar, the handle, and then the shaft is basically the longest part of it, and then the actual blade at the end. But the collar would be the ring of sorts that's on the shaft that does help fit into the oar lock and kind of butts against it. People have a tendency when you're new to pull that blade in, and so it's a good reminder to push it all the way out, or else the boat will lose its leverage and go somewhere else. The Oars are around 12 feet long, which is quite long.
Yep.
And if you can imagine how difficult that is to hold one of those, and that is determining the lever and balance of a boat across 4 people, across 2 people, like so much hangs in that balance of that.
Yeah, and the resistance too in the water. It's just
Yeah,
it's a lot of power,
it is.
a lot of weight.
Yes. Oh, that motorcycle we just heard. I don't know if anyone on the TV could, but it was doing a wheelie all the way across this finish line bridge. I never really see that in real life, so
Never know what you're going to see down here at the regatta.
I needed to let the people know that was happening. It wasn't on TV. It was just a real life wheelie across the bridge.
Impressive.
You can see it all in one place at
Right.
River Vista. There are bike rentals down here too that we can see with the little baskets. So even if you don't have a bike, but you want to rent one to go check out the race course, it's definitely an option to do that. If you don't have a chair or a blanket, there's just these built-in grassy knoll little staggered step things out here that makes it really easy. Just taking a few races.
All sorts of activities down here on the river. As we approach the summer, you can come down and come to Boats and Bikes here at River Vista. And you can do all those things that Lisa just said. Like scooters.
Yeah, would you ever do the standing paddle board
No,
thing?
I don't think that would be a good thing.
Would you do it in a pool?
I might try it in a pool.
I think I might try it in a pool.
Yeah. Not on the river. That's just me, though.
Yeah. I don't think, no. But I think they have pedal boats
They do.
here.
I do a
And
pedal
I think
boat.
I would totally pedal boat.
Yeah, I would do that.
I think that would be fun. And
Yeah.
I mentioned, like, my keeper is here. Like, I would go
There
and
you
say
go.
hi, pedal by, take a selfie.
Yeah.
And you don't have to own that equipment. You just rent it.
Just rent it right here.
It's so handy.
You can do the pedal boats one day, come back next week, do the bikes, come back the next week, do scooters.
Yeah.
See?
And Mocha's is nearby. Go get your
Yeah.
little drink.
There you go.
Come over here, pedal boat, and do whatever.
Summer is planned.
Done. Every weekend. Done.
That's it. There we have our 2 boats, both Wichita State boats. Here in the men's single petite final. Just about halfway done with the
Yeah.
course here. I would imagine this would be the part of the course where you're really just starting to get fatigued and you got to battle through it before you get to the home
That's
stretch.
true. Yeah, very true. Especially being in a single too. I mean, we talked about just you're feeding off of your own energy, and
Right.
you're the only one responsible for every single thing that's happening. And but no, that middle chunk of the race can get pretty tiring or droning. What's nice again is the spring racing is generally 2,000 meters or less. So even considering that, it could still be really difficult in the middle.
Mm.
And we have one goose entering the race course to cheer on Wichita State as a front row spectator. Just cheer him on,
Yeah,
and
there he
then
goes.
leave, and then that's
There-
it. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So it's just to wish him luck
Words
and
of
go and
encouragement.
talk to the other rower now.
Right. At this point, you need encouragement.
You got to go, yeah, back and forth. Know your home
Yeah.
team.
Right.
Cheer them both on. We'll see. Okay.
You need all the help you can get at
I
this
think
point,
they're out of-
right?
yeah. As long as everyone's safe, I'm good.
Yeah.
That's good.
So the first Wichita State boat's going to be hitting the third bridge here shortly. Should hear some cheering coming down the home stretch. Again, this is the men's single petite final. Got some other boats there getting ready to head out and warm up.
So we're at a 7:07 race time right now, and just for comparison, the men's petite final varsity 4, the last place finished in 7:07. So we talked about how the small boats generally are going to take a little bit longer. So that's also known in your head. Like, I'll take on a smaller boat. I will be on the water longer. I will be the sole power of this boat, the sole steerer. But when you love it, you love it. And
Exactly.
a lot of people find a lot of solace in a single.
There you have the first plate boat right now, getting closer to the finish line.
You can see him sliding on his seat. Like, that is intentional. That is the best probably visual we've seen of just sliding, because in the single, he's basically on top of the boat. He's not so much in it, like we've kind of seen a little bit with the bigger boats.
Right.
So first place Wichita State boat has just crossed. The second one is a few strokes out.
Second boat about to hit the finish line right here. And there we have it. And we're going to take you now right there. Here we are at the finish of the starting line, rather. The men's single grand final right here going on. Just got underway.
Yeah, almost right on time with K-State and University of Nebraska. So K-State will be in lane 1 on the left, and on the right is University of Nebraska at Lincoln. The other thing about rowing as a club sport, we're not, an NCAA sport, and that's, a lot of it's kind of just down to Title IX and how many men's and women's sports you have at a time. And so the nice thing about club sports is that you can still form and still compete and still have a full season, and we get to travel and do all this stuff, just generally at our own funding and getting to still participate. And rowing is also just for all ages. So even if you're a returning student, but you haven't had a novice year yet, you haven't rowed 1 year, you can join the rowing team. You can walk on. So we've had teammates of all different ages, and that's what's cool too. People looking to just have something to exercise and get fit, or maybe just get to know other students in a workout type of environment. There's some bikers across the river. I'm so happy to see them. Bicycling the length of the river today. We've got some people taking naps on the grass. Photographers are out.
Got some people walking.
And one wheelie and no injured
That's right.
geese. So come on out, see what you can see at the river today.
Men's single grand final going on right now. K-State, lane 1, right there on the left. And University of Nebraska at Lincoln on the right. Lane 2 as they approach the first bridge. Our second men's single back-to-back. We had the petite final just a few minutes ago. Now the grand final.
Two for one scootering right now. Just rent one. Take your friend for a spin. That's the
Is
thing.
that allowed?
It is apparently. Oh, it's a skateboard.
A skateboard.
With a helmet.
Love the helmet.
We hadn't seen a skateboarder yet.
Nope. I think your bingo card's getting full.
It is. I mean, the wheelie was unaccounted for,
That was a
unpredicted.
bonus.
Yes, that was like my free space, but times 4. But we got to, there's still something else to be seen today. I think there's still
Yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah.
Water's looking so like calm and enjoyable to row in. It's not fighting you back. It's not pushing you around and catching your blade. Look how peaceful that looks.
Mm-hmm. Got a good race going on right now.
This is true. Getting closer together too. We've seen some of the lanes just keep their distance all the way down the course.
Got Nebraska there on the left, K-State on the right in the men's single grand final right here.
Looks like St. Thomas is going to have the lead at times, but it is quite close. They've got about halfway to go still. See who has the stamina and the power and the shorter course.
Good shot right there. A little over halfway.
I thought I heard some fans, but I'm not sure now.
Somebody was cheering something.
Yeah.
Maybe they saw another wheelie.
Could have been a drive-by cheering and then
Yeah.
they're gone.
So nice to have this event here downtown Wichita. Rowing community is just growing throughout the area. And this is one of the reasons why this regatta, Plains Regional Regatta, hosted by Wichita State Rowing.
Yeah.
Both boats approaching the third bridge, getting set for the final push to the finish line.
So this race is not always into May. I know next year it's in April. This year it's today, and the team only has one more event this year, and that is the national championships. So they will be going to the ACRAs May 17th through the 19th. It's a multi-day regatta. It accommodates teams from all over the country, and the number of events just make it needing to be a multi-day event. And this year it will be held in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which is a beautiful venue. Definitely helps accommodate so many crews with so much equipment-based sport. Having rowing shells laying all over the lawns in different areas. It's definitely a fun event to go to if you ever get a chance.
K-State looks like they're going to win this race. There we have the finishing horn. And the Nebraska racer is getting close to the finish line as well. Wrapping up the men's single grand final. There's the horn for second place. All right. You see the times right there on the bottom of your screen. We're going to get set for the women's double petite final next here at the Plains Regional Regatta.
This will be the petite final and grand final of the women's double will be the last two small boat races of the day. And then we'll move on to the rest of the fours and the eights. And we have some spectators with 4 legs. Check out her little pink leash on.
She's having fun. Look at her.
You say, "Hey, Barbie," when you see her. Hey, Barbie.
Checking out all that's going on here.
Perfect napping structures built in.
There you go.
This is what Troy was talking about. This
Yes.
is intentional infrastructure.
Somebody's getting a nice snooze here on the Arkansas.
Because you know what? You won't get sunburned today.
No.
So come out and get a nap on nice grass.
No sunscreen necessary.
We'll keep an eye on you. If you're in our eyesight, it's okay. There's the bikes you can rent.
We've seen a couple going up and down the.
Yeah, both sides of the river.
Yeah.
Like, don't feel excluded to one side.
No.
There are two sides. You can bike up to the keeper. You can go on the pedestrian bridge, go say hello.
Come back down the other way.
Yeah,
You might see Barbie the dog. You don't know.
you might. How beautiful. Like,
Very nice.
go Wichita.
Yeah. Got our next race warming up right there. It'll be Wichita State and K-State. Women's double petite final.
And I always think of the visiting teams on days like this because you row all day. Sometimes the sun, also makes you just more exhausted. And you've got multiple races. That's the nature of regattas. And then you have a bus ride home or, if you're going home to Manhattan or Lawrence. But what if you're going back to St. Paul, Minnesota tonight? I don't know. Those were the days. You just did it.
Right. All right, we're going to look at the course again here at the Plains Regional Regatta. You can see how it's set up this year.
We've got the warm-up lane on the tightest, most lane of the river. We've got the finish line just before First Street, and the start line is just prior to the dam. All the crews making sure they turn before that last bridge at Lincoln. It is an active dam.
Yeah.
Always making sure to stress that to visiting crews. Then you can see the different bridge arches that the different lanes will have to go through.
And the staggered start there that the teams line up with.
Yeah, a little bit of an angle just to keep it fair. Another bicyclist.
That's our course here today at the Plains Regional Regatta, hosted by Shocker Rowing on the Arkansas River in downtown Wichita. Getting set next again for the women's double petite final. Wichita State should be on your left in lane 1 and K-State on your right, lane 2. Looks like they're getting set to get started.
I think what we just heard was a water bottle fall out of a boat.
Of a boat, yep.
And it landed on the dock. Always make sure you have everything out. Cox boxes, which is part of the speaker mechanism and the electrical equipment that the coxswain has. Not me. Some people will forget it's in the boat, and then they lift the boat out of the water, and it's in.
Oh no.
If you're at an away regatta, like it's in that person's lake, it's in that team's river, like you're not. That's sinking. That's electrical batteried piece of equipment, and that also falls out of boats.
That's not good.
Mm-mm.
No.
Mm-mm.
What is good is there's Barbie right in front of us.
Barbie. She is strutting.
She is. She's
She
enjoying
loves
this day out.
regatta day.
Yes.
And you
Very
will too if you come out. She's popping with her step.
Huh.
This is her happy place,
Definitely.
and she has arrived.
All right, here we go. Women's double petite final underway. Wichita State and K-State in this race. What do you think about that start, Lisa? What are you seeing?
I think they both had a good send-off. Definitely watching lane 2 is looking really clean. But I think that also helps because the angle that we have, because I don't think lane 1 is particularly in bad shape at all. Didn't see many of their start strokes, so hopefully they just felt like they got the right start that they wanted and that they could execute the game plan right from the beginning. And then every stroke since, it's on them. Definitely lane 2 is getting a lot better of blade coverage and full strokes more consistently than lane 1. I think that is K-State in a shocker boat in lane 2 on the right.
Yep. Again, pretty nice day here for the regatta. Around 60 degrees. Not much of a wind, about 8 last time we checked.
Yeah, it is really nice considering we've had like the streak of different weather lately.
Mm-hmm.
Storms and the wind and the rumbling. I was really actually just concerned if we would have lightning and need to postpone the regatta. So everything is just working out so great.
It is. Wichita State there with the lead so far, it looks like. On the right, K-State on the left. Women's double petite final. We'll have the grand final coming up next.
There's another pupper coming through. I just want to applaud the people. Thank you for bringing your exercise and your pets out to the river today. And way to carpe diem.
What a great place to be today
That's what we're here for.
with the pets.
Oh, something we haven't seen. I told you there was something else on my bingo card. It's right here. We get a little motorized scooter coming in right here.
Oh, there
it's
it
a
is.
twofer. It's a 2-person, 4-wheeled scoot.
I've never seen one of those.
I have not either.
Well, there you go, Lisa. We're seeing all the
this
things.
This is early. I mean, it's only 2, and I thought I was still. That might be the end cap. I don't know.
All right, they just crossed the second bridge here in the women's double petite final. Wichita State there on your right, on your left rather. K-State on your right. K-State with the lead as it sits right now. Coming up on the 4-minute mark. There's a shot from the reverse angle. And they're coming up on the halfway mark here.
They're definitely keeping a little bit closer to each other. So, kind of similar trait we're seeing in the petite finals and the grand finals is after, this morning's heat, it really does help place the crews with their best matched competitor as you come out of the heats. And so the petite finals, you're seeing a lot more boats that are side to side, a little bit closer than the heats from this morning.
K-State still with the lead there on the left side of your screen. Wichita State on the right. Something else we haven't seen on the river yet until now, and that's a stroller, Lisa. Somebody bringing their young one.
Yeah, definitely a little one. It's fully enclosed.
Yep.
Can't even get a peek.
Now, here in this women's double, each rower has 2 oars. And what was the term for that? Did you use a term
They
for
are
that?
sculling.
Sculling, okay.
Yes, if they have 2 in their hand.
Gotcha.
hmm
Because we saw a race earlier when they each had 1.
They each had 1, and that would be called sweep rowing.
Okay.
Almost like sweeping a broom. Same word, sweep. Getting a lot more families out this afternoon.
Yeah.
Anyone come on by here, then go to Nomar later, get some awesome food from Open Streets. If you haven't been to one yet, Nomar is the best one in my opinion. So fun.
Based on the food?
Based on the food.
Okay. Busy day for
Just a
Wichita.
fun
with-
time.
Yeah, marathon and the regatta and the open streets.
Yep.
All going on today.
There's plenty to choose from. Get participating in the community and just get out and about.
Looks like the Shockers have overtaken the lead from our angle anyway.
Definitely.
K-State and Wichita State just passing the 3rd bridge. They're going to be hitting the home stretch here. Coming into our view shortly. You can certainly hear the fans cheering them on.
Yep. Making it look easy, but putting in a lot of work over these 1,700 meters.
Yeah.
The women's Shockers double coming up for first, and K-State coming through for second in this last stretch towards the finish line.
So hear that horn shortly. There we go, Wichita State. Pulling it out. K-State taking second. There they are. Got the results there in the bottom of your screen.
Go Shockers.
Yeah. That completes the petite final of the women's double. Got the grand final coming up.
Yeah, we've
Got
got to have
3 teams.
3 boats in this race. So St. Thomas will be in lane 1. They were from heat 2 this morning, and then we'll have Wichita State in lane 2 and another Wichita State boat in lane 3. So it'll be interesting to see lane 1 and lane 2 and how they compete against each other, being the first place finishers from each of their heats this morning.
And they are off. The grand final of the women's double.
Yeah, such an interesting angle because you've got lane 1 and 2 so close, and lane 3 is hoping to maintain a little bit of that edge from being in the far lane. But St. Thomas might inch them out in lane 1.
St. Thomas on the far left. Then the 2 Wichita State teams there. Nice little turnout this afternoon of people coming out to watch the races. Good look right there of one of the Wichita State boats.
Yeah, they've got nice uniformity between the two of them. Just a little bit of possibly a keeping level set issue, but they've got a lot of uniformity going, really good blade work. Just need a little more pressure, would probably put them right in the pack with the other two.
First time we've had this shot at the regatta this year. It's new on one of the official boats. Gives you a great new perspective. First Wichita State team there. Looks like it's making it to the second bridge. And the other Wichita State team is approaching it.
And as the schedule finishes out today and through the afternoon, it looks like the last event would have been K-State's last event today, and KU has also already wrapped up for the day. So we will be down to just 4 more teams still. We have plenty of competition and events coming up still. Yeah, just waiting for that aerial shot to get a better view
There
of
we go.
lane 1 and 3. I would say lane 1 is still holding on to it, but anything can happen, and lane 3 could really creep in with Wichita State.
St. Thomas with a small lead right now. Lane 1.
They're moving pretty quick, though.
They are. There's a good view of that boat.
Lane 3 maybe changing their point a little bit. They seem on target now.
Again, St. Thomas there on your right. The other 2 lanes both have Wichita State boats. Coming up on the 5-minute mark here of the women's double grand final. A calm, serene shot to us.
To us.
But not to them.
Just a chance to get to see the blade work or how consistent it's being. You may see, something looks really impressive, but to be even more impressive would be to keep repeating that and to keep it even continually in sync with your partner. It's stroke after stroke, putting in that effort and focus.
St. Thomas right there. Getting ready to cross under the third bridge. Still have the lead.
This will be the final bridge before the finish line. Seeing them bring the focus in a little sharper, a little more powerful strokes. They know these last few meters they can push out to try to get any place they want, if they want to get a little closer. See how first and the third lane are doing against each other.
Here they come, finishing strong.
St. Thomas coming around first in lane 1. They have a nice clean stretch ahead of them. Lane 3's Wichita State boat is in sight for second at this time.
There's the horn. St. Thomas takes first. There's a good shot of the Wichita State boat about to cross the finish line.
There they go. Just waiting for the third Shocker women's double for the grand final event. And they have some nice clean strokes together as well, taking advantage of time on the water. Looks very smooth.
And there's the horn. You see the results on the bottom of your screen there. As all 3 boats now have crossed.
If you are curious about any times today, they're on crewtimer.com. They will be posted after the events.
All right, up next, we're going to be ready here for the men's novice 4 petite final. Getting set up for that race here.
Yep, we'll have Oklahoma State and St. Thomas coming up.
We'll just have the larger boats the rest of the afternoon here.
Yep. We'll finish out the placements of the novice 4s, both for the men and the women, before we get to the final races of the day, which will be the varsity 8s, which is always a nice end to the day. Usually very exciting.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Plains Regional Regatta. Thanks for joining us here this afternoon. A nice looking afternoon in downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River. Good shot right there of what looks like down here on the riverbanks.
Wichita State is hosting 5 other collegiate teams today for the regatta. We are hosting Oklahoma State, KU, University of Nebraska, K-State, and University of St. Thomas.
Let's take a look at the current conditions here. 60 degrees, wind at 10.
Still
Yeah.
a little cloudy.
A little cloudy.
A little bit of sun.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe sunblock now.
Probably that would be advisable.
Or a hat.
There's enough coming through. I think
Or
we
a
could
hat.
put on the
We're at a 4 on the UV scale. So
Oh.
I would advise sunblock at this time if you are in the sun. But 60 degrees, we hit it.
We'll
we
take
did
it. Yeah, we did.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Nice day.
It's a beautiful day. There's still plenty of rowing. If you haven't made it out yet, there is still time.
Come and watch these teams compete. Getting ready here for the men's novice 4 petite final.
You can see the boats in the warm-up lane making their way to the start, just past Kellogg Bridge.
The event again hosted, of course, by Shocker Rowing down here at River Vista. Beautiful facility, beautiful place to sit and watch a good race.
On our 49th anniversary.
Yeah.
We'll only have one because next year will be 50.
What a milestone. I'm sure there's going to be all sorts of fun activities planned for that.
I can't wait. I
Yeah.
can't wait to see different alumni hopefully showing up all of next year. Rowing is an all-year sport, so there's plenty of chances to show your support.
There you've got some of the rowers bringing their boat back on shore.
Yep, after a long row, then you got to row it in. Then you got to carry it out.
You got to clean it up.
Then you got to clean it up. Then you got to load it onto a trailer. The things we do for our sport.
Right.
A lot of love and care, a lot of teamwork, and a lot of volunteers helping as well.
That's the thing. Yeah, you see so many volunteers at an event like this.
Yes.
Coming together and doing various jobs and just making it all happen. There's so much to be done.
Yeah. And we talked a little bit about even just feeding rowers, feeding volunteer staff. We had Christy and Michelle helping today, and Kelsey. Just everybody doing all sorts of roles to help make it a success. I know I've seen a few of my alumni friends around here too showing some support. We've got the launch drivers for the officials, people just volunteering to make sure the regatta is a success.
That just shows you how much this sport is loved.
This is true.
In Wichita.
You kind of can't get it out of your system.
Yeah. It's in your blood. It's in your blood.
Just
huh?
keep coming back.
Looks like we're getting set to launch here. Oklahoma State making some adjustments maybe there. Oh, I think now it looks like they're ready.
There they go.
Yeah, they're off.
So these really brief strokes. So some of them are actually, it looked like struggling to get their blade covered for those short strokes.
Huh. Wichita State on your right, Oklahoma State on your left. Men's novice 4 petite final underway. St. Thomas on your right. In a Wichita State boat.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, this community's come alive. I'm seeing some more scooters and things. This is good. The sun comes out, the activity picks up.
Yeah.
So again, the petite final, seeing the crews a little bit more closely matched, seeing them more closely aligned for at least part of the races, if not all, and just seeing some tighter competition in the petite finals this afternoon.
Pretty much neck and neck here so far.
Not to mention the boats are slippery when they come out. And we just watched someone on the recovery dock almost just lose their grip a little bit. But they salvaged it. But and they're just at the recovery dock. They're helping themselves. We've got 2 people. They're each carrying a part of the boat, and they're each carrying 2 oars.
Yeah.
And then they're going to walk up a steep ramp. Then they're going to walk it all the way to the boat area. Then they'll clean it off. In the meantime, the sun is out enough. It will start to dry that brown stuff, so they will have to spray and clean their boat.
All right, we got Oklahoma State in the with a small lead. It looks like they're on the left. St. Thomas on the right. As they approach the first bridge. coming up on the 3-minute mark here under the first bridge.
Look at them, been really tight and
Oh,
close
they are
into that
tight. Look at
bridge.
that.
A little bit of overlap, so the coxswains need to steer them out of it, but they will clash and clack oars during that time. So that's an impediment from, it looks to be the St. Thomas crew is the one that was fully over, not even a mixture of both. But that's just from our view here. They did get them separated. I'm not sure if any of that involved just blade work or just improper steering by the coxswain. This is the novice race, so when you see that kind of stuff, it makes a little more sense. There's just a lot more practice still to come, a lot more training, and the good news is, you know, no one was injured. It was just the blades that were touching and not any further up on the shaft of the oar or actual boats.
Any kind of penalty for that?
At most regattas, yes. In the more official regattas, I don't believe we're issuing penalties here, but that would definitely be cause for one. To impede another boat's course like that.
Oklahoma State there on your right, St. Thomas on your left.
So it looked like for Oklahoma State, it was looking that one of their rowers was sitting out, but really it's just the blade work being so different that they're staying feathered for so long
Oh, yeah.
that you can't hardly see them square up and catch the blade. And you do run a little bit of a risk if they square up too late, like that could be grounds and getting close to a crab situation. But the coxswain can't see that. She's in a bow loader, and so it's not even something you could call out. You're not going to be hearing that. You're just going to be impacted by it potentially. Right. So,
it's still, yeah, you're right. It's still happening on occasion.
It's just
not quite in unison.
A little late, yeah. So their flow is also getting off. The catches are at different times. So you're having to probably pushing the boat a certain way, and now they're getting a little more in sync again for the OSU boat that we're seeing on the right. And then definitely talking about right now just the blades on the starboard side of the boat.
Yep, see right there.
Just hope they're able to.
Good shot there of Oklahoma State. They're coming up on the third bridge. Going to start hearing the fans go nuts. Oklahoma State is a very good contingent here today.
Yeah, we need a few more shocker fins, but OSU has brought it.
Wow.
That's cool.
Pretty close right now. St. Thomas there on the left. Oklahoma State on the right. Coming down the home stretch, just cleared the third bridge. Men's novice 4, petite final. Oklahoma State with a slight lead.
I think OSU is definitely tired, but they are really pushing for it.
Their coxswainers really getting after him. They've had the loudest coxswain, I think, all day. There you go. Oklahoma State finishing first here in the men's novice petite final.
St. Thomas in second.
St. Thomas right there in second. There you go. The results on the bottom of your screen. Now we're going to move on to the grand final of the men's novice 4.
And we're going to have 3 crews in that race. This is all from the heats this morning. Heat 1's first place was Wichita State, and Heat 2's first place was also Wichita State. So that'll fill out lane 1 and 2. And in lane 3, we have University of Nebraska at Lincoln. This will be a good one to see with how close the races have been this afternoon. Having the 3 crews, we'll see how close they maintain each other.
You can see them right there getting lined up, getting set to start this race. Plains Regional Regatta, downtown Wichita, here on the Arkansas River. Beautiful day so far with racing. Sun's coming out.
Yep, the wind is staying the same. Got around 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
The race has begun.
They're underway. So you have Nebraska Lincoln there on your right, and then the 2 Wichita State teams, one in the middle and one on the far left there in lane 1. Looks like they're off to a good start so far.
Yeah, everybody's looking pretty good and consistent. I think the center boat for Wichita State has the most consistency, going for the most being level. Lane 1, Wichita State has just some rocky strokes every once in a while that's still tipping their balance a little bit. It's going to slow them down a bit. Nebraska's doing all right and just working to try to stay together. They're working on their roll-ups so that they can catch together.
Looks like, again, the coxswains are in the bow for
Yep.
these boats.
I think lane 1 has a coxswain in the stern.
Okay.
Which makes sense in the sense that when they started out, I wondered if it was one of the wooden 4s. It's hard to tell so
Okay.
much from some of the angles and the shading. But if it was one of the older ones, it would make sense.
Great view here of what the river's looking like this afternoon. As they approach the first bridge. Shot right there of University of Nebraska at Lincoln. As they make it under the first bridge. Just passing the 3-minute mark here. Men's Novice 4 grand final. Gives us a better picture there of what's going on.
Also just chance to get a peek at lane 2's blade work, looking very consistent, like I said, and their set still strong. And then a little bit of blade work cleanup needed maybe by lane 1 to help them out, just to be a little crisp, a little more crisp on their strokes. Lane 3 being University of Nebraska.
Wichita State in lane 2 with the lead. Second place right now, Wichita State in lane 1. And then you've got University of Lincoln, Nebraska at Lincoln there in lane 3. Far left.
can see a little bit, looking at lane 2, their bow seat scoops their blade in a little bit deeper than the others. You can see the shaft go in at
Oh, okay, yeah.
a deeper angle than the others, and I think that another rower is accommodating for that in some way because their set isn't horribly impacted, but it could be that the other starboard rower is rowing high on that. To self-adjust, sometimes you do that, you find yourself doing that on the fly because you just feel that the boat is off.
Oh, okay, you can feel it.
So even if you can't, like, you're exhausted and you're rowing, so you're not going to be like, hey, I think somebody's doing this back there. You're just going to be like, okay, well, I guess if we want to be set, I'll do this. And so it is more helpful if the coxswain can see and can call certain things out. But that coxswain is in the bow, so not much can be done.
Yep. Good shot there, one of the Wichita State boats. Currently in the lead.
The last bridge.
Yep.
You can hear him.
Can you hear the coxswain?
Yep. Two. 3.
Shocker fans cheering him on. Now within sight, coming down the home stretch here. Really moving.
Yeah, he's really pushing them to finish strong. They've had a good run this whole race. They can see their open water from the other team, so they're wanting to hold on to that. Trying to have a strong finish. We've got WSU coming in for second. The lane 1 boat. And Nebraska in sight, cinching up third. Executing the final few sprint strokes as they come in third. We've got University of Nebraska about to cross the finish line. Coming into sight here.
There you have it. Men's novice, rather, 4. They're the grand final. You got the results on the bottom of your screen. As we roll on here with the Plains Regional Regatta. Getting set next for the women's novice 4 petite final. Crowds are really starting to gather down here, Lisa.
Yeah, they're getting the memo.
They are.
It's important. There's a dog across the way and
There
a
you
scooter.
go. Yep.
They brought everything.
Dogs, scooters, bikes.
Yep. You can rent a scooter. You can bring a scooter. Someone brought their own skateboard. Bring your own bike. Rent a bike.
All sorts of possibilities.
Take your shoes off and bring your chair and just sit down.
Yeah.
Bring a book. It's whatever.
Several races left here this afternoon. Good shot of the river right there. How calm it is today.
Definitely a good day for rowing.
Yes. We've seen a lot of good rowing today so far.
We have the last of the women's novice 4 races are coming up. We'll have a petite final and then a grand final is what we're prepping for now. Some boats should be working their way to the start line. The petite final will just be 2 boats. So we will wait for them to get lined up and get started shortly.
Great event down here in Wichita every spring, the Plains Regional Regatta, hosted by Shocker Rowing. this year includes Oklahoma State, KU, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, K-State, University of St. Thomas, and of course Wichita State rowing as well.
And these are just some of our fans.
Yep, there they are.
Come and be spotted. Still have 4 more events today. There's plenty of time to come down. Support Shocker Rowing. This is their last home event and their last event prior to Nationals later in May.
Now that's going to be in Tennessee. Tell us about that, what that course is like, what that river's like.
It is. It's very nice. It's definitely built up for rowing. They have a lot of events there throughout the year. This is just one of the modes of transportation you can use because the sidewalks are fully developed down here at the river.
Yeah.
So feel free to come and enjoy the weather with your friends.
Yes. Get a double scooter if you want. I don't know where they got that, though.
I don't know.
I've never seen one of those.
It was my last bingo card fill out square.
There they are.
There they go.
Just down the riverbank.
I'm just happy they're enjoying this.
I know. Who wouldn't enjoy that?
I
Right?
know.
Especially
So
on a day like
nice.
today.
So nice. Now's the time to be out. We've got even a guy exercising, going to get his run on. So proud of these people.
Yes.
There's that
Got the
warm-up
boats there warming up.
lane. It'll be, looks like the grand final.
Yes.
Crews
You're right.
are warming up.
Again, we're down here at River Vista, home of Shocker Rowing and, of course, boats and bikes. Activities for you all during the spring and summer and fall. You can come down and enjoy the river. You can get on the river if you want and do a few things, right? We have paddle boards,
Yeah. Paddle boards,
paddle boats.
kayaks.
Kayaks,
if you want
yes.
an arm workout, of which I do not. But it's an option.
Right.
You don't have to buy your own kayak at the sporting goods. You can come here to rent it, and then you don't have to transport it and store it yourself or take care of it. It's here. You can pedal boat. You can do a unique date outing and come and enjoy the river
Yeah.
on a beautiful summer day.
Go down and see the keeper.
Mm-hmm.
Come back down. Not to mention the events off the river, like the bikes.
Scoots.
Yep, scooters. And yeah, just all sorts of stuff to do down here. And it does take all sorts of people to put this event together. We want to thank some of our sponsors, the Boats and Bikes and Equipment and Venue Rental Company. Their aim is to bring outdoor health and fitness activities to the downtown river corridor for locals and visitors to enjoy. They provide hourly rentals, season passes, group discounts, and special events to help make every day an active one. Thanks to Boats and Bikes for being a sponsor of the Regatta. Also want to thank our friends at BG Products, the recognized global leader in transportation maintenance services and related industries. BG Products, a proud sponsor of Wichita State University and the Shocker rowing team. Just a couple of the people making today's event possible.
It takes a village.
It does. Takes the sponsors, takes the volunteers, takes all of the Shocker rowing organization.
Yeah. The
Takes
athletes,
Lisa Burns.
the parents, Dave Wilson's. I mean, everyone.
Right.
Every last person.
We got the teams there. It looks like lining up here for the women's novice 4 petite final.
This will be St. Thomas in lane 1 on the left and University of Nebraska in lane 2 on the right. And they're working for a point. St. Thomas on the left, maybe advancing a little too far. And if they have to back, as we saw a team earlier today, it kind of muddied their own water at the start. So we'll see if it can settle down after they get in position. But they are backing, what you're seeing with that blade work. for a few strokes from St. Thomas. Now Nebraska is rowing it up a little bit. That alignment we mentioned is not linear for us. It is linear for the person on the shore. Okay, that was not a good point, I wouldn't say, from St. Thomas. And they're clashing, and we have impact at 10 seconds in, and they're linked, and I hope no one was injured. Now they have to untangle.
Oh, no.
And again, hoping no one was hurt.
Right.
So this is why the launch officials are down there to make calls. The coxswain should also be working together. It's a frustrating incident, though. As a coxswain, as a rower, you were in the zone, you were ready to go.
Yep.
You feel, that someone else caused the problem with not having a good point at the start. It could also very well be that maybe one of the rowers, it was their pressure that pushed them, and maybe someone missed a stroke on the other side. It could be a different number of factors that really whoever's in the boat is going to know that the best. But they're looking in good spirits.
Yeah. Look like they're okay.
St. Thomas. And it's Nebraska who will have to get back in position, although it did not look like they were the ones with the bad point during that incident.
You think St. Thomas were the ones that were off point?
It did look that way. Looked like they were pointed towards the center of the river. So we shall see. But things like this do happen. This is why I had mentioned earlier in the day, like, oh, we have a timely regatta, things are going on time, is because we've been really lucky, like, different incidents haven't happened yet. And, yeah, no one seems injured or impacted, which is huge, because if a blade at race pace comes into your boat and hits you in the back, that's going to be pretty bad. So I think they clashed and then just got weaved into each other. So now they'll have to sit ready and refocus, regroup, get their energy back settled for a start of a race. And this race is now just over 10 minutes past the designated original time. So now they're sitting at the ready, and there's the actual start.
There they go.
Worried about St. Thomas's
again.
rudder. I'm not sure what's going on, if they're able to have a better point mechanically.
They came close to clashing again there.
And through sheer force, the gods swerved them left, and thankfully the race continues.
Yes. Huh.
Hopefully we can keep a smooth course here on out. I could speak hypothetically that St. Thomas, maybe that coxswain isn't used to a bow loader, and maybe has her logic about which way turns which is off a little bit. Maybe that was a piece of it. We don't know. By this time of the day, hopefully she's rowed in or coxed in this boat before, but we just don't know who all has been hot seating, who's in different boats, who's racing more than one event. So just keep an eye out that hopefully everybody can stay in the lane.
Yeah.
Nebraska's just trying to get some good strokes in, and they're doing pretty good. Trying to row together. Trying to get that blade covered all the way to get a full stroke in.
St. Thomas on the left with the lead right now. Nebraska right there on your right in front of the camera. Women's novice 4 petite final.
St. Thomas getting open water, so I think our risk of another impediment is quite low now, which is always good, but we'll see what continues to happen.
You mentioned hot seat. What's the hot seat?
A hot seat is a term when you have, I mentioned rowers can be in more than one race in a day. You could be in the double and then the 4 and then the 8. But a hot seat would be when your races and your heat, the timing is not ideal, and you're supposed to be You've just docked from your past race. You're supposed to be in this other race that's supposed to be in the warm-up lane now. So you hop out, you dock with your finishing race, you hop out, you run, your boat is already waiting for you at the dock to launch. You hurry up and get in and go, and someone else finishes your role of carrying your returning boat back. Sometimes it's as hot as no, you get in a launch right after you finish a race, you get motorboated back all the way to wherever your boat is to
Oh,
finish,
okay.
so that you make the race on time.
Huh.
Your next race on time.
Oh, wow.
So you're exhausted.
Yeah, no kidding.
But you get to go again.
Huh. The hot seat. There's Nebraska. Approaching that first bridge right there. St. Thomas, you can see on the left of your screen, has a sizable lead. Nebraska under that first bridge right now. Nice shot there of downtown Wichita in the background.
And the sunny skies.
Yeah. You can really see the lead that St. Thomas has.
They are maintaining their lane now, so I think it's safe to assume there's nothing mechanical.
Mm.
It was either maybe some lack of training on the start sequence by the rowers or a missteering twice by the coxswain. So we've been seeing the novice 4 for the men and the novice 4 for the women. That's because the varsity 4 event, or the varsity 8s, I'm sorry, the varsity 8 events will be coming up. So that's where most crews will kind of hold out and have a lot of their star athletes just save their energy and make sure they're ready for the varsity 8s to wrap up the day.
Those are always great races. Always fun to watch.
Yes.
You have St. Thomas there in the lead. They've maintained a pretty good lead here. Past the halfway mark now.
Plenty of bikes, plenty of dogs, plenty of reasons to come out. Support Shocker Rowing. Last few races of the day. The Shockers will be in the last 3 races of the day. So just following the race we're currently watching, Wichita State will be in all the remaining races.
"49 years of Shocker rowing. Number 50 next year."
Mm-hmm. Quite a history, just being a club sport.
Yeah.
Starting out scrappy and just getting to have this type of facility and environment to row in and host events.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
There's St. Thomas approaching the third bridge with a pretty good sized lead. How often did you get hit in the head when you were in the bow seat there, Lisa, when you were talking? Quite a few times.
Depends if I. So when you are leaning back, like when you're laying down like that, and then your bow seat, depending on the type of the boat, like if they're close enough, when the bow seat is laying back as part of their stroke, they can hit your head. And so I was always generally coxing a women's boat, and so I would challenge my bow seat at some of those Focus 10s or Power 10s and be like, this one's for layback, and you will hit my head, like, ready, go. Like, you will lay back so far. That little few extra inches really wasn't like excessive.
Mm-hmm.
And that would all be a measurement of challenge of like,
Nice.
go ahead and lay back. It's okay. Like, bonk me in the head every time because that's how I'm going to know that you did it because I can't see you even.
Right.
So right now we have St. Thomas coming at the final stretch of their sprint. Reaching the finish line shortly. There it is. St. Thomas in first for the petite final.
They maintained a really good pace.
Yeah, they did. Let's hope they can finish steering through that bridge and getting turned around to bring it into dock shortly. And University of Nebraska still making their way, putting in a lot of effort here and energy. Can see them really pushing. So they have a strong, solid finish as well. Hear the coxswain
Yep.
calling for power. Oh.
There's the horn. Nebraska Lincoln finishing the race here, wrapping up the women's novice 4 petite final.
That's right.
There's your results on the bottom of the screen as we get set to move on to the women's novice 4 grand final. We'll have 2 Wichita State teams and Oklahoma State in that race. And we're taking you right here to the start of that race right now. Just got underway.
Yeah, in this women's novice 4 grand final, we have 3 boats. You can hear the coxswain. I'll let you have a listen real quick.
Lengthening out here. There we go. Nice, ladies, at that 34. 2 flats. Lengthening out.
Could kind of hear what was going on. I heard a nice ladies.
Applauding their nice work. So lane 1 is Wichita State, lane 2 Oklahoma State, and lane 3 another Wichita State. Shocker 4. And actually in this lineup it looks like they may have switched the boats around a little bit. So Oklahoma State is in lane 3 instead of lane 2 for this event. Just looking very photogenic with the city behind them.
Yes.
Blue skies shining through.
Beautiful shot. Good day to come down and watch some rowing.
That's right.
Brought to you by WSU TV. These guys always do a wonderful job every year with this YouTube stream.
Yes, I agree.
I always bring something new every year to it, like this camera shot right here on the official's boat. Love it.
Yeah, they've got quite a setup for WSU TV that trying to think of how many cameras they actually have on site today that they've been prepping and setting up for. There are actually, I'm counting 6 cameras.
It's amazing.
It is.
Yeah.
It's quite an operation, and they've got people here all day, yesterday as well, and just really helping elevate the whole event. It was a 5 a.m. start for them today.
Yeah, early
Did you know
start,
that?
yeah.
5. So it was a little colder for them than it was for us.
True.
They've been waiting for the sun to come out, probably more than me.
They make it look so nice. Make it easy for us.
Yes.
Good look at one of the shocker boats right there.
Yeah, coming to the bridge together. It's like they're preparing for battle. All
Yes.
3 crews emerging out of the shadows.
Pretty good race right now. Pretty close. Got Oklahoma State on your right, then the 2 Wichita State teams there in the other 2 lanes. Women's Novice 4 Grand Final. on the second bridge.
We've got some arches coming up. So I know it from this camera angle, it may look like lane 1 is headed towards a pillar, but don't worry. They're just going to hug that lane of the arch. And lane 2 also knows their spot. This is, you know, those are 2 shocker rowing boats. So they know these arches. They know that path. They know that it can accommodate 2 boats easily. So that was not a, you know, stressful or double look time for coxswains to know that there's plenty of room at race pace to share a bridge arch. They're all staying pretty steady together.
They are.
Just some work probably needed on just keeping the boat set and not so different with the blade work, but the catches being nice and clean is helping the crews that are in the lead to make sure they're getting more clean water more often than the others and keeping it set, not having to work overtime just to have a good stroke.
So we've got Oklahoma State there on the left, and then the 2 Wichita State teams in the other 2 lanes here. Women's Novice 4, grand final. Just over halfway through the race. You can see the official boats changing places now. Still pretty close.
I'm just seeing the proud parents out with their cameras. I remember that. We've had really supportive fan base of the FAMs.
That's important. Get that support.
Even on those traveling regattas, like the away ones, like we had a group of parents and people that would still like come out. It was always so
Wow.
cool. I was like, we're just a small little sport. Like we're here because we like it, but
Right.
the parents were awesome and always there for us.
There's a shot of one of the Wichita State teams going under that third bridge.
The Women's Novice 4 event. This was be the grand final for them today. The last 4 race. And like Dave mentioned, we're coming up on this final stretch, the last bit for these ladies to race today.
Now you hear the supporters getting loud as they do once they cross that third bridge. Shot of Oklahoma State right there. There's a shocker boat coming into your camera.
Again,
Your
lane
view.
1 and 2, Wichita State, and lane 3 is OSU.
Wichita State in lane 1 leading.
And it is lane 1, the 4 oarsmen boat, the 4 oarsmen of the apocalypse, coming in first.
Love the title.
Mhm.
Love that.
When you sponsor a boat, you get to choose what to name it.
Nice.
I believe that one was sponsored by a few alumni from my time period that wanted to pick a funny name. So
Oh.
that's what they contributed to name that boat.
Clever. Wichita State, lane 1 takes that race. Oklahoma State second, and there's the second Wichita State boat coming in, taking third there in the Women's Novice 4 17 grand final. Down to 2 races here for the regatta today, the Plains Regional Regatta on the Arkansas River, downtown Wichita. Going to have the men's varsity 8 final and then the women's varsity 8 final. Wichita State and Oklahoma State will compete here in the men's varsity 8 coming up here shortly.
The most exciting races of the day.
Lisa's a little bit excited.
A little bit excited. The whole vibe out in the concourse should be excited.
Yeah,
The guy on the wheelie should come back.
let's hope. Maybe he'll be going the other way this time on the bridge.
Yeah, maybe he's done with his errand and he's done.
He's coming
going
back.
home.
We can only hope.
Yeah.
There's a shot of people enjoying the regatta there, and also some rowers carrying their boat. The work never ends, does it, Lisa?
It does not. This is why. So if you're winning coxswain, the custom is to throw your coxswain in the water. But this is why I would like beg, please don't. Like we have a boat right, we have a bus ride home.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted. I don't want to be wet. I don't want to do this.
Well, you're kind of killing that vibe, weren't you?
I was just like, please no. Like you have to sit in the same bus as me, and I'm gonna smell like their river. And
Well,
I would try.
That's
And
a lame
only
excuse, Lisa.
When we had like a really significant one, I'd be like, okay, you earned it. Okay, I'll be soaking wet for you. It's okay.
All right, got a couple more races. Looks like we're getting set up here. Joining us, shocker rowing coach Calvin Cup. Coach, thanks for being with us.
Thank her.
Yeah.
You know, she definitely threw us a nice one today. 70% chance of rain this morning, and then nothing. And sunny skies right now. We couldn't ask for anything any better for an outdoor sport.
Right.
It's turned out really nice today. Congratulations on another successful event.
Well, thanks. It takes a lot of people.
Yeah.
Everyone from you to the MRC to the 40-something volunteers that we have here today. Everybody from who serves the food to who does the race officials and alignment. You know, we couldn't do it without all of those people, and we sure couldn't do it without Rachel. She's lived this regatta for the last 3 weeks, and it really is something that we plan and work on all year. And it's a labor, but it's great for our student athletes. And it's great for our community here to bring these teams here and you know, the tourism money from them spending, you know, dollars going out to eat and simple things like fuel and all of those things, plus creating activities for the people in the community. We had a lot of people who just came down to watch the race today.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been really nice seeing all these other extra supporters today.
So we've got the men's varsity 8 right now, the final, Wichita State and Oklahoma State.
So how long has this crew been rowing together? Do you have any novice rowing up or any first-year varsity?
We do. We unfortunately had an injury this week, and so we had to make a last-minute switch for the guys. So this boat has 4 varsity guys and 4 novice guys in the boat. And we rowed a different lineup against Oklahoma State in March. Lost by 1 second down in Oklahoma City. So our guys are pretty excited to see what happens today, and hopefully with the adjustment to the lineup, they're going to be able to make some changes and go out there and find that rhythm they need to hit that base speed to stay with Oklahoma State, who's had a good season.
And they're staying pretty, I mean,
Yeah,
they've
look at
not
that.
lost contact, it doesn't look like yet. So I think they're gunning for it. I know they're hungry for it and want to.
Oh, sure. And
inch
Andrew's
on
doing a
close.
good job down at Oklahoma State. And his program, you know, they've had some good racing, went out to Illinois and did well out there at the Illinois Championship. So we're excited to see them building a program and finding more speed, because we need that speed locally to race.
Yeah.
Because to travel, you know, 800-900 miles every weekend is really hard. And so when we have fast teams, we want all these programs to be successful, because then we get to race them and we're going to be more successful because of that.
Will all the 6 teams, like, I mean, counting Wichita State that you're hosting today, will they be at ACRAs?
They all will
All
be.
of
We're not sure exactly yet what everybody is racing, but they'll definitely be there. And Nebraska and KU and Oklahoma State are all trailering with us.
Nice. Wow.
So that works out really well.
Wow. Yeah. Will some of that be organized today then? Will they, if they're trailing with you, like, to leave some boats, or will it be a just coordinated effort later?
A couple of teams will rent equipment from us,
Okay.
but some of them will just take their boats for them up there. And so, yeah.
That's good.
What's it look like? We're a couple of seconds down on them at the 500.
That's what it looks like. Oklahoma State there on the left, the Shockers on the right. They approach the second bridge.
Yeah, getting close to that. What's that? The 1,000-meter mark.
Do you want your little?
What's the stroke rate?
I don't know. I know.
Well, that's kind of.
Now you can't see
They
it.
can't see what-
Well, that's okay. That's okay.
There you go.
Yeah, And about the same at the 1,000. Again, about 3 seconds down. So that's about a boat length down. So, with another 700 meters left to go, they're going to have to find another gear if they're going to climb back into the Oklahoma State guys. And another thing we did, we raced our guys a lot today. We wanted them to be tired because we knew we only had one shot at the 8. And so, we rode in a lot of the small boats. So for some of the guys, this is their third race of the day. And so it's an opportunity for them to challenge themselves physically and mentally as we move through this.
Absolutely. So can you give us a preview of the 50th coming up?
Wow, that's coming fast. That's coming fast. We're excited about it. We've been working with the Alumni Association and our campus recreation to try to get some things sorted out and organized. It just, it's really about how do we get the word out to everyone who's been part of Shocker Rowing for the past 50 years to let them know, come on down. We're going to coordinate it with the Plains Regional next year and really just want it to be a time where everyone can come back and reconnect and celebrate, what's happening with Shocker Rowing and they can, see and that what they did, whether it was 10 years ago or 1 year ago or 50 years ago, that, hey, who we are today is partially because of what they did.
Yeah.
All right, there.
Yeah, and they're coming through, and we're still down. But the guys are giving it a fight.
Coming through the bridge.
See if they can't make a push here at the end
and
get back into it. But it looks like it's still about a boat down on them.
Waiting to see them in our sight. They're so
Oklahoma
close.
State
There they go.
Screen.
Yeah.
Come the Shockers, making a good push.
It's definitely an exciting sprint right now.
Yeah.
But it is still about a boat length. They're stern to bow.
Yeah.
With only
right at
a couple
overlap.
more meters.
They close the gap there.
Yeah. And like you said, it's good racing. It really is. And, the guys who were in that boat, one of the guys was in the single and in the double. And then, the guys were in the double and the varsity 4 and now the 8. And then a couple of the novice guys, and they were in the novice 4 and then in the novice 8 in this race. So, again, it's a trade when you do that, but race experience is so important. And how do you get that? And how do you put them in situations where they really have to challenge themselves and really are uncomfortable? And since we are not racing over 2 days, so nationals are 2.5 days.
Okay.
And so we'll have prelims on Friday, then heats or semis or reps, depending on how many boats are in their event, and then finals on Sunday. And it's not just physically exhausting, it's mentally exhausting. And so what we try to do in situations like this as a one-day regatta, how do we create situations where they're going to have that same feeling? And so here we can't spread it out over 2.5 days. What we can do is get them physically exhausted and really create a challenge for them and see how they react to it. How do they rise to the challenge? What do they learn about themselves?
Right.
And that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Very good. Well, they look good today.
Well, thanks. There's some good racing. We saw the Nebraska women's pair looked really smooth coming down the course. The St. Thomas guys won the men's double last year, won the men's double again this year. Oklahoma State's having some really good success with some of their small boats in the 4s. And our novice man, looked really strong. And so, we're excited about that. And the varsity men's 4, in the finals. They didn't win it, but in the finals and in the hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And so then one more race, got the women's varsity 8 coming down. And again, the same thing. We're excited about that. We got the best of the Oklahoma State women by around 24 seconds, I think, in Oklahoma City earlier. And so the hope is, again, did the same thing with the women, raced them a lot today.
Yeah.
Raced them a lot today so that we could really say, hey, where are we? Because they're on the verge of making the top 10 again nationally. We're getting votes. We're 12th
Nice.
right now. Our silver medal at Sierra, put us back on people's radar. But it's a fast year this year. Right now it's fast. I mean, Rhode Island is as fast as they've been since I remember. The Vanderbilt women, Purdue women. Then you go out to the West Coast, you've got the Orange Coast women, and UC Irvine are just rolling. They've got a lot of racing in already. We'll see Florida, who we barely beat. They should be at nationals. Central Florida's there. They were in our final. Then you've got the the East Coast smaller schools, like you've got Bowdoin and Middlebury and Vermont. They all raced at New England's this weekend, and that's a brutal regatta, and they all did very well. So, it's making the grand finals is hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. So the Shockers are going to be in nationals. What's the best way for fans to follow along if they're not able to go?
Well, we have our social media platforms, and then we'll be posting stuff on our website. Regatta Central is the website where all of these regattas are registered, and that's where they typically have all the information. So you can go to regattacentral.com, look up the ACRA Championships. It'll have the link to the live stream. Once the schedule's up, they'll have that. You can look and see who's entered right now. So that's the nice thing with the technology we have versus when I was rowing or started coaching, when you didn't know who was entered.
Yeah, now you can see it all right there on social media.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You didn't have that before.
No, it's amazing. That's how we can live stream today's event, too. Right, Lisa, on YouTube.
Yeah.
Technology.
And crewtimer.com.
Yeah, you can bring it to the fans that can't make it down here today. Turned out to be a nice afternoon. We're getting set for the final race of the day, women's varsity 8s.
Seeing them launch.
Yeah, it's going to be a minute.
and warm up.
I see them still launching. So we got a little downtime.
Yeah. So tell us about anything in the near future for Shocker rowing you got going on, other than the nationals.
Well, for rowing itself, we'll be winding down after nationals.
Yeah.
Then getting ready for the fall, and with the 50th coming, that's obviously going to consume a lot of our time over the next year. But boats and bikes will be opening up this summer. That's our retail division that we run with the rentals for kayaks and pedal boats and SUPs. And so that'll be good. You just see a lot of people out on the water doing recreational work.
Yeah. Yep. It's a good place to come down here and be on the river, be by the river throughout the summer, throughout the spring, throughout the fall.
Like it's like our second nice weekend weather-wise of
Yeah.
the year, and so more to come, hopefully. Riverfest is coming up.
Yeah, you can see the good shot here of people enjoying the regatta. Got the boats on their way out to the starting line right there on your screen.
So we'll have 3 boats in the final, and one will be an exhibition Wichita State boat.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, we had a young lady who's out with an illness, and the docs were like, nope, she can't compete. So we're having to fill in that seat with someone. And so we're going to row it as an exhibition, trying to create competitive opportunities for those women for that second 8. Now at Sierra, we did row a second varsity 8, and it was very competitive there. And so, we were excited today to get to race them, and obviously disappointed that wasn't going to happen the way we wanted it to. But when you have injuries or you have illnesses, it's too bad, but we want to keep our students' health, as a primary goal. And the other thing it does, it creates an opportunity. And we try to teach that to our student athletes. We preach that a lot, is that, hey, you all have to be prepared and ask yourself, what contribution can you make? And you have to be ready to step up. And you just don't know what's going to happen. And you have to be ready for it and meet that opportunity head on. And so today, that's their challenge. That's what I told them. It's like, hey, what can we go out today? What can we do? And what can we learn from today and make the best of it?
It's a good life lesson, too, isn't it?
Well, that's what we hope.
Yeah.
That's what we hope. Just creating good experiences for them, good competitive opportunities, but also chances for them to grow and develop.
Yeah, very important.
That rower, like with the illness in the exhibition boat, is there a chance that we'll get to still row at Acra's, or?
Oh, sure. Well, that's the hope.
That's the hope still, like still
it
on
should
course
be
for
something.
that?
We're hoping to get her back at practice, hopefully midweek. And if not earlier than that, all depends on what the doctor says and when she gets released to be able to come back.
Good.
So yeah, we're excited, and we've got another week to finalize lineups and decide what we're going to race exactly. So we've got some internal racing that we're going to do next week. We've already finished that racing for the men, but some weather we had a couple of days we tried to seat race. That's where we take the women out and race them on set distances and then swap lineups and race them again. And then we look at the time, see who's moving the boat. And we tried that 2 different times last week, and both days the weather blew us out. And we didn't want to seat race on Friday because it's an exhausting process. And so knowing that we're going to race today, on Sunday we were like, okay, we're not going to be able to do that. So we defaulted back to our Sierra boatings and then filled in from there. But we'll seat race the women next week, and that'll be the last time for them. And then those will be the lineups that were set for nationals. And then it will be just about trying to tune the boats the best we can before, you know, we go there, so we can try to have the best speed we can.
Yeah, and what are the dates for nationals?
You know, you would think that I would know that off the top of my head, but I'm just kind of living day to day right now.
I hear you.
May
You know?
17th to 19th.
There you go.
There we
Lisa
go.
knew
Thank
it.
you. See, I knew it was in May, and I knew it like 2.5 weeks. So,
Right,
you know,
I get it.
we're getting there.
Got a lot going on, a lot to plan for.
We are, but it's an exciting time.
Yeah.
It's a tough time, and it's tough for all the student athletes, no matter what their sport. But this time right now is really tough because this is finals. You know, and the average person may not realize that. So when they see these conference tournaments, whether it's track or whether it's, you know, you got softball and baseball doing stuff right now, and then rowing and all these spring sports, you know, a lot of them, you know, they're competing during finals. You know, there are athletes who miss their graduation to go to their conference championships or maybe their national championships sometimes. And so that's just another thing that happens with student athletes that, you know, if you're not part of that, you're not in that loop, you may not realize, you know, that additional challenge they have. They may be traveling and have their final proctored. They're in a hotel room somewhere, you know, taking their final because they're at a competition or they're missing graduation. And so they have their own little ceremony because they're, you know, at a regatta somewhere in Philadelphia maybe.
Yeah.
So that's all part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot going on, a lot of busy. Lisa knows about that.
Yeah, a lot of the travel, and I was wondering if the St. Thomas team, did they bus down here?
I think they came in vans. They have a smaller group this year. And so, like I said, they didn't bring a trailer. We coordinated with them to use some of our equipment. And yeah, I think they came in vans this year.
Are they borrowing some of K-State's equipment too today? We've seen them with some purple oars. I didn't know if that, or maybe it's only yours.
I don't know. I'll be
Okay.
honest, I didn't
Maybe.
catch that detail.
It might have been the shadows. Who knows? It might not be real. But I was just curious. So they, small vans to come down and get some rowing time in. That's a big commitment and drive.
It is, but it's a great event for them. We enjoy having them every year. It's good competition, and also more and more regattas have sculling. You know, where you have 2 oars, especially the smaller boats, but not every regatta still has that. So that's one of the things we wanted to make sure we did here is that we offer everything. We offer every class on both for the male and for the men and the women's side, so that whatever their priority is, they're going to have an opportunity to be able to race that. And you know, relative to where they are, we're also a lot further south, so they're going to have probably a little bit better weather than people are having. And I know that that's always a challenge, especially early spring. We talk about these early April races. The further north you are, a little more challenging weather. So, you know, we have a little bit of an advantage there that makes us a little more appealing as an outdoor sport also.
Right. What are some things to be looking for here in the final race today, the women's varsity 8s?
Well, I expect Oklahoma State to give us a really good challenge. Like I said, I'm watching what Andrew's doing. I saw his results in Illinois, and I've seen his results today relative to how we raced against him in March, and they're definitely picking up speed. For our second 8, the exhibition, is going to be how do they make an adjustment with the lineup change? Can they bring it together and find that rhythm and go out there and try to go with the Oklahoma State women? You know, the hope is, you know, obviously I'm a little biased here, but the hope is the Shockers are going to be out in front with our 1B. And if we are, then it's about challenging ourselves. How fast can we go? You know, and again, being tired, that's another part of it is, can we keep our composure? Can we keep our rhythm and not let it fall apart on us while we're trying to push? Because the crews that we're going to race at nationals in a couple of weeks, they're going to be some really fast boats. and you just can't have a misstep.
Yeah.
If you do, you're just not going to progress. Over those 3 days and those possibly 4 races you have, every race you've got to hit it, or you're not gonna advance to the round that you want to. And so, you know, that's what we're looking for here. How do we handle the pressure? How do we handle things when we're not just fresh and 100%? We need them to be uncomfortable. We need them to be challenged, and we need them to have to be able to have that focus and that tenacity to press on through.
All right, we'll see that here shortly once we
Yeah.
get underway here, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, Wichita State, two teams here, and Oklahoma State in the final race here. They're getting set up. Good shot there of the river today. Beautiful. Turned out to be a beautiful afternoon. A little scary this morning with the rain, but held off.
It did. And I've enjoyed seeing today. This was the first year that we've had a wireless camera.
Yeah.
And so having the camera on the launch, I think, gives a little different perspective.
Mhm.
Really enjoyed that. We looked with the MRC for various options, drone versus wireless cameras, and this was where they are with what they have access to, the best option. You know, down the road, the hope is most of it, if not all of it, will be wireless. So then we can move the cameras and put them where we want to. I'd like to see us be able to get a drone and have some overhead shots to get that perspective. But they do a great job, and it's really nice to be able to follow the race and see it stroke for stroke and get a little closer to the athletes, see their emotion, the effort that they're putting in. It really changes the dynamic of your perspective of what's happening with the racing.
Really does. Wichita State TV does a great job, and we were talking earlier how they've kind of elevated this every year. They've added something different, and this year it's that new camera on the officials' boat, which is, like you said, just a great perspective to see things, how things get started, and what the athletes are doing.
Oh yeah, it is, and you know, with the cameras on the bridge, and then the stationary camera at the finish line, and the one on the launch, you get a very different perspective, and you get to see the whole race.
Yeah.
And that's always been a challenge of rowing, is how do you connect the spectators to the event? It's like going and watching a cross-country race.
Mhm.
You know, you've got to move from one spot to another to watch the runners go by. And with rowing, being that we row 2,000 meters in a straight line, you unless you're moving, you don't see the whole race. And
Yeah.
so being able to bring the race to people makes it much more entertaining and exciting. And it also helps people understand the dynamic. You get to see the strategies, you get to see the rhythms shift in the boat, you get to see when people make moves, or are they speeding up, and with the crew timer like we have where you can see their splits, you can see, are people picking up speed, where are they making their shifts. Some people are, you know, they'll negative split, they'll positive split, or they'll be middle thousand fast, and you know, then you can really see their strategies.
Seeing some of that, and then today we had, so with the addition of that camera on the boat, we had some starts that were impeded and clashing oars and just overlap, and so just having that lens of watching it was the best versus that side lens that we've kind of seen in the past too.
Oh, you bet.
Of not really knowing, to your point, like kind of need more details, or I want to know a little more closer. It just helps see that.
You bet. And that's another interesting thing, is that it's not just about how fast you go from point A to point B. It's also about, are you ready? Can you get backed into your stake boats? Can you get aligned like you're supposed to? Because those are all things that'll set the tone for your crew. You know, even being late off the dock and having to hustle to get to the start line. You know, how much energy are you spending? What kind of stress? Where is their focus? So all of those things go into it, and getting aligned correctly, getting started cleanly, all of that's part of the competition. And so getting our student athletes to understand that everything that they do impacts their ability to compete, that it all impacts their ability to find success. Because if you're flustered or frustrated or focused on the wrong thing, when they drop that flag and you go, you're not going to be ready.
Yeah.
No matter how fit you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There we go. We're getting lined up, getting ready for the start. Final race of the day. Varsity women's 8. Should be started any time, don't you think? Look ready? Anybody adjusting?
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. These are all should be experienced. Coxswain's in there. There's not a lot of wind right now.
The whole day. It's amazing.
Just like you ordered up, right?
I did. I wish I could take credit for it. Just like all the stuff that's happened today and all the great success, I wish I could take all the credit. But,
Right.
you've got to spread that out. Everything
Exactly.
from the people from Campus Rec who support us to the administration, to the, the Parks and Rec people and all the people who have to get permits from. And, of course, like I said, all the work Rachel's put in here.
Mhm.
And looks like, are we off?
We are. We're off.
20 seconds in.
Going to take a few strokes for us to get things sorted out and figure out who's where.
So lane 1 on the left is going to be Oklahoma State. Then lane 2 and 3 are Wichita State. I just don't know which will be your exhibition crew and which will be your A boat.
Looks like A should be in lane 3. Exhibition will be in lane 2 there.
Okay. And from this angle, I can see 1 and 2. Can we see?
Yeah, 3's way over there.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like we're out, but still, our second women's 8, still some overlap with the Oklahoma State women.
Yeah. Off to a good start.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping. We want all of them to get off clean, and we want those women to find that rhythm, and again, that second 8, using the Oklahoma State women to mark off of and really trying to go with them as they're trying to go, obviously, with our women, and use that to push each other to find more speed, And I think last year our women rode a little over 6.5 minutes over the course. Wind and weather changes, so outdoor sports, you can't always compare times, but definitely looks like everybody's moving pretty well there.
It does. Everybody's moving.
So, it looks like our second 8's around 30 strokes a minute, and just looking at it, Oklahoma State's looks like they're a beat or two higher, and I would imagine our first 8's going to settle in that 34-32 range.
Okay.
That's about where their base is. I mean, down the course at Oak Ridge, with everyone pushing them, we were at 34 as our base most of the race, because it was that or get left behind.
Yeah.
It was just exciting because we, Florida got us in the semifinal by 0.4 seconds, and then we came around and got them the next race by 2. So that's some tight. And when you watch them go by between, in the grand final between 2nd and 5th place, there was no open water. There was overlap, and that's good parity. So that's exciting as you move forward. And so our second 8's still hanging in there. It looks like Oklahoma State's done moving on out, trying to catch up, and our women are our first 8 up there, getting closer to the 1,000-meter mark.
Yeah, they're looking good.
Yeah, and so we should have some times here. And so, a minute 47 for the first 500, and that's a pretty locked in first 500, and we're rowing against. There's not much current here, but there's a little bit. We row against the current. So if we're in those those mid 140s like that, that's pretty solid.
Okay.
For what we're looking for right now. Now they're going to have to really make a push in the middle here, our first 8, in order to hold those splits, because what we're looking for at nationals, we need to get close to 7 minutes to really run with everybody, or at least under 7:10. We were like 7:12 and change at the Southern Regionals. So that's what we're shooting for today, is to say, okay, what's our split average? And so 340 to the 1,000, and that's 12 seconds ahead of Oklahoma State. So again, we knew they were going to come after us because we were about 25 seconds ahead. So that's we'll be a little less than that full distance today. So we're
nice.
The hope is that we can push and open that margin up a little bit. But Oklahoma State definitely showing us a good challenge, and our women back there just a touch over 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is pretty close to the timing that they had in the Oak Ridge. We went, I think, 8:14 for our final, and finished ahead of William and Mary there in the 2B.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a good shot right there.
Yeah.
Of where things stand.
Yeah. They just need to make sure they sit up here in the middle 1,000 and really reach out there, have that good posture, keep those chins up, and get those blades in before they start driving, so they can really pick the boat up. You don't want any wasted motion of, the blade driving into the water. You want to get the blade in, then lock it in with the feet, and then suspend that body weight and build that drive all the way through, especially when you get tired. You've got to really stay on that push.
Do you remember that, Lisa? Staying with the push?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah. So
There we
5.5. We better be getting close to that 1,500 meter mark.
We're going to hear some fans soon, I hope.
Yeah.
It's about that time. Coxswains are yelling. It's time for the people to yell.
Everybody's getting
Pretty
out there.
soon.
Well, I can hear.
I was going to say you can hear him, can't you?
Oh yeah, we're coming down. The last few strokes of the race, the last few strokes of the regatta.
Yeah.
That's true.
5:45 there. That's a pretty solid time.
There's a shot of the Wichita State boat.
You can hear their cadence, their release.
Coming down to the end of the women's varsity 8s.
Oh yeah.
This is the WSU A boat.
Moving.
Yeah, they are.
They're a hard-working group. All of them are, but they've really found some speed this spring. Really love to race and love to compete, and that's exciting.
Nice.
Oklahoma State coming into view for second right now on their last few strokes of their sprint.
Oklahoma State, nice finish. You got a good sprint there, picking the rate up.
Oklahoma State finishing there. Here comes the second Wichita State boat.
Oh yeah.
There they are.
Yeah, and this is a young group of women. They really are. There are several first-year women in there and a couple of second-year women. So they're really getting some good experience. And you've got to race fast people and compete against quality in order to get better.
Yeah.
And so going out and putting ourselves in positions, racing the Oklahoma State varsity women like that, with all those first-year, second-year women, that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Yeah, nice. There you go. All three finished there. You can see the results on the bottom of your screen. Women's varsity 8.
Make sure you check out crewtimer.com for all official race times from today. And you can look at the Dalmatian. We haven't had a Dalmatian all day.
There you go.
Right in front. Oh, and then another.
Coach Cup, thanks for being with us, and congrats on another great regatta this year.
Well, thank you. We appreciate y'all being here. Again, it's been a great day. It's so much fun. Even though I'm busy with the regatta and coaching the student athletes, it's great to walk around and see this event, see what we're doing here, and how much fun the visiting teams have and our spectators, and all the guests that we had on air, and then the other people I saw who came by and watched. And I think like I said, it's wonderful for our program as we prepare for nationals, but like I said, it's also a great community event, and we're excited that we can be a part of this.
Absolutely. We look forward to next year's, the 50th.
Oh, you bet.
Yeah.
You bet. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun.
A blast.
All right. Well, thanks for being with us here today on the Plains Regional Regatta from downtown Wichita on the Arkansas River, and we hope to see you again next year.
All right. I got to go see her now. I'll catch y'all.
Thank you.